What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome in. This is the first of a half dozen, right? Let's start again. Oh, hang on. Okay,
and go.
good. And go. Scene. Welcome in, DK Sim fam, the first of a half dozen Madden simulations that are coming your way, starting momentarily. He is Zach Thompson, Professor Z. I am a fumbling Adam Kaufman, but hopefully the players in artificial intelligence world would be better protectors of the football than I with my words. We're going to start off with the Raiders and Jets, my man. Lineups locking here in just a second, not only obviously for this showdown, but for the classic for the first half of the day. So what jumps out at you?
Yeah, I mean, in this one, I think it's an obvious play, but Le'Veon Bell is the go-to in the Jets offense, and the Raiders defense has been extremely beatable on the ground and to receiving running backs. So I think Bell is set up for a very big game here. I like him a lot. He is in my captain spot. But I did do some different things down my lineup to differentiate because I do think Bell's the strongest play. I don't have Sam Darnold. I stayed away from the Jets offense for the most part, except for Bell, because I think he's going to do most of the work, be the bell cow, if you will.
And I will always. So because lineups have locked, why don't you run down the rest of that lineup?
All right. So I've got on the other side, I've got Carr and Waller, a little bit more chalk, but I did switch things up a little bit. I went with Ruggs, who can be boomer bust, but went with Ruggs and Brashad Perryman on the other side, another boomer bust speed receiver, and then finished it off with a little bit of the Jets defense. Actually, all of the Jets defense.
I don't know what you're hoping for all of it. Yeah, just a little of it probably won't get you too much. I don't know how in the world I'm feeling about my lineup if I'm being totally candid.
Okay.
So I decided to go with Tyrell Williams in the captain spot, as we know, the injured in real life player who missed all of the 2020 season. But then, like you, Le'Veon Bell in there, Derek Carr. Yep. I had Sam Darnold, ultimately took him out, put in Darren Waller instead. And then some pay down options, one more of a mid-tier guy, and that's Brashad Perriman. And then found some value, I hope, in the form of Hunter Renfrow at $2,600. So we'll see how that ends up going.
Yeah, I saw Renfrow. I liked him at that price as well, and I believe that is your captain there with the catch for the first down, Tyrell Williams.
Beautiful. And
reportedly about to be released.
Well, that's not great.
Well, it's actually probably not a bad thing for him. They've brought in all those wide receivers and let him have a fresh start elsewhere.
So we are underway about 30 seconds in, and appreciate everybody being with us. We'll get caught up in the chat and all things related to lineups and ownership and all of it. In fact, I will tell you the ownership in the larger free roll. We'll get to our smaller one in a moment, but almost 80% owned, no surprise, Le'Veon Bell. And then you have Darren Waller at about 70%. Derek Carr is at 62.5. Nice little drop off between he and Sam Darnold, about 15%. He is sitting at about 48. You have Henry Ruggs at 46 to round out your top five. Tyrell Williams, Chris Herndon, and Jamison Crowder all in the 40s as well.
Yeah, a lot of very popular plays there, and kind of predictably popular overall.
Minute and a half gone by, a speedy opening quarter. Still no score. Midfield, 1st and 10. Nice run.
Nice run there. Is that Richard? Jalen Richard
is first.
I like Richard. I use him all the time in Classic, but he was very expensive in this single game showdown. So I wanted to try and find a way to fit him in, but he was up at $8K, actually priced higher even than running back one, Josh Jacobs, who's back there now with his superstar trait. So went ahead and faded Richard, even though I really didn't want to. We see Jacobs run to the outside here for a nice little chunk of yardage to bring up 2nd and 3.
We have some good mornings and afternoons from the chat. Thank you all. DraftKings conference room, from Eric, from Shane, from Jason, J.E., so many. The Black Arturo. A lot of you guys here with us. Appreciate it here to start off, obviously, your Dream Stream Day. This is the first of 6 Madden simulations. We are into that 42-7, as we like to talk about now with the NFL season over. 6 of these coming at you 7 days a week. Derek Carr, a completion, gets out to the 10. 1st and 10 on the way, and right there into the hands of Darren Waller.
Darren Waller getting involved early. He does average 13 fantasy points per sim, and he has been very involved, 4 catches or more in his last 8, and a couple big games lately. We'll see if he can get free. This Jets front 7 is a little bit better, I think, or they play in Madden a little better than they did in real life. And part of that is obviously the COVID opt-outs and injuries that they have back, but they're pretty solid in these sims, which is why I didn't go with any of the Raiders running backs, but I do think you can beat their secondary, and that's why Waller and Ruggs was where I went for my Raiders plays. As we see a little swing out to the side, not gonna get it done. Yeah, Richard, actually that goes down as a rush because it was a backwards pass, so another carry for him. No PPR point awarded for that play.
Brings us to 3rd and 7 from the 7. I'd rather call it 3rd and goal, but I guess we can't. Halfway through a scoreless opening quarter, at least for now. That could change in a hurry right here. Carr all alone in the backfield. He's got the ball, no pressure, and wide open receiver. Touchdown. That Tyrell Williams? No, Henry Ruggs.
Henry Ruggs. Ruggs known for his speed. Didn't really need to use much of it there on that little slant route. Beat him to the inside and wide open, as you said. 6.8% owned in 46% of lineups. It's pretty high. We've seen him with a nice ceiling in these games, but he can be very boom or bust. Doesn't get a ton of volume on a regular basis because there is so much volume going the way of Darren Waller. And Tyrell Williams is the wide receiver 1. Ruggs, the 3rd, is the wide receiver 2. Can be a little confusing if you're not careful, but does those speed routes on the outside.
El Paso number 1 excited about the Ruggs tutty to start off the scoring here on this stream day. Smash that like button, folks. About 400 watching along on the YouTube, up over 30. Let's make a push to 100. Appreciate you. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button if you're watching on Twitch, the Twitch fam. It is twitch.tv/DraftKings. You probably know that. If you don't, head on over, enjoy it, take part in the chat there, not only on YouTube, and you can give us a follow. We have thousands of people that are following us on Twitch, which is lovely to see, but we want more. Cool. So the Jets getting the ball here, and yes, in Simland, Le'Veon Bell is still a Jet. Taking a look, early leaders at the nooner. Let's talk QB movement free roll. I am sitting 86th early, which is not good. Barb 8 is in front, and our own Frangelico from Game Ops is sitting 2nd right now.
There we go.
Frangelico working solo Game Ops today. Drew, our producer, Bry guy on the 1s through 7s. As he tells me, over 2,200 followers on Twitch. Love that.
That's
Let's
awesome.
keep on going. Let's get to 2,500. Twitch has only been around for a matter of months. Hit that little heart.
I'm just inside the top 10 in our smaller free roll.
Good start.
Brandon 8.
Lots of coffee. Boop. So I had called this free roll, our smaller free roll, the Let's Talk QB movement, thinking, hey, you got the Jets. Sam Darnold may not be back. You got the Raiders, and maybe Derek Carr's back. Maybe he's not. Maybe Marcus Mariota's gone. I mean, these are 2 teams that obviously right there in the thick of that potential QB movement conversation. There's a lot that we can touch on, but actually where I would like to start, which has nothing to do with the name of this free roll, some news that came out this morning that it caught me a little off guard. Professor Z, I was surprised. I would have come unprepared to class with this little note, and that is that J.J. Watt, free agent for the Texans, is apparently considering, call it what you want, considering the Cleveland Browns.
Hang on. Do not misquote Mary Kay Cabot.
I would never intentionally.
Seriously considering.
Oh, okay. Well, let's start
signing with the Browns.
Because this is stuff. It's one thing. It's, you know, like I consider a lot of things.
I'm
considering having a sandwich for lunch, but I am seriously considering Chinese leftovers. So we can see the difference between these.
There you go.
Does it surprise you that, you know, for all the talk, people have mentioned obviously Green Bay, they've mentioned, you know, Tampa Bay, Kansas City, you know, potential contenders, both his brothers being there in Pittsburgh, a lot of these teams that we've talked about. I don't think the Browns were on anybody's radar a few days ago. So where is this coming from? No. What is the likelihood of it, you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting for sure. I do think it is a statement to how far the Browns have come. I mean, even just a year ago, remember, we weren't sure if they were a playoff team. We weren't sure if they were headed the right direction. They were changing head coaches again. It was Freddie Kitchens
experiment.
And how big of a mess that was. And is Kevin Stefanski a good fit? And can he turn them around? Obviously, took them so far in that first year that now they're considered a team that is maybe a addition or two away from being ready to contend. And I think what that shows us is Watt is after some significant salary. If he was going based on, just sign at the veteran minimum somewhere, then then those other places make more sense. But the Browns are significantly under the cap. They've got $21.7 million in cap space, according to what I wrote down this morning. And that is from Mary Kay Cavitt's article on Cleveland.com. And in comparison to the Steelers, where Watt's brothers play, and they're way over the cap already, and they wouldn't be able to offer him the same kind of contract. So when we first started talking about this the day after it happened, the question was, how much of a discount is Watt ready to take? Because if he's ready to take veteran minimum and just play for a championship, then that brings up teams like the maybe not. I mean, the Steelers family connection there, but that brings in the Packers. That brings in the Chiefs is a name that was thrown out there as somebody that, like, if he's just going to play for a championship, and sign for the minimum or close to the minimum, which is still plenty good money, he would have those options. But the fact that he is seriously considering the Browns, and one of the reasons is because of the cap space, I think that he's looking for one more lucrative contract, maybe a couple of years, not super long, obviously, at this stage, his age 32 season coming up. But he's looking for one more decent sized contract, which is, I mean, obviously, if the market will give it to him, he deserves to do that. And I think in Cleveland, you kind of get a little bit of both, because that team, I mean, they were one Rashard Higgins not reaching the football out from beating the Chiefs and being in the AFC Championship. So, and I understand Patrick Mahomes got hurt. You can't count on that happening every year. I get it, but they're close. Some people down there saying Watt will be with the Steelers. And I get that, right? Like, I get that he could go play with his brothers. It also, though, would be kind of fun if he goes to the opposite side of that Brown-Steelers rivalry, which can be so heated. So that would be kind of a fun spin on sibling rivalry as well.
Well, you get our guy Jeff, formerly of Ops, in the chat saying, and maybe seed night for NBA, Jeff, says the Watt brothers taking on the AFC North. How about this from the bearded mage? Is it mage? Says in the chat, and I don't know if this was mentioned in Mary Kay Cavitt's article or not, or if this is just theorizing, as we have a 2nd and 5 from the 9, 30 seconds gone by, second quarter. Sam Darnold dumps it over the top. Picked. The bearded mage writes, it's either going to be Chicago or Cleveland. His wife just got a job in Chicago, so either one puts him close to his family and his wife's job. These are obviously a couple of professionals that are used to spending their time apart. Not that is ever desirable, but they, him being in Houston all that time, it is something they are accustomed to already. Is that any influence to this situation? As we have a touchdown. To all but even this thing up once we get the Sam Ficken extra point. But a TD here for Brashad Perriman. Wide receiver for the Jets there. On the end of that Sam Darnold catch, or that Sam Darnold pass, Perriman captained in 3.8% of lineups, so not a lot of captaincy there. Owned in 36.2% of lineups. I have both of the receivers that have caught the touchdown, so my lineup looks good so far. That won't last long. So I'll enjoy it while I can.
Mm-hmm.
So was there any mention in that article of family, or was it just kind of about the Cleveland situation? And
not that I remembered that being in there. I don't see that. He's been linked to the Titans, the Bills, the Bears. I don't see anything in here about that, but I mean, I don't think you have to play, like you said. I don't think my initial reaction would be they haven't played in the same city for a very, very long time. They make it work. Why? And Chicago, Cleveland, Chicago, Green Bay is pretty close. I mean, there's a lot of teams in that general like driving distance, but I don't think that would be a determining factor given, as you said, the way that they have made it work to this point in their professional careers.
The artist formerly known as Jordan Lindenbaum, Jordan L in the chat, says Watt isn't signing for the minimum. It just kind of, we talked about this at
that's what I was saying.
This is not me insinuating he's definitely going to sign for the minimum, but this is something we talked about after he wanted his release from Houston. Was what is his priority ultimately? Is it family?
Exactly.
Then clearly number one is I'm going to Pittsburgh no matter what. I'm going to go play with my brothers, unless it's something related obviously to his wife and wanting to be closer to or even within the same city, in which case, hey, he's going to Chicago, he's going to play for the Bears. Is family number one? Is winning number one? If winning, the ring has eluded him to this point in his career. If he wants a Lombardi, if he wants to go chucking around Lombardi trophies like Tom Brady, then obviously he's probably going to have to be in a situation where he's taking
catching them from
less
Tom Brady
money, or catching them short, where he's making much less money than he is used to making, which is why we bring up the Packers, the Chiefs, the Bucks. Once upon a time in a land far, far away, the Patriots. Any type of place that he, might view a best possible opportunity to win a ring, then yeah, he's going to take a discount. But if his priority above all else is to still pay me what I'm worth, then sure, that's going to put teams like the Browns or, any even worse teams, non-contenders, into that conversation. So we just don't know. We don't know what JJ Watt's priority is.
Exactly. And we're not saying that he's a minimum player. Like, that is not a slam on his abilities at all. It's just, if he is going to prioritize the ring, like you said, then that does bring in other options like the Bills and like some of the other teams that you ran down, the Bucks. Although the Bucks have some space there. I mean, he was the 7th highest graded edge defender on Pro Football Focus last year. So we're still talking about a very high quality player at this point in his career. It's just he's not a long-term solution anywhere. So he's not going to go to a team that's building. He doesn't want to be part of a rebuild. I think that's what he just said, and I think that's why he got out of Houston.
And if ever there were a rebuild situation, especially if in fact Deshaun Watson does end up getting dealt, that is a rebuild like you read about. As we have a 2nd and 3, about 2 minutes gone, second quarter, 7-7 game. He is Zach Thompson. I'm Adam Kaufman, Drew, Bry Guy, and Frangelico, all with you. And I'm just going to include Jeff, formerly of Ops, who is in the chat as an honorary part of the crew, because he's been on this side of the Zoom window, and now obviously is just hanging out amongst the people. We got a first down pickup here by Le'Veon Bell out to the 38. David wants to know, what do you get for Chinese cough? Generally a pork fried rice is a mainstay. Got to have lo mein. Got to have a few of the apps. Big app guy. A beef and something dish, whether it's beef and mushrooms, beef and pea pods, beef and broccoli, beef and it's got to have a beef dish in there. My wife will tend to get a spicy chicken dish as well. That's not as much for me. I'm more the other things. How about you? What is your go-to for Chinese food?
Yeah, so all the stuff you mentioned is great. Pork fried rice is definitely top of the list for me. I actually have gotten into, over quarantine, making my own Chinese at home. And lo mein has become a staple. Does take a lot of time to cut everything up. Sure. But once you get it all cut the right size, it turns out really good, homemade, fresh, good stuff. So that's,
I know it's but can I come over?
Sure. Yeah. Come on over. That's usually a Saturday thing.
Okay.
But because it takes time, right? Like, you got to have a little bit of run up in the afternoon. Can't come off a sim and have that ready in 15 minutes. It's not that kind of a project. But Chris Hogan, who had a catch there while we were breaking down Chinese food, hang on, we'll get back to Chris Hogan. As we see a nice catch and run there.
Chris Hogan's career endeavors are not nearly as important as what you have for Chinese food.
It's very true. I'm more of the spicy chicken, like, for sure. I like the teriyaki. I will eat anything that is skewered and dipped in sauce and then grilled. That's great. Go. And the barbecue short ribs, The spare rib,
Yeah.
those, yep, big
I
fan
find
of those.
So I love those as well, but I find them, depending on the establishment at which you get your food, very hit and miss. Like and
True.
I'm someone who prefers more of a lean spare rib versus, because I mean, you go to some places and like half the thing is fat, you can't even eat it. It's
correct.
It's unfortunate.
To me, that is basically the way I decide what is a good Chinese place and what is not. Right, the quality of the because if you can get good pork fried rice and good boneless spare ribs, you're in a good starting place anyway.
Admittedly, it's pretty tough to screw up pork fried rice. Now, there are definitely some that it's better at some places than others, but you got to go out of your way to find like bad pork fried rice.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had some, like, you can go too heavy with the soy and get it super salty, or you can get it super greasy.
That's a good point.
Both of which are pass for me. I think the vegetable ratio is very important in pork fried rice. And then obviously the pork has to be good in it. So while it is a staple, if you get a really good version of it, then that's a place I'm going back to.
Especially if, Drew says could easily be dried out as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's pork fried rice is, like I said, it's as you said as well, top of the list. That's number one. You go to
number one.
Not that anyone is really, it's El Paso number one. Not that anybody is, I imagine, really doing much of this right now. Another Chris Hogan catch. But I mean, you get the fried rice at a hibachi steakhouse that they make right in front of you. That's that's the cream of the crop fried rice right there. That's it. I mean, it doesn't come any better.
I'm a big fan of that. Like where they'll cook the egg right there and then chop it up and mix it all in. Yep, with you on that. Look forward to when we can get back to that. I'm hungry now.
Yeah, we got the guru says Chinese food talk a little too early for me in Cali. Nonsense, the guru. This is not
pork fried rice is
the nooner, the eye opener. It is also this is the West Coast breakfast sim. So we're just getting you set. Drew said he's already thinking about calling an audible for dinner tonight.
Yeah, pork fried rice and fried rice in general. Yeah, I could eat that any time of the day too. That's a fine breakfast. Nothing wrong with that for breakfast.
There is literally no day that if you said to me, "Hey, you want Chinese tonight?" I would say no. That day does not exist.
That is, I agree with you on that. My was Sam Darnold on throw. 3rd and 3. Could have run for the first down, possibly even the touchdown. Instead, threw it away out of the back of the end zone, and we're going to get another Ficken field goal.
Little chip shot. Even Sam Ficken in Simland can't miss this.
We would hope.
Yeah, so it takes us to the 2-minute warning, and the Jets take a 10-7 lead. Unrelated to Chinese food, how dare I? Sean says, nice NBA lineup last night there, Koff. So it was that was a wild, I know you played. That was a wild night in NBA for scores. I mean, you could have any number of different combinations for lineups and just absolutely explode. Like, I think I had my classic, because I was in a couple of different slates. I think my classic lineup went for 330, something like that. And even that, I saw lineups out there. Poppy Herb, if he's with us in the chat, I saw him put up 370 last night. It was crazy.
Scores. Tons of points everywhere. Very chalky. Top of the salary chart options that went off for monster nights. John Wall, and his return, and then you had
Randall, Harden.
All of them hit, and the cheap plays that people used to get those guys in there also went off, right? Like all the guys that jumped in the starting lineup, right? Because of all the other
Nwaba went for like 50 points.
Exactly. So that because of that, it was just such a high scoring night overall. I was pretty heavily in the late games. It was just kind of the way my classic slate worked out.
Yeah.
And by the time the early games were done, I was like, I think I might have to hit 400 to end up winning. And even though I had a decent night, it wasn't.
What'd you go for ultimately?
I think I did get over 3, but not much over 3.
I did a 10, just a 10 o'clock, a late slate, those 3 games build. And even that one went for like 315. It was just, I mean, last night was one of those nights, like if that was the last, like one of the first times you played NBA DFS, you think, boy, putting up 300 is easy. This is a cakewalk.
Yeah. Do I have to get to 400?
Yeah.
Because 300 is like normal. No, last night was just crazy amounts of points. And really, like I said, all over the place, right? Like the chalky top of the chart fades and the chalky top of the chart plays and the chalky bargain plays all hit. So yeah, you needed to be heavily invested in the Rockets as it turned out.
Yeah, Wizards too. I mean, Beal and Westbrook both went off. I mean, just that game, just stacking that game.
That game, and then the Nets. The Nets all had pretty solid games too. James Harden leading them out there. They play again tonight in Phoenix as the showdown. If you want more information on that, playbook.draftkings.com has a full write-up on the showdown. Saw that earlier up there.
Another night with a lot of good guys too. I mean, you got Jokic and LeBron and Giannis and Harden and Tatum and Towns and Middleton, all Ingram, all these guys to choose from tonight.
Yeah, with the accelerated schedule and just so many more games every night, I feel like every night is a big slate, right? Like every night feels like there is plenty of options. Even with the cancellations that we're unfortunately starting to see, there's still plenty of options out there because the teams are playing so often. It will be very interesting to see kind of as the season winds down and when we get the schedule for the post All-Star break part of the season, how they're going to balance all that out. Because some teams obviously have a lot more games to make up, and are they going to make them all up? Are they going to have it be winning percentage? Are they going to try and spread out the games for the other teams, or give them significant, like a week at the end where it's just all makeup games? But then if you do that, does that hurt the teams that didn't have any cancellations or had fewer cancellations?
Right.
So there's a lot of really interesting how that's going to play out coming down the stretch. As we see that run by Sam Darnold for a first down. Jets with one more chance to add to their lead before we get to halftime. It is the 101.
I was just going to say.
Timeout right there. We haven't seen that.
Standard 101 stoppage.
I feel like we haven't seen that in a couple Sims anyway.
1st and 10 from the 34. It is the 10-7 Jets leading with the ball, looking for more before the break. Darnold, he's got plenty of time and space. Short pass to the right, completed. Did he get to the first?
I think he did.
Bell did. 1st and 10 from the 45. So just catching up, way behind in the chat. My man Justin works over at Louisville Slugger, says, the Slug is closed today, Koff, enjoying the free day. Justin, thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate it. Lindenbaum says, the artist formerly known as, maybe I should change my name to that. It's better than Jordan L. You can do better than that, right? Johnny Heiss says, Koff, J.J. Watt's going to command minimum $13 million a year. He's worth 3 years with a 4th-year option. What I mean, all right. So let's go back for a second. Let's say that you are a believer that J.J. Watt is going to prioritize money over all the other things that we talked about. What kind of salary do you think he could command on the open market?
I mean, it depends on the years, right? Like if you're going to give him a 1-year deal, I think you could actually go even higher than that, maybe like 15, maybe even higher than that. If you go 1 year, we're just going to, pay up for 1 year rather than get stuck with him in year 2 or year 3 where he's declining skills. Overall, that value seems a little high for me, but I wouldn't want to give him a 3rd year. I would want a 2-year deal or shorter, just because he is a little bit older. I mean, again, it feels like he's been around forever. This is only his age 32 season. Defensive lineman, obviously a little bit different than quarterbacks. He's not going to stick around Tom Brady long. Deep throw down the middle, incomplete. But yeah, we'll see how it all plays out. I would rather my team, like if you're saying Patriots, since that's the team we both cheer for, I would want a short-term deal with J.J. Watt. I don't want anything. 2 years would be as long as I would want them to go.
Drew brings up a good point, says, I don't think you ask for your release when you're owed $17.5 million and then prioritize money.
See, to me, that's why I think there's a chance he signs for significantly less. But I also think that there is probably a midpoint, right? Like he's not going to sign for the minimum, but he's not going to prioritize 100% winning.
Team's actually competitive, though.
Right, like somewhere in the middle. Like the Browns feel like a team that has the cap space to give him a significant deal, even if it's a little less. But he's in a place where a couple things go their way, and they're a serious contender.
It's been a while since our man Jeff has done one of these. In fact, they used to be Gary and Thorne stories, but he writes, skewered, dipped in sauce, and grilled, the Zach Thompson story.
There we go.
I missed those. I was just with Gary and doing a little
good to me.
National League West talk before our sim got going. So look for that on the Dream Stream a little bit later on with Gary and Bukes. Little NL West preview. We were at
the
it
NL West
for almost a half hour. 40 yards on the ground for Le'Veon Bell so far. Where are things standing? Let's see. My lineup stinks. Out of 172, I'm in 162nd currently. I hope you are better representing the commentator tandem here.
39 right now. 39. So yeah, hanging in there. Need more from Bell. I do have both touchdowns, which helps. I have Perryman and Ruggs in my flex spots, but I need Bell to deliver me some more points, as many do, obviously. Not an awful game for him at this point. About 10, just under 10 fantasy points in a flex spot. But looking for more. Chris Hogan is having himself a nice game. 4 catches, 56 yards for him. The future lacrosse star ?
Yeah, maybe. So he is.
We'll see.
So he's declared himself for the PLL draft, right? That's where we're at.
Very cool. Hogan. Yes.
As we know, it's been talked about for a long time. Chris Hogan played lacrosse in college.
Really?
We all know this. Yeah, I know this is. And did you also know that Ryan Fitzpatrick went to Harvard and Julian Edelman used to be a quarterback? And there are a great many of these things that
I had not heard.
Yeah, and these are all true, and I bet everyone could come up with about 10 more of these at least. But so and as I saw our guy Glash, who's apparently hanging out in the Twitch chat and sending his TikTok videos around to the people because you can't drop links into the YouTube chat. We know this,
right?
So he's over there with the Twitch fam right now. He I think tweeted saying, I guess we have to change it to Chris Hogan plays lacrosse as opposed to played lacrosse. But I will tell you this much. Did you watch his beyond the article about declaring and trying to go back and do this here in his early 30s? Did you watch the video of him training? I mean, the man's still got, I don't know a lot
he's
about
got
lacrosse, but he's got moves.
It looked impressive to me.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it might be Yao Ming against the folding chair, right? Because I don't know how that'll work in competition, but yeah, it looked impressive to me.
Looked sharp.
It'll be fun to see how that plays out for him. Kind of
it's half full in the chat. Just tuned in. Conf rematch tonight. Send it. Get those head-to-heads going, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, I hope it works. It'd be a great story. It'd be a really fun story, obviously, if Chris Hogan, goes and does play professional lacrosse. I just wonder where this is coming from. Meaning, is he punting on his NFL career? Is he thinking that there's just not?
I think he was
in him, and therefore he's looking to do something different, but he doesn't quite want to retire.
He bounced around a little bit last year. So yeah, I would think he's kind of either seeing or feeling that the end of the road is upon him in the NFL, and if he can go play lacrosse for a little bit, that's kind of cool too. Obviously, a lot more money in the NFL than in lacrosse.
Yeah, he's not going to be paid nearly the same.
No, it's going to be a little bit of a pay cut, but I don't think he'll do both at the same time. I don't think it would be worth the risk of injury if an NFL team is interested in him. I don't think the lacrosse would be worth the risk of injury. Because there is, the lacrosse players usually have other jobs.
Right. Yeah. You can't be more often than not, you can't be a full-time professional lacrosse player. The
right.
Salary structure is just not there for it. Now, that being said, Chris Hogan has made enough money in his life that I think he could focus all of his attention on lacrosse.
Right. That's why. So go do it. That's fine.
Those cannot.
Yeah, I wasn't saying he would need a second job. I was saying I don't think he would do football and lacrosse because I think as long as he could, he would focus on football and get the money from that and then play lacrosse when his career's over. And maybe he feels like that would be now. I did have, I was ready for the Marcus Mariota talk, and we can get to that. But I thought the more interesting NFL story that came out this morning was Chris Carson. Did you see this? Did you see this note? So this is from the Athletics, Michael Sean, I think it's Duggar, who is the Athletics Seahawks guy, which, by the way, the Athletic has great coverage of the Seahawks and really everyone. But Duggar's excellent. He's their guy on the Seahawks. And basically said Chris Carson's done in Seattle. Chris Carson's not going to want to take the deal that the Seahawks would give him. They don't want to franchise tag him, and they will probably move on from him after this season. His rookie deal just ran out, and that could mean that the Seahawks are going to take in a running back, because they do kind of like to mix and match and put in young running backs, and even the ones they don't draft high usually end up as Brashad Perriman to the end zone.
Again, that's 2 today for Perriman.
Kind of broke free there and looked like he wasn't sure what to do once he broke free of the defender covering him, then found his way to the end zone for his second score.
The only bright spot of my lineup right now.
Yeah, you do have Perryman. Well, there you go.
That's it, though. I don't have Darnold. It'd be nice if I had that stack going.
Yeah, right.
So Glash
is
in the chat, who I took down in NBA last night. He brings that up. I'm not going out of my way to do that. But it was closely contested. I think we both went for over 300. So yes, Glash, you are getting better, and I'm proud of you. Glash is talking about lacrosse. The sport is growing. The Rabels are building something special to make it full-time work. Also, PLL, cool. Proud partner with the DK Sportsbook over the summer. It's true. What is, and I will certainly defer to one Brendan Glasheen when it comes to lacrosse knowledge. It is not my specialty. I imagine a lot of his passion for lax came from our time at Syracuse, where, one of the predominant programs in the country. For a number of years. I don't know if that's still the case or not, but certainly when I was there, a perennial national contender and multiple-time champ. The Rabels before that, the Powells, among others. There are some really dominant lacrosse families, but absolutely. The PLL is growing. Obviously, you had that merging between Major League Lacrosse and Premier Lacrosse League, and even some teams like the Boston Cannons switch leagues. So it's great to see. It's just a little little ways away from, we're not going to talk about lacrosse for some time in the same way that we talk about football and basketball and baseball and hockey, or certainly soccer. But a growing sport with a lot of interest from youths or youths. Absolutely. No question about it. It is rapidly ascending. Oh boy. We were in safety territory there for a second.
We were. That was weird. It said timeout at the top of the screen instead of flag. At first, I was like, why are the Jets calling a timeout in the middle of the play? But it will be a holding penalty. Now we're definitely in safety territory on the 2nd and 28.
Sam.
Almost got picked.
Our car, pardon me. Gladys says Syracuse number 4 in the nation. So there we go. Drew says he went to a Cannons game back in 2019. It was a lot of fun. That's what I hear.
Yep.
I've not been, but I hear it's a great take. It's a lot of fun.
Yep. I was at, a lot of college lacrosse, but I've not gone to one of the professional lacrosse games. It would be a good time. I'm sure minor league baseball is another kind of fun thing you can go to. We've gone to the Lowell Spinners game. We went down to Pawtucket a couple times. It's a lot of fun.
Lowell Spinners no more for right now anyway.
I know. Yeah, trying to figure out what they're going to do now that not part of the minor league restructuring. It's too bad. That park and that experience was a lot of fun. I'm sure they will get something started there.
The Guru says, what happened to the crowd noise? Sorry, hang on. We're just gonna do that.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We don't
at all times though.
Yep.
Brad guy said it was making that chopper sound again. Well, the kids had to go to daycare. Had to come pick up the kids in the chopper, take them off to school. Come on back.
It's the way it works around here.
Our man Jared, Portland Sea Dogs, great time.
Portland Sea Dogs, yep, for sure.
See the Woo Sox now, says Drew.
Yeah, they're that stadium is also supposed to be really nice. I've not seen the new stadium, but I know where they were putting it in Worcester, and kind of revitalizing that whole neighborhood where it was going to go in. And once they're to the point where they can have the fans there and the fan experience like they designed it anyway, I think it'll be an awesome game to go to. And it's kind of fun as a family. It's a little bit easier to stomach those prices for a Lowell Spinners game or a Woo Sox game than a family outing to Fenway. Although, I mean, Fenway is unbeatable and you got to do that every once in a while, sure. But you can't do it too many times before you go broke. And Sam Darnold should have gone broke right there. Should have gotten picked off. I thought the defender had it and was going the other way, but dropped.
Silly Sally wants to play his damn cough. You should try some scope in the morning. AJ Fat said before the crowd noise came back, it's so quiet I can hear Koff's thoughts. Jason says, is this game blurry for anyone? Jason, it is... I don't know what it looked like before, at least in this moment, it is just you. Jeff, formerly of Ops, clearing up any confusion, says, similar to the user stumble issue, there is a known Madden bug with the timeout flag pop-up. To accurately track timeouts, please reference the green timeout buttons below the team names. It's important to know, these things do happen, obviously, when you simulate roughly 2,000 games. You're going to come
It was kind of cool. It was a mid-play timeout. I was like, oh, that's basketball style right there.
Person Alan, I can't vouch for this, but I will take this person's word for it, says I was also the Paw Sox mascot in 2019. Have you ever in your travels, in your professional workings, Zach, had the opportunity to put on a mascot outfit? I was a mascot, not regularly, like, for a season or something like that, but I have done the mascot thing a few times, and it's fun. It is a good time. Those things reek. You want to talk about stinky? Those things are gross on the inside, but the fun and the freedom of just putting on one of those things and knowing that you can walk around doing basically whatever the hell you want it is such an incredible feeling.
People expect you to go absolutely crazy. Okay, you get to go absolutely crazy. That's kind of cool. No, I have not. I've never had the responsibility, the privilege of putting on a mascot uniform. So I will. What do you want to divulge what mascot it was, or is that a top secret?
No. My first job out of school, my job was not to be a mascot, but it was for a minor league baseball team, the Auburn Doubledays, who are no more, okay. But at the old New York Penn League, and at least I don't think, I feel like they folded, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Anyway, Auburn Doubledays in the Blue Jays organization, the New York Penn League, short season single A. It's as you may or may not know, people out there, when you work in minor league sports, especially at those lower levels, you don't have these giant staffs like professional teams or even AAA teams have. You might have 10 people tops doing everything for an entire organization. So a lot of things will fall under the umbrella. So I was the broadcaster for the team, but I also handled media and community relations and graphic design and wrote stories for the program and any number of different things, right? But among those tasks, I would occasionally, for a public event, if we were short on people, have to throw on the mascot outfit and go and just walk around as Abner Doubleday and float around, do the thing
with the mustache,
with the mustache, the giant head, and it was
so
it's great because you can just like, I would be such a jerk about it too, because you can, I mean, you could you put on a mascot outfit, man. Like you could just walk into a restaurant and just walk on back into the kitchen. Like no one is ever going to stop a mascot from doing just about anything. Like, yeah, mascot you could probably go, yeah, mascot things. Exactly. Like don't get unsanitary. Don't do anything illegal. But as long as someone around you thinks, yeah, this could be funny, or then you can get away with it. And it's like, I mean, it'd be just in your, honestly, as in your spare time, like if you can, I don't care how much money you make, if you could find a side gig just once in a while, put on a mascot outfit for the $50 a day that it'll pay you or whatever it is, do it, because you get some sort of adrenaline rush that you're not going to get out of your daily job. I mean, where's our personality? You gotta let us know. You can speak to it better than me.
That's funny. That is funny. I had not ever thought of a mascot uniform or a mascot outfit that way, but yeah, I guess it's true. Kind of whatever you want to do.
Glash says you would do that, doll collector. Glash, you are the last person to critique somebody's outfits. Sir. Personality, I was in the Bristol Day Parade as a mascot. Got heat stroke in it. That's not great.
Not great, no. Nice, great throw there to Brashad Perryman, who's having himself quite a day. 25 yards on that grab. Already has the 2 touchdowns.
Fourth quarter.
While we've been
17-7 game, Jets are in front.
While we've been on this broadcast, actually, The Athletic has reported that Mike Davis of the Carolina Panthers could be a nice fit for Pete Carroll's Seahawks, which makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
As we were talking about Chris Carson, they said Chris Carson probably done there. But Mike Davis, who had a very nice run filling in for Christian McCaffrey this past season, might be a nice fit out there. Interesting.
Tom Carroll has a mascot-size head. Tom Ace there has got a melon on those shoulders. There's no question.
Hey!
Le'Veon Bell gets a touchdown.
Jets have this one pretty much in hand after that score, already with a 10-point lead. Now they'll bump that up to 17. The Raiders offense has really shown no signs of anything, and that will definitely help my lineup because I have Bell as my captain. Also have Perryman.
Bell.
Yep. I needed the help too. I was slipping down the leaderboard.
Yeah, I am still in dire straits, but Stud 2 is in front right now by about 2 points with Darnold in the captain spot, who's got north of 30 points, and the bonus is absolutely in play. He's sitting around 250.
Sure.
Bell, Ruggs, Crowder, Herndon, and Perriman. So very much a Jets stack that we've got going on right here. Matter of fact, okay, yeah, I was going to say that's like they don't allow all Jets. Ruggs and 5 Jets.
There you go. Yeah, that feels about right in this game so far. 24-7. It has been all Jets, and then Ruggs has the 1 touchdown for the Raiders. So almost a waste of time to have any other Raiders besides Ruggs at this point. See what Carr can do to change that. Right now, it is a very close race for the Not My Kid award between your guy, Tyrell Williams, and Darren Waller. Waller has 2 catches, just 20 yards, and Tyrell Williams just 1 catch at this point. It was Ruggs with another reception on that play.
Drew notes only the 3rd total touchdown for Bell his last 7 games, but he hasn't gone for below 10 fantasy points in any of those, so he is obviously not
yardage
independent producer. Brother Phil, when I first moved out to California,
a lot of that is volume.
I took a gig as a mascot for a Mexican restaurant as a 7-foot red chili pepper or chile pepper in a big gaudy sombrero. And Koff is right, you can do anything you want, and I did. Spicy. Claudio, told myself not to play Jacobs, and I still got him. Never again.
Never, ever. In real life either. Just kidding. This has nothing to do with that.
He's burned me in real life too, though, man.
Isn't he the one who like trolled everybody with the I'm not gonna play? No, I'm gonna play. No, I'm not gonna play. Like before the game, as they go for it on fourth down.
Remember, but you may be right.
I think there was something on like his Instagram or something where they had reported he was going to be active, and he put out there that he wasn't going to play. I just remember that everybody was mad at him one Sunday this last season because he was trolling people on social media, which bothers some people about their fantasy team. Gets both feet down there, so that's another catch for, was that Ruggs or Williams? No, Richard with the catch. Interesting, they had him lined up out wide. Did convert the fourth down, so the Raiders continue to drive with just over 5 minutes left in this one. Bunch formation to the top of the screen with Waller. I think that's Renfro up there and Williams. Ruggs in the other spot, and that sometimes they like that go route out of that single ISO across from the trips formation. And that is where they go. Ruggs with the go route for that catch. Building on his big day. Really the only Raider who has showed up.
First and
There's
10.
Waller.
That is completed out to the 26, halfway through the fourth quarter. Very lopsided game, obviously. Your lineups are not done, but this game is. It's 24-7. The Jets are in front. No hope for the Raiders to come back and win this thing. Let's, just to honor the title of this role, let's talk a little potential QB movement.
Let's do it.
These teams. What is your gut feeling right now? Jets side first, even though the Raiders have the ball. Gut feeling right now. Deshaun Watson a Jet, Sam Darnold still a Jet. Darnold moved away, and at number 2, they draft a quarterback. How does this play out for New York?
Gut feeling, and this is all this is. I think they land Deshaun Watson. I think eventually they give up enough, along with the number 2 pick, to land Deshaun Watson. I think Darnold then gets traded. Depending on where Wentz ends up, I honestly think Indy's probably a pretty solid landing place for Darnold. That's what I would, again, if we're just going gut feeling, that's what makes the most sense. I think that's where he ends up, in Indy with Frank Reich, and kind of tries to turn his career back around, or get his career going, depending on how you look at it, there in Indy. There's Jacobs walking it in for that score. So maybe you gave up on him a little early. Maybe he heard you saying you were never going to play him again, and he's here to show you that you shouldn't do that. You should play him.
I'm going to play. I'm not going to play. I'm going to score.
All right.
I'm not. All right. I'll score a touchdown. There you go.
If I have to.
Cruised on in, as Zach said. I thought it was interesting. I saw, and maybe there are just so many former Patriots that work in the media, national media, that oftentimes it feels like things come back to a Patriots bias. And I don't mean from me. I mean from, those players bringing up Patriots-related storylines. But the reason I bring this up, Deshaun Watson, I saw Rob Ninkovich on ESPN saying that he believes Watson is going to go to the Dolphins in a Tua swap, and that Rob Gronkowski is going to play again, but not for Tampa. He's going to stay in Florida, and he's going to go to Miami and play with Watson.
Interesting. That would definitely be a surprise, but if that's what happens, then we'll say Ninkovich was right. I think if Gronk plays, it'll be with Tampa, but
me too. And Brady, it's more about Brady than it even is Tampa. It's about just not wanting to play with any other quarterback. But the reason I bring that up,
I don't hate the Tua. I don't hate that move either.
More about Watson. Do you, obviously you said you believe Watson's going to the Jets, but are the Dolphins going to make this interesting, or are they going to really push for it?
No, I think they run Tua back again. I think they need to figure out if he is. That first year for Tua, he came in with the injury. I don't think they really should have played him at all.
Kind of a redshirt season?
I think that's what should have happened. It's not what happened. They went to him. He struggled, but I don't think you can pull the plug on it after he struggled in a season that you didn't probably plan on him playing. or at least in an ideal world would not have had to go to him. I don't think you give up on him after just one season. I think they should give him another year. That would be my call. But I don't know that if you're the Texans, Tua and the number 3 overall pick is a better trade package than the number 2 overall pick. I think number 2 is better. You get your quarterback there.
Yep.
So to me, I think that it's a better offer that the Jets can make, and the Jets should, and I ultimately think will make. Oh, they're going to go for it on 4th and 2. Interesting here. Up 10, still going to go for it rather than punt and pin him deep. And they're going to get it, which pretty much puts this one.
Yeah, I'll seal it.
In the books. I mean, there's still a little bit of time here, but
interesting.
Raiders just have one more time.
Here, though. Jared says, are the Jets better with Watson once they give up the assets to get him, because they're already worse than the Texans? And this is something that I've been bringing up for a while too. If you're Watson, to go to the Jets, are you really in a better place? Now, maybe you're just outside of what you view as a dysfunctional organization, and for you it's a start. But I mean, you've got nothing around you.
True. I don't know that the Jets are. I mean, I think the Jets are better with Watson than they are with Darnold. I think what they would give up would definitely hurt them, and would probably, I don't think, even if you had Watson, let's say the trade goes down, I don't think the Jets are a playoff team next year. I don't think they have enough pieces around Watson. But I do think if you're the Jets, you're better off doing that than continuing your rebuild with Darnold. Maybe, you draft a quarterback at 2, but I feel like you're still hoping that quarterback, whoever that is, whether it's Zach Wilson or Justin Fields, you're hoping that eventually they might get to Deshaun Watson's level, where you just accelerated your rebuild by getting Deshaun Watson already in place, and then you can build around him. Obviously, that's going to take time. It's not going to happen right away. So I think it makes sense for the Jets to do it. I think it makes sense for the Texans to take their offer. And that's why I think ultimately that's the deal that gets done. We'll see. I mean, fumble. That makes things a little interesting. Although I think the Jets grabbed it. They did. Le'Veon Bell, fumble recovery. No fantasy points for that, but it just happened. Now they'll probably kick a field goal since it is 4th and 11.
But will they get it from 44 with Sam Ficken? That is what I want to know.
I doubt it, but we'll find out. I'm thinking no.
And the Jets make it a 13-point lead. The kick is up. It's away. It is no good. Sam Ficken, everybody. Old reliable, because he's reliably unreliable.
He's reliably awful. Yeah, now we'll get a... Hey, if this goes to Ruggs, he could hit the bonus.
Oof.
Nope. Incomplete. There. Looking for Waller, I believe, there. Yeah, the Jets, even when they look good and are up by 10, they still find a way to kind of end the game on a down note.
Two-way tie for first currently in our smaller free roll with Ruggs in the captain spot, Bell, Darnold, Waller, Hogan, and Perriman. We'll see.
There we go. Nice little lineup there. One real quick as we wrap things up here, I did want to mention, because I did see what you called this and expected that we'd talk about Marcus Mariota. We've still got 3 seconds. Let's go quickly.
Do it.
Marcus Mariota, I think he's a great fit for Washington. I think that's where he should go, will go. And I think Washington returns to the playoffs next year with Marcus Mariota as the quarterback. And I think they win the NFC East again.
Whoa.
Got it all in.
A lot right there. I like that.
Boom.
So obviously, if you're the Raiders, then you are, not that you aren't already, but you are further, fully committing to Derek Carr by getting rid of Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, I think that they have decided that Carr is their quarterback. I think what they did in signing Mariota and bringing him in and letting him play that one game, which apparently convinced everyone he's ready to be a quarterback again, a starting quarterback, was a great service for Mariota, and it worked for them as a solid backup for Carr. But I think they'll go out and get another backup. I don't think it'll be Mariota. I think they'll end up sending him to Washington.
Darnold, 256, couple of touchdowns. Carr, 153. He had a score. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers as well, and then give out our awards as we always do. Bell, 18 for 74, touchdown. Jacobs, he wasn't busy, 4 for 7, but he did have a score.
Got
2
the
for
score.
25 for Darnold. Richard, 2 for 16. Crowder ran the ball once right back to the line of scrimmage. And again,
we didn't even talk about Crowder
catchers as well. What's that?
We didn't even talk about Crowder. The reports that he has the potential to possibly be released this offseason as well.
This could be it's just shaping up to be a fascinating,
it's gonna be wild, man.
movement. Ruggs, 8 for 81, a score, 2 touchdowns for Perriman, 4 for 76. Herndon, 6 for 38. Hogan, 6 for 67, the future PLL player. Bell, 4 for 27. Richard, 3 for 19. Crowder, as mentioned, 4 for 43, 3 for 32 for Waller, who was very quiet for his ownership, and maybe that will get him an undesirable award. But you tell me, where are we going? Who is the Krustikov player of the game first?
Player of the game is Perryman with his 2 touchdowns and 76 yards on 4 catches. So solid day for him. The high scorer, at least in the lineups that I've seen to this point, looks like he had the best total, just barely over Ruggs, who did have the 8 catches to help his 1 touchdown almost be even with Perryman. But the Not My Kid award is sorry, it's your boy Tyrell Williams, just 1 catch for 15 yards. So yeah, disappointing day for Waller and quite honestly for Carr and the Raiders as well. But the biggest disappointment is that wide receiver 1, Tyrell Williams, who could also be on the move this offseason, but disappointing in this sim today.
I will give the utmost disrespect and honorable mention to Darren Waller with that 79% ownership and 23% in the captain spot, going just 3 for 32 today. Absolutely gross,
not good
performance by Darren Waller.
I agree, but Williams was just as bad, actually a little bit worse.
No, I hear you. Artist formerly known as Jordan Lindenbaum, 9th in the Koff game, 200th in the main, with
nice.
A dime. Not even enough for a quarter arcade buy-in. Sorry, pal.
There's dime arcades as well.
There you go. You can't do
10-cent contest.
So here's what we got. Going 5 more sims.
What happened to Hunter Renfrow, by the way? Hunter Renfrow, Nelson Aguilar, both of them, I think, finished with the bagel, right?
The bagel for Renfrow for sure, because he was in my lineup. As far as Aguilar, who I
don't think Aguilar had any either.
I came very close to rostering both. Yeah, he had a bagel as well.
You were gonna have both?
I almost had both so I could pay up elsewhere, and then I was like, no, that's just insanity, and I'm not gonna do that. Don't do that to yourself, Adam.
The double bagel.
Yeah. Oh, gross. So 5 more sims today. I'll be back with you for a Dolphins Packers showdown with Christian DeAndrea in an hour, almost on the nose. Few minutes less than that for pregame coverage. And then it's Emerson Latzia with Christian for Chargers Browns for the early bird special after the Madden matinee. That's at 4. 6 o'clock, the happy hour sim. We got the Panthers and Texans. Emerson with Jason Rossi for his lone appearance of the day. And then we got a Glash Tom stack for primetime and Madden After Dark. Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll. Chiefs Jaguars at 8, and then at 10, break out the disco balls for Buccaneers and Giants. It's gonna get crazy. You can almost
it always does
after he's done finishing his latest TikTok video. So all that being said, this was a pleasure. Just a one and done for you here today, but Zach will return for a pair tomorrow at 2 and 4. We will not be together, but I know you will still have fun.
I will do the best that I can.
Probably less Chinese food talk, more quarterback movement talk, but
who
anything knows? Is possible. Thanks to Drew. Thanks to Bry Guy, for Angelico, Jeff, formerly of Ops, hanging out in the chat. He is Zach Thompson. I'm Adam Kaufman. Talk to you again in a little less than an hour. Look forward to it. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Simland. Good to see you, and right in the nick of time. Lineups locking momentarily, and we will take you out to Christian's backyard, virtual Green Bay, as the Packers are getting set to square off with the Miami Dolphins. He is Christian DeAndrea. I'm Adam Kaufman, back with you again. First of two for Christian. I'm wrapping up my day here in Simland with this one, but we got the Mad Matinee, let's find out what's going on in Christian's backyard. Fittingly enough, free roll that we called this thing. We've got a whole bunch of entries, north of 180, which is great to see. How are you, man?
I'm good. I'm excited now, and I have no idea what to think of my own lineup in this one. I kind of want to get.
In fairness, I feel that way all the time.
Yeah, I want to get my own best judgment in this one because the Dolphins have that great secondary, that very highly rated secondary, and yet I still put Davante Adams in the captain spot because I went back and I looked. What's this guy been doing lately? What's he did? What last time he faced this Miami Dolphins team? 4 catches, 142, a pair of touchdowns, nearly 34 points in the flex. So I was like, you know what? Let's get him in that captain spot. I got Devontae. I got Aaron Jones. I got Matt Breida because he's been on a heater lately. And I got Mike Gesicki, my pay down options in this one. Jakeem Grant, who shows up. He's cheap. And Mason Crosby, who I may regret horribly. Koff, how about your lineup? What is your team looking like as we – oh, man, this is – producer Bry guy. This is
how are we even supposed to know who's got the ball short of just looking up at the arrow next to Green Bay right now? Aaron Rodgers with a completion. Yeah, Drew says we are challenging the people out there. Hopefully everyone has got 2020 and nay, that might not do the trick. You're going to need like 2010, 2015 vision to make out the Green Bay logo. I love it. You know what? Let's mix it up.
We're looking at like leg stripes to differentiate right now.
I can tell you there was a fumble and one of these teams has the ball.
Yeah. Well, one of these vaguely pastel teams has the ball, and we're going to get the booth review. Producer Drew, any colorblind people out there will not be happy. As one of said colorblind people, just a nightmare for me. At least the helmets are kind of different colors.
Michael says, WTF, I'm colorblind. Edge, these colors, seriously? So here's what I have in my lineup. I did what I often do when it involves the Packers, and that is Devin Funchess in the captain spot. Surrounded by, love bunches of Funches. Have Aaron Rodgers, and the fumble was overturned, by the way. Went back to Green Bay as Rodgers slings it, completed. It's hard to say. To quote Night Pause on Twitch, did the mild cheddar get it there, or did the sharp cheddar get it? So Funchess in the captain spot, Rodgers, Aaron Jones, Matt Breida, and then stack them kickers, actually. I've got Jason Sanders and Mason Crosby is what I decided to go with. Yeah, the old Rossi special.
I mean, Sanders got that strong leg. One of the better kickers out there is Aaron Jones. Gets the fumble overturned, but immediately runs into trouble. So loses a chunk of yardage there. Godcho making it 2nd and long for this Packer team. Yeah, the Packers playing at home. We got a sunny day in Green Bay, which it is actually sunny here. It's still a nightmare. It snowed last night. I spent my morning clearing snow out in 5-degree temperatures. Caught my fingies. Still, yeah.
Gross. That's always the worst when you're out there. Even if you're having fun playing with the kids or something like that, but when you're actually out there doing that work, shoveling or snow blowing or whatever it may be, and maybe you got to go out there with the 2 pairs of gloves, I guess, because when you get that, and it's not true frostbite, obviously, but you get that frostbitten feeling in the fingertips where it actually, you come inside and you go and run them under warm water and they hurt. You are in actual physical pain. That right there. Interception on the part of Miami. So the fumble didn't work out, but the interception does. I think Terrace, who wrote this in the chat earlier, perfect point, says, I can't tell with these colors who's on what team, and neither can the players.
Yeah, you got to look at the helmets. That's the differentiating point for me here, because the jerseys look exactly the same as, big run from Breida. He's fast. I don't think they're going to catch him, but I don't think it's going to stand. He ripped off an 80-yarder, but is it coming back, or is this a face mask? One of two when you get a flag that early in the play. And, you're showing the lineman doing the walk of shame. That means Matt Breida ran 80 yards for nothing, Cough.
That's not true. He got lots of exercise. Yeah. Sim Breida got a little workout in.
And apparently the hold came 8 yards downfield too, so it might not have even been necessary. 1st and 12 coming up, and now not nearly as successful. But hey, Breida gets 8 on that carry. So.
Yeah, after the old 1st and 12 that you come across all the time. Yeah. So we have a 2nd and 4, 3 minutes gone here in the opening quarter. Packers and Dolphins. CDA, AK, Drew, Bry, Guy, Frangelico, all happy to be here with you. Thank you very much. Hit that like button as we are getting close to about 150.
Yeah. So 2 drives, 2 very bad quarterback scrambles that end in a loss. First time, it was Aaron Rodgers rolling out to his left, getting smoked in the backfield. That time, Tua fails to feel the pressure, and Zadarius gets him on that one. 3rd and long coming up for what has been a good sim for defenses and a terrible sim for the colorblind.
3rd and 9 from the 21. That is completed and a little shy of the first as Tua with his first completion. We got a 4th and 2. Will they be aggressive, the AI, and go for it? That's the question. Obviously not in a good spot on the field. You would think the safest move is the kick, but I will never tell the AI to not be bold.
Too deep, so we gotta get there. It comes, this is a situation where the Packers brought back a throwback. Tavon Austin was returning punch for them, as that was like a 70-yard punt, 60 plus on that one, from the 28 all the way to the 10. Not Tavon Austin here. It's Tyler Irvin instead, and now Aaron Rodgers gets a chance to lead his team 75 yards. He's got to overcome that early interception, which basically served as an arm punt. And
off the helmet, he got it! Wow!
So that was a tip drill to Funch off the hands of Davante Adams and to the wide receiver, too, the man who opted out this season. And maybe he would have been the difference between a NFC Championship run and a Super Bowl run. We'll never know.
Bry Guy says, is Adams getting an assist, though? It's a good question. 1st and 10. 3 minutes left here in the first, and Rodgers completes that pass for a first down into the hands of MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. So we basically got the yellow against the peach, right? I think that's the simplest way to boil down these uniforms today.
I gotta be right, because or is it like the bright? The Dolphin is like a bright orange. Again, I have no color nuance ability here. Navy blue and black are the same to me, and I can basically see primary colors, and that's it. As Rodgers keeps this drive going, 3 for 3 now.
Punch us again.
Yeah, 2 to Funch, 1 to MVS, and we've seen 2 targets for Davante Adams. One got tipped into the hands of a Dolphins defender. The other got tipped into the hands of his own teammate. See if
right guy out here just sabotaging you.
Yeah.
What was happening right there?
Was that Adams getting the call on that one? And no, that was Aaron Jones catching something for a loss of 1.
That was interesting. Yeah, just another tip drill. Would have been better off not catching it.
Well, not for
so
all the
2nd 11 from the 22.
0.9 points for that one. Rodgers looking
Rodgers. There's a first out to the 9.
Yeah, so 1st and goal coming up, and it's been a 2-man show on offense in the receiving corps. It's been MVS. It's been Funches. Let's see if one of those 2 guys gets the call here. Typically, from inside the 10, it has been Funch getting the call. Let's see if he can't cap off this very, very productive drive with a touchdown at Lambeau.
1st and goal from the 9. Rodgers spins and throws it out of play, even beyond the cameramen, who are kind enough to travel to every single game in Simland every single day. All of them. It's the same crew. It's remarkable. The miles they must get on Moose Air.
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure that they've got to be platinum status by now. They get aboard before everyone else. They get those first class upgrades. Golf, you ever get in the first class upgrade?
Once, one time, long time ago, and it was nice. I wish the flight had been longer. It was only a couple hours. You know, it's when that happens, because it it doesn't happen often. You know, that's when you wish you were flying cross country.
Yeah. I got it once on a Indianapolis to Las Vegas direct flight back in my lobbying days, and absolutely glorious. As we get a touchdown. Who we have? Lazard.
Wow. The Lazard King.
Wow. You don't see much of him in these sims as good as he was for the team in the regular season. He was a very trusted member of that receiving corps thanks to his ability to block downfield. But this is his first touchdown since Sim 96 against Jacksonville. This is Sim 108.
Very cool. Packers take a late lead here in the opening quarter with about 30 seconds left. Alan Lazard up and down in real life this past year, obviously, and there were some injury issues as well. 7-0 Green Bay. Welcome if you're watching, be it on YouTube or Twitch. I see on Twitch we got an apparent new guy, Born Hybrid 1. Says, yo, Born Hybrid, thanks for hanging out.
Hey, very nice. No matter who you are, where you're watching, we are happy to have you. Thanks for coming.
About 500 people watching the Dream Stream just on YouTube, where, of course, you know what you can do. You can smash that like button. Get us close to 200, huh? Let's get there by the end of this sim. One giant push ought to do it. Hit that like, hit the subscribe button as well on the DK YouTube page. It is greatly appreciated. We thank you for being with us here early on your Tuesday. It is a Color Rush Tuesday, which is why you see what is happening on the field in front of you. Final seconds of this opening quarter and a short run. Burrito with a run.
So very, very clear hierarchy for this Dolphins offense. It's been basically give it to Matt Breida and everyone else can go to hell.
Our guy Frangelico in Game Ops is sitting first in our 181-person Mad Matinee. Let's find out what's going on in Christian's backyard small free roll. So good for Frangelico. I am 40th, which is just already a significantly better showing than what I had in the Nooner. I don't know about you.
I am 171st, which, you know, it feels like I tried to make the trickle-down Simonomics contest and whatever, an arrow wouldn't allow me to. And clearly that was the sim gods looking down and trying to prevent me from myself, because my captain, Davante Adams, has only been getting assists in this one. Mike Gesicki, nothing. Jakeem Grant, nothing. Mason Crosby, 1 point. It's been a real rough sim for me, but it's been a pretty great sim for Aaron Rodgers, overcoming that early interception. Bang, bang, drive to give his Packers a 7-0 lead. Second and long coming up here for the Dolphins, and they need to get things started, maybe go away from Matt Breida, who has not been super effective. 2 for 7 on the ground, one catch for like 4 yards. He did have an 80-yard touchdown run called back due to holding.
So you got 51 in the air for Funchess, no touchdown. That was Lazard. He's 1 for 8. MVS 3 for 54. So you got two guys through one quarter who are already way more than pacing for a bonus. I mean, I don't think Funchess and MVS are going to get to 200 receiving yards, but that's how they're pacing through one quarter, and it gets me excited.
Yeah, it would be nice if we could. I don't know. I can't remember. I think the last 200-yard game we've seen from anyone was a Tyreek game not too long ago with the Chiefs. So if any team can do it, it seems like the one with Aaron Rodgers calling the shots would be the key. I would just be surprised if it weren't Davante Adams being the guy to get him there.
Dan Russell in the chat says, Kaufman, where's my invites? It's been days. Dan, you're gonna have to give me more. Invites to what, my friend? What are you looking for? You are invited to participate in these free rolls with us each and every day.
They're always there.
Those are always available to the people. Again, 7-0 Green Bay. Seconds into this second quarter.
And there's Grant on the first down. Tua, his first down of the day. And maybe we're going to see a little bit more passing with the run game going nowhere. And then we do in fact get another passing first there. Let's see.
First and 10 from the 46. It was Albert Wilson with the catch. He says, I used to get invited daily. Again, I asked to what? I mean, the invites for these contests go out to everybody as long as you're part of the DK SimFam Friends League. Now, I've gotten in the habit of creating the contests at like 1 a.m. Eastern time. So they do go out at some wacky times, but if you are signed up for notifications, and I wouldn't blame you if you're not, because you get a lot, then you certainly receive those on your phone.
Yeah, I had to turn off the notifications to my email because I would have run out of Gmail space by now. You get 15 gigs, and if you just have a month of subscribing to DK SimFam's notifications, you will eat up all 15 gigs in me.
Yeah, Drew says maybe it's to the Krusty Cough. Invites to hang out Friday nights at the Krusty Cough. After hours, baby. 2nd and 10 from the 33, about 90 seconds into the second quarter, and another completion.
Open. Is it Gesicki?
Oh, just found his way around traffic, and it was 33-yard score for Gesicki. Wow. We're about to be all evened up.
Wow, great rack there, run after catch. He makes one guy miss, jukes another, and then bulldozes his way into the end zone. Well, like a very fast bulldozer. I guess bulldoze is the wrong thing. Gesicki putting that above average 40 time at tight end to good use. Wide open there, and then get off me. Adrian Amos looking bad. Dolphins extra point away from time this one.
So Dan says he's talking about the host free rolls. So Dan and anybody else for that matter, if you have notifications turned off and you are ever looking for the contest, be it free, paid, whatever, that are part of the DK SimFam Friends League, all you need to do is go to the league page, and right there in the lobby, you will see all the different contests that have been created by, me or Christian or Glash or Emerson or Rossi or Ducey or, anybody else, including, your peers who are part of the DK SimFam Friends League. Many contests created daily for these Madden Sims, real life football when that was happening, basketball and hockey these days, baseball soon to come. There was NASCAR, PGA. There are so many contests that are available to you on a daily basis. You will go dizzy, but they are there, and you can always hop in, and it's very easy to distinguish as well what is free and what is paid. So, Dan, I would encourage you to check that out, and anybody else for that matter. Jordan, there's no need for name calling. Calm down. Keep on hitting that like, folks. We're up over 150. Let's get to 200. Aaron wants to know who's got the Green Bay touchdown. That was Marquez.
No, it was Alan.
Alan Lazard. Pardon me, Alan Lazard. I was thinking of MVS and all those receiving yards. It was Lazard on the 1 yard or 8-yard single catch that he has.
Yeah, a great day for the 2-3-4 wideouts for the Packers so far. Haven't really seen anything from Martavis Lewis or Devontae Adams yet. And Aaron Jones hasn't really gotten started, so we'll see if maybe he gets a little bit more action here. Rodgers is going to take this one himself, and hey, he doesn't fumble. Always a concern when you see the quarterback not slide. I feel like the fumble sliders get turned way up when he decides to tuck and run and take a hit. Rodgers a little bit more sure-handed than, say, a Mitchell Trubisky or a Deshaun Watson, which is weird because I would never compare those two in real life. But yet, when it comes to reliability of Madden fumbles, they're about on the same page. Jones on 3rd and short, picks up the first and more. Ball out near midfield. Packers in business here.
14 after contact for Aaron. Kevin says, has there ever been a kickoff return? I assume for a touchdown, you mean? And the answer is yes. We have seen it. It's not something that happens all the time. But, when you simulate between Madden 20 and 21, roughly 2,000 games, you're going to see pretty much everything. And we certainly have, as that ball completed, nowhere near first.
I've only seen 2, and they were back-to-back in the final minute of a close game. It was absolute mayhem.
With Christian DeAndre, I'm Adam Kaufman. Drew is our producer. Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s, occasionally the 6s and 7s as well. He is our technical director, Frangelico, going solo in game ops. Remember, folks, if you are new-ish, or just don't know, the scoring is manual. Be patient, although, Frangelico and so many others are just so accustomed to doing this. It's basically happening in real time anyway. But if there is ever any sort of lag, be it on this sim or another, know that the scoring is manual and be patient. We appreciate you. Everything will get fully up to date by the end, as it always does. Third and 3, halfway through the second.
Ooh, out of the empty
backfield, nice and easy
on the board. So now we are into Mason Crosby field goal range. Be about a 49-yarder if they don't gain any more yards from here. But the way this drive has been going, not only are they picking up yardage, but they are eating up a lot of clock. A long running drive here could really limit what Tua and the Dolphins can do before halftime. Let's see if they work that clock all the way down, or if maybe they go big here. Rodgers taking his time, slinging one, and we got our first Mercedes Lewis sighting of the day. Dude, Lewis still churning out hits. The guy's been in the league forever, but he still looked pretty good. Obviously, not going to be the burner type of tight end you need, but a very reliable, solid veteran, good inline blocker. Seeded the tight end 1 spot in the real world to Big Bobby Funyuns, but oh, there we go. Davante into the end zone, and now every Packers wideout having himself a pretty good day. They've all got at least 8 points here in the first half. Although I think Lazard's actually, they've all at least got 7 points. So if you stacked up that Packer passing game, you are having a good one.
Credit to Congo Cab, who had said Adams TD coming. Yup, you nailed it. And Afraid Not Jim, who had said, nah, Adams is done for today. It happened. He's in. It's good. And the Packers have retaken the lead with 3:15 to go here in the second. Here's a fun question from our pal Steven. Steven says, so Adam Christian, if you could pick one team or event you would like to announce, what would it be?
Oh, man.
I feel like yours would be the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
I don't think I could keep pace with George Shea, man. He's just the man is a treasure with his pregame rapping, and I think I would just get embarrassed and blown out. And I think it also counts. If this is just a one-time thing, and there's no risk of me being fired afterwards, I think it would have to be either a Vanderbilt Tennessee football game where I can just unload all my frustrations on both teams, or something involving Adam Gase. And I'm sure they would unplug my mic by the second quarter, because it would just be there would be a lot of FCC complaints. I would be swearing entirely too often, but yeah, like as much as the big ticket games, I would love to. You know what? I would love to Fred Willard my way through a sport I don't understand. You've seen Best in Show. I imagine Best in Show somewhere in that lineup behind you, Koff. And as good as Best in Show is, it is 3,000% better because Fred Willard is there giving the improv play-by-play of the dog show, which he clearly knows nothing. He's asking why the bloodhound isn't out there in a Sherlock Holmes cap and pipe, and it's all glorious and phenomenal. I want to be able to do that to something I do not understand whatsoever. I want to call a curling match or some CFL action or like an Irish hurling game, and I want to be able to just asinine my way through a call with a limited audience watching. That is where I'd want to be. Koff, what about you?
You could be like one of the broadcasters in Pitch Perfect. Same mentality there. Yeah. Just, basically, helping to announce a cappella performances. For me, I mean, the Dream Stream, obviously, I'm living it. But beyond that, well, if we're totally making things up, what we've been doing, our little shtick here during the Sims, which has been a lot of fun lately, is the announcing weddings, doing play-by-play for people on their wedding ceremonies. We've had some fun with that here. That would be a great time. Drew says, or Cotton Fitzsimmons in dodgeball. Absolutely. Yeah, Cotton Pepper. Yeah, it would have to be an Ocho type event, I think would be a blast. If we're talking mainstream, I mean, who wouldn't want to announce like a Stanley Cup final, an NBA finals, a World Series, a Super Bowl, stuff like that. But Bry Guy, this would be the engagements where the person says no. Yeah, doing play-by-play of somebody's proposal would be, that would be a blast. Tommy's been thinking about this all day. He's incredibly nervous. Just finished last night asking for Tiffany's parents' blessing. He had it. He wasn't sure, but he got it. And now he can unearth a plan that he has been putting in motion for months.
Oh no, she seems perturbed by the idea. She's currently sucking air over her teeth like she just found out her high school best friend got pregnant. This is not a good sign, Cough. This is not a good sign. Where's he going to go from? Oh no, she's leaving the table. She's left the table. Cough, we have a disaster on our hands. We have a full-out Kenny Ducey proposal disaster.
That went next level in a hurry, and I'm here for it. I am here for it. Just do play-by-play of dogs at parks, and you'll go viral. Yeah, I've seen some of that. Early in the pandemic, there was a guy that was doing just like general life play-by-play from. He was like, go to parks and just take these 30-second videos of dogs or of people walking, pushing baby carriages. Really funny stuff. I wish I could remember the guy's name. What else do we have here in the chat? Let's see. I'll scroll back a little bit. All you guys with us, appreciate you. 2nd and 6 from the 15. Less than a minute to go in the opening half. That ball is caught. Miami trying to even this thing up before the break. We'll get ready to run down some stats and all that good stuff for you as we do.
That wasn't Gesicki. That was Adam Shaheen, the pride of Dayton. Shaheen wasn't Dayton. Shaheen was Dayton. I get him confused with the Bears tight end, who was Adam Shaheen. Yeah, so Adam Shaheen, the pride of Ashland University. I apologize. And the former college basketball player at Pitt Johnstown, which two places that don't typically provide a lot of NFL talent. As we get a big stop here from. Oh, I was going to say it was a big stop. Instead, we are going to get a Dolphins go for it on 4th and 2. Breida again, plenty of.
Oh, yeah, I got the first. And a timeout.
The drive continues. Jason Sanders owners cringing at that one, but a big first down picked up there. Ball at the 6, 44 seconds. One timeout left for Miami. They should be able to get about 3 plays out of this before halftime, if need be. In the real world, this is where Tua would target Devontae Parker. Could be Mike Gesicki time as well. There's the sling, and
nobody around. Not even close.
Breida getting tons of opportunities. Pressure came on that one, and more of a throwaway than an actual pass attempt there. Dayton.
So
Producer Drew pointed out, Dayton is Adam Troutman, the rookie. Shaheen was a day 2 pick of the Bears out of Ashland University. So D2 guy going that high. Just never really made anything of himself. And bang!
There's your touchdown.
We are about to have a tie game here in
Devontae Parker.
Sunny.
So aggressive on 4th and 2, going for it. It pays off. And Parker, 41% owned in the larger free roll, captain at almost 5%. Jason Sanders owners, you didn't get yourselves a field goal, but you will get a single point here. 14 all as we near the half. So Dale had asked in the chat just a little while ago, there's a DK Sim Fam League? Oh, well, Dale, you bet there is. Drew, is today the day? Says, let's do it, fam. All right, here's what you need to do, Dale and anybody else. If you want to be part of the DK Sim Fam Friends League, and why in the world wouldn't you? You can take part in contests against your peers, against the commentators, and so much more. Free, paid, whatever. It's all there to you. And we are closing in on 1,400 members since we created the league not that long ago. All you need to do is this. Drop your DK username into the chat. Just say my DK username is whatever. If you're listening on Twitch, watching along on YouTube, whatever the case, drop in your DK username and we will add you, specifically Drew, kind enough, will add you to the DK Sim Fam Friends League. As soon as he finishes collecting all the names, you will get an invite, big mass invite sent out to everybody at once, and you guys can be part of the league and jump on into free rolls as soon as the very next for the early bird special that comes up 90 minutes from now. So DK username, throw them right into the chat, and you can be part of the DK Sim Fam Friends League. Let's go.
Already got one in the Twitch chat, Piercy222. Thanks for joining us. You'll not only be able to get in on the free rolls, but also you can challenge your fellow DK Sim fam members. And if you're me, lose all your hard-earned DK dollars to them. Oof, a weird little check down there for a 2-minute drill. Good news for Aaron Jones. He's now got 3 catches. Bad news, he has yet to break double digits in receiving yards. So for a guy who's typically used pretty effectively in that screen game, the Dolphins have been all over it today. And, well, 1 timeout, 26 seconds left. We're looking at 2 more plays for the Packers, unless we get some incompletions or some sideline work. There's one. There's one of those.
Jason says, "Cough, I could see you guys being announcers of the 90-Day Fiancé show, LOL." Joker says, "LOL, CDA veered off the golf-style play-by-play. Good move, man." Oh, no, she's leaving with his brother.
You hate to see that. This is terrible for Kenny, but great for our country.
Sir Shredded Fitness says, "How do I get in the DK League?" Once again, if you want to be part of the DK Sim Fam Friends League, just drop your DK username into the chat. They are being collected, and you will get invited, and you can participate in contests as soon as, well, the second you get invited, today.
10 seconds left here. Packers out of timeouts. This is going to be Mason Crosby field goal time. Or they're going to take 1 shot at the end zone. 10 seconds is typically default field goal time. It will be a 40-yarder coming here from Crosby. Should not be too much of an issue for the veteran kicker, although he has had his implosion games in the real world. It is up. It is good. And Money Mace connects from 40.
Justin says, "Great, more people to donate my money to." 17-14, as you noted. 7 seconds to go here in the opening half. A lot of usernames coming flying in. Love to see it. I also love when Robbie Noble creates a fictional username based around my real name every time that I call for names. Robbie is all reliable.
I don't know if you saw Fortnite's DK username. Grandpa Cough is 200 years old, which I think you meant to say old, but 200 years old. I get it, man. You're punching in screen names real fast. It happens. Happens to the best of us. 3 seconds left. Garbage time play coming here for the Dolphins. Can Tua add to his passing yardage total? He's going to throw up a prayer, and it goes unanswered. We're going to head into halftime here. Packers 17, Dolphins 14. Pretty solid first half. A lot of points, a lot of promising drives. The only real stop we saw, well, the Dolphins had a bad one that got called back. We saw the Breida 80-yard touchdown yard run called back. We also saw Rodgers throw an interception. From there, these two teams have been off to the races. Rodgers, 216 passing yards in 1 half. That's pretty good. Tua, less than that, but more efficient. He doesn't have a turnover. On the ground, no one more than 25 rushing yards. Breida and Jones both have a ton of receptions. So at the very least, if you stacked up the running backs, you're getting some decent PPR numbers. And then through the air, we already talked about it, Cobb. It's been a great day to stack up the Packers wideouts. Lazard, touchdown. Davante Adams, touchdown. MVS trending toward the bonus. Funchess, 4 for 70. And Davante Adams trending toward the bonus too. So we got a lot of guys who could eclipse the 100-yard mark. Knock on wood if you got any of them in your lineups today.
So Funchess 4 for 70, Breida 3 for 34, MVS 3 for 54, Adams 3 for 53, just to further run them down. The touchdown, Gesicki 3 for 55, a touchdown. You obviously have highlighted a good number of these already. Looking ahead at or looking back, I should say, at our leaderboard, our Mad Matinee, the Let's Find Out What's Going On in Christian's Backyard free roll. And we haven't even gotten there yet, really. 181 entries. I am not doing well. 133, very representative of what happened during the nooner. We have Tay Baby, 233 in front by just about 1 point. Rogers in the captain spot already has about 25 there, and more than pacing toward a bonus as 216. Adams, Breida, Gesicki, MVS, and Lazard. The Lazard King.
Lazard is a fun punt play, man. I threw him in all my regular lineups. I held on him to way too long in season-long fantasy. I love the hell out of Alan Lazard. I'm the president of his fan club. So to see him getting out there, scoring points, warms my cold, dead heart, Goff.
Steve says, Christian's a good guy when he wears his 1985 birthday sweater his grandma bought him.
This is an LL Bean purchase. This is a 100% wool. It's very warm, which I need because it's 5 degrees out.
That just sounds like a nightmare.
It is. It really is. We already talked about the frostbite fingers, which I get down these Wikipedia rabbit holes. Coffee, you ever do that where you just kind of get sucked into the wiki wormhole? I was reading about all the deaths on mountains over 8,000 meters high, and like all the frostbite and everything like that. Is like, man, I wonder how I could do with all that. I live in kind of a cold place. I bet I could do okay with the right equipment. And then I go outside and shovel snow in 0-degree weather for 30 minutes and come in and can't use my fingers for half an hour and just whine and cry about that and realize that no, I would absolutely die on Annapurna or K2 or Everest, but definitely K2. They would never get my frozen corpse off that mountain, and that's honestly the way it should be.
17-14 Green Bay as we kick off half number 2 in Miami getting the ball. He is Christian. I'm Adam. Thank you for being with us. Drew's still adding all your usernames. Get you up over 1,400 members of the DK Sim Fan Friends League. Many thanks to Drew. Give Drew a like. Vital Ways had mentioned, 600 people watching, not enough likes. That's right. Smash the like and do it in honor of Drew to celebrate all the people that he is adding to the DK Sim Fan Friends League. Jeff says, where do we get the invite? Well, if you haven't, give us your DK username. And if you have, just wait it out. It's coming momentarily, I promise you.
Yeah, and hit the like button if you hate my sweater. Hit the like button if you're defending my sweater. Hit the like button if you are defending me against all the sweater slander I'm seeing on the chat right now.
Sweater slander I'm seeing. That is not something one could say 5 times fast.
No. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Although, to be fair, it's a pretty basic sweater. Oh, wow. A lot of great cuts there from Breida, but still managed to land short of the yard marker to gain. Kenny Clark coming back, making the stop. 3rd and 1 coming up. Could be a big one. The way the Packers offense is rolling, Miami doesn't want to give this team any chances to extend that lead. But big lineup up front. 7 on the line, 7 in the box for the Packers. Should be a win for Breida if they hand it off to him. And it is, but not by much. Oof, barely gets the first there.
So how about this? Drew tells me he has just sent out 55 invites. 55 new members of the DK Sim Fan Friends League, bringing us to almost 1,450 members. Now that is pretty impressive. Give it up for Drew. Smash the like button for Drew. And again, Drew, thank you so much, my man. We love you. You know it. This right here is the Madden Matinee. So as I've teased, let's do it. Let's find out, other than the bitter cold, what is happening in Christian's backyard. This is obviously an offseason that is going to be, I think, defined by its movement in the NFL, especially at the quarterback position. I don't think there's anyone that really believes at this stage. It was a question for a while. It was a talking point for a while. I don't think anyone believes here in mid-February, though, that, in fact, Aaron Rodgers is going to be on the move. He will, in fact, be back in Green Bay. That is the belief. So that in mind, what are people talking about there in Green Bay? Are they talking about, is that still a question? Is that feel like a foregone conclusion that he's staying, and therefore people have moved on to what are you adding as far as weapons? Is J.J. Watt possibly coming into the fold? He's obviously, that's a name that's been bandied about since his release from Houston. What is happening in your backyard?
Oof, as old Breida just smoked in the backfield by Kenny Clark. He's having a monster day today. The Watt thing has been dominant. Obviously, you have the entire Watt family out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and JJ, a star with the Badgers after flaming out as a tight end at Central Michigan, comes over, walks on, becomes one of the greatest players in program history. And his brothers wind up with the Badgers, and all great on their own, even if you are a mostly useless fullback. You're never useless if you are a Wisconsin Badger and you're playing fullback. You will get 3 or 4 random dives up the middle per game because that's the Wisconsin way. But he is beloved up here, and he's going to have that chance. Right now, you look at JJ and it's like, okay, give him the opportunity to chase a ring. Allow him to play for a competent franchise that's not going to go to the postseason and only be able to beat the early stage Josh Allen Bills or the Matt McGloin Raiders. You give him a team that can actually win the postseason, let him contribute. Because yes, his counting stats were down last season, but he played all 16 games. He still had a ton of pressures. He still looked pretty dang good as big broken tackle from Aaron Jones there, first down for the Packers on this play. There's going to be a lot of appeal coming up and playing for the Packers. Right now, the clubhouse leader, at least if you follow the odds on this sort of thing, would be to go to the Steelers. But the Steelers and the Packers alike, neither one of them have a ton of cap space. They're going to have to make a lot of big decisions this offseason. And Watt's still a guy who you could see signed for like 3 years and $30 million. He has been that good. Even though he is older, even though he's an injury risk, if you offer him something like 3 years, $30 million, $15 million of that guaranteed, give him a front-loaded contract, he's probably going to say yes, and he's going to go out there and show that, yes, he's still got gas in the tank. So the Packers would love to have him. The fans would go absolutely wild for him. And if you thought he was beloved in Houston, just wait until you see he can do in Green Bay. Other than that, big question is, what are they going to do with Aaron Jones? Jones headed towards free agency. Like we said, not much cap room. In fact, they're scheduled to be about $19 million over the estimated cap for 2021. They already drafted his replacement, going out and getting Boston College star A.J. Dillon. And Dillon looked great as a pile-moving tailback in limited reps this past season. So Aaron Jones probably not coming back. Might get franchised, but we will see as Rodgers X Factor activated, bang, bang, across his body. You don't want to see any other quarterback make that move. But if he's targeting Davante Adams, his star all-pro wideout, Adams with 33 more yards, knocking on the door of the bonus 90-plus for him and a touchdown in this one.
17-14 game right now.
Yes, but other than that, what are the Packers going to do at wideout? Who are they going to go after? Are they going to draft guys? Because obviously this is a comparable class, that star-studded 2020 wide receiver draft class. Are they going to add any free agents in there? Again, a lot of very, very good wide receivers who will be available. They're going to be expensive, certainly, but is there a chance the Packers clear enough space to go out and get Allen Robinson if the Bears don't franchise tag him? Could they be in on Sammy Watkins?
Aaron Rodgers, not Jones, with a rushing touchdown.
Wow. A big blow to the Jones owners out there. The read option works, and bang, bang, untouched into the end zone. Aaron Rodgers having himself the day in this one.
So, Christian, we have some interesting news. Whether it is truly news or just a talking point, to be perfectly candid, I don't know. But I think it's worth addressing because it does come from the worldwide leader, ESPN, and insider David Newton, who covers the Panthers. He is the Panthers beat reporter and apparently said, perhaps on television, because there's no tweet or article, it may have originated on television. I see Jordan Lindenbaum mentioning it in the chat as well. So maybe, Jordan, you can shed some light on this as well. But someone had tweeted out that according to David Newton, the Panthers are preparing to make a strong push for Deshaun Watson and, quote, will do whatever it takes to get Deshaun Watson. And that includes giving up 3 first-round draft picks and Christian McCaffrey.
Ooh.
Now,
well, that sounds like some buyer's remorse on a guy like McCaffrey and his big contract extension. I think the Panthers did get to see what the team can do without him, and it kind of does fit into that don't pay running backs kind of situation, because McCaffrey, as good as he was, Mike Davis was able to produce to recreate a lot of his production, give him about 80% of Christian McCaffrey, a fraction of the salary. And this is a guy going forward is going to be making an average of $16 million a year. So, yeah, sending out McCaffrey looks pretty cool on paper. It's something you can throw in the headline there. But it actually might not be something the Texans are super interested in, because that is a big-time contract coming back their way. 3 first-rounders, though, that might
for an organization that has no picks.
Oh, man, that would be a much more appealing part of that deal than McCaffrey. And this comes from a guy who likes Christian McCaffrey. I think he does bring a ton of value as a dual threat runner and receiver. But yeah, if you are
this dude was an MVP candidate. I mean, not last year, obviously, when he was hurt, but the year before. He is not far removed from being an elite player.
I think that would be the Godfather deal the Texans would pretty much have to take. If you're the Texans and you don't take that deal, and then you risk alienating Watson, him sitting out. At this point, I'm not sure you are going to come to terms with him unless you fire Easterby, who seems to be like a spilled mess of a human being. He is the Garrett of community of NFL executives, and yet Houston seems irrationally committed to him, just baffling me. But if you get that deal, if that deal is in any way, shape, or form real, and you are the Texans, you need to rebuild. Your cap space is shambles. You have no avenue for things to get better because you don't have a first-round pick. You don't have a second-round pick. Well, you do have Laramie Tunsil and a few other nice pieces, but that's about it. Jump at that deal. Get your 3 first-round picks. Get your Christian McCaffrey. Sure, why not? You could use someone to carry the load while you break in a new quarterback regardless. If that deal is in fact available, if you can get the number 8 pick this year, you can bring in a Trey Lance or a Mac Jones. I feel like you can justify that deal much more easily than pretty much any other deal that requires Deshaun Watson to go elsewhere.
It's interesting. I want to keep going with this conversation, obviously, here. But first, just to look at some of the numbers. Breida, 11 for 43. Touchdown for Rodgers on the ground, as we know. Some of the receiving numbers, we will take a look here as we still have 1 quarter to go. 5 for 97 for Davante Adams, a touchdown, just a few away from a bonus. Mike Gesicki, 4 for 65, a score for him. Funchess, 5 for 82. Breida, 4 for 34. MVS, 3 for 54. That is where we stand right now.
Yeah, again, the big day for the receivers continues, but you got to think Packers are up. They might be protecting that lead throughout the 4th quarter. Could they turn to a more ground-based attack? Could it be more Aaron Jones? Could it be more of those quick option runs where Rodgers takes it, goes 4 yards up the seam, and then just slides to keep the clock running to get some positive yardage? As much as I want to believe that we're going to get multiple 100-yard bonuses, we have been let down in the 4th quarters of the past. So fingers crossed we will get there. And fingers crossed we will get a little bit more Allen Lazard for 1 catch for 8 yards and a touchdown. As much as I want to believe, that's not all we'll see from him. Very good chance that he has had his moment in the sun here.
We head to the 4th quarter, 24-14. Green Bay is in front. A reminder, by the way, Drew points out, good call. How about this fortuitous timing? The 6 o'clock Eastern sim, the happy hour sim, it's the Panthers and Texans.
This drive at maybe a breaking point here. Big 3rd down coming up. Dolphins have been pretty good with their drives on the line in this game, and Tua can just run for it if he wants to, and instead he's going to throw across his body to an empty space down the field. Could be time for a 53-yard Jason Sanders field goal attempt. Wouldn't be the worst thing. Would obviously make this a 1-possession game, but trusting your defense against this Green Bay Packer offense, which has been firing on all cylinders since that opening drive, might be a fool's errand. Let's see if your guy, your rostery Sanders from 50 blow. It's no good. Not even close. Good.
10-point game.
Yeah. It would maybe make a little bit more sense, that Packers deal, after what happened with K'Wan Short today. Short, still a very productive defensive tackle, released, and in the process, the team took all that. It's a pre-June 1st release. They didn't designate him for afterwards. So they are eating $11 million in dead money from that, but they are also freeing up $8 million in cap space. So maybe they are clearing the decks or something bigger. Maybe this is the short news does precede a bigger deal coming that way. Going to be very interesting to watch. I mean, this is going to be a pretty, well, theoretically, with the news breaking today, we would get some kind of action in the coming days. Normally, if you get something that monumental coming out, it doesn't linger. You get action on top of that. Maybe this is a planted story for the Texans to be able to drive up the asking price on Deshaun Watson. And maybe we're all just falling for it. But, I mean, 3 firsts and Christian McCaffrey for Deshaun Watson seems right, as Aaron Jones not getting the call on the ground, but back-to-back receptions from him, jacking up that PPR value. 5 catches, only about 20 yards from him, but helping backload his value today.
So apparently, Drew sends along another tweet to us, our producer. Apparently, this note from David Newton came on ESPN NFL Live yesterday. This McCaffrey, Carolina 3 first-round pick related rumor. If you're not that Deshaun Watson holds all the cards, he doesn't. But if you're Deshaun Watson, where do you want to go? Where if you fully recognizing a massive package is coming back the other way, and so you're going to a place that is depleting its assets in order to get you, where is it that you are looking to go? Is it the Jets? Is it the Dolphins? Is it Carolina? Is it another team that we haven't been spending our time on? I mean, clearly he doesn't want to be in Houston, despite the fact, as we know, as Davante Adams hits the bonus. We know that the Texans have been very reluctant, if not, totally opposed to the idea of dealing him. They're kind of digging their heels in right now. But if you are Watson, what's your end game here?
Yeah. And Carolina, to be honest, would be a pretty soft landing spot for him. The blocking has improved. We get, very nearly a touchdown there. It looked like it might have been Lewis getting stopped just shy at the goal line. So it could be Aaron Jones type time here. Could be another option where Rodgers runs it in himself. But the Panthers would have a lot to offer a guy like Deshaun Watson. You have that receiving core where it's led by Robbie Anderson and DJ Moore. Pretty good 1-2 punch. Like I said, blocking's been decent. And you get a head coach who's created some very solid offenses lately in Matt Rule. I mean, coming out of the college ranks, he can run an offense behind a dual threat quarterback. He can build around a star. He proved that time and time again at the NCAA ranks. And he had a pretty decent debut year for a very depleted Carolina Panthers team. His 3rd and goal coming up here. Doesn't look like the Packers have numbers up front. Doesn't matter. They're going to throw it.
Easy touchdown toss.
Woo.
Easy.
And there it is. Yes. Look at
when I started to say Marquez Valdez-Scantling earlier to the Lazard touchdown question, it was foreshadowing. Little did I know.
And he is having a great day at a very low-ish cost. He's no longer the bargain he once was, but only $5,200 in the flex. A very easy guy to fit onto your roster. Nearly 50% of you did. 7.3% of you captained him, and that is paying off.
So we got ourselves a 31-24 game halfway through the 4th.
A lot of pressure now on on the Tua and that Dolphins offense. They're going to need to get quite a bit of offense going here. Down by 3 possessions. This is pretty much over except for garbage time, but garbage time points are still points in the daily fantasy realm. See if they can't make something happen here.
So we got a 1st and 10 from the 27. I don't know what Watson, short of, like you said, the parting ways of Jack Easterby in Houston, maybe that makes him come around. But short of that, I don't know ultimately where he wants to be. Not that Houston offers him a lot right now. I mean, clearly that's not the case. It's not like DeAndre Hopkins is still there. But if you go to the Jets, you've got nothing. Right. If you go to the Dolphins, there are a couple pass catchers there. I mean, Devontae Parker obviously is a good weapon to work with, and it's Miami, and the lack of state income tax. You could maybe draw some guys in there with you. I don't know what their cap space situation looks like. I mentioned on the previous sim that, and this is not a guy in his prime by any stretch, but Rob Ninkovich mentioned on ESPN the idea of Watson going to Miami and Rob Gronkowski leaving Tampa to then go there. Now, I don't think Gronk is going anywhere that doesn't have Tom Brady. So that's not even a thing. But just, the idea of guys going to Miami with a star quarterback, which they have not had in, how long? Like since Dan Marino, So it's been a while. That if they don't believe in Tua, and certainly we know who Deshaun Watson is at this point, that could become a thing. Carolina, like you said, that could be a soft landing spot. There are pass catching options there that are solid, be it Samuel, Anderson, others. I don't know. There are a lot of teams looking for quarterbacks, but I don't know how many realistically could or would trade for a Deshaun Watson based on all that comes along with it, what you'd have to give up, and also what you're inheriting in terms of his contract.
Yeah, and the Jets they can give him a few nice building blocks, but so much of the teams, they have that draft haul coming up, and especially if they were to move on from Sam Darnold, and the rumors now are suggested they could get a late first and early second rounder back from him. Maybe the Colts are possibly interested, although the Colts are supposed to be the place where Carson Wentz ends up, and even that seems tenuous. We're going to have this whole big quarterback carousel right now, and we actually don't really know what the first domino is going to be. Is it going to be a guy like Darnold? Is it going to be Watson? Is it going to be Wentz? No matter what happens there, it's going to define how the rest of the offseason plays out, as Tua picks up a first down there. Under 2 minutes to play. This game effectively over, but Dolphins can add a little garbage time points here that could shake up the leaderboard.
If you're Miami, let's make it about this sim. If you're Miami and you're this guy with the ball who's getting ready to try and score another touchdown, do you believe in Tua, who you only drafted less than a year ago, 5th overall, touchdown there for the Dolphins to narrow the gap, second of the day for the aforementioned Devontae Parker? Do you believe in Tua, or is, Deshaun Watson just such a massive upgrade that you don't even care what Tua's potential is? You would make that deal in a heartbeat.
I think the cost that you have to pay to upgrade from Tua to Deshaun is not as – I think that cost is too much for the limited upgrade of what Tua can be versus what Deshaun Watson is. And I know we're grading Tua harshly based on this season. And he wasn't great as a rookie. He had concerns. He was not making deep throws downfield. But at the same time, he's coming off that hip injury that ended his college career. He didn't have a true offseason. He kind of got thrown into the mix. And if we're trying to compare him against other quarterbacks, we're trying to compare him to Justin Herbert. Well, Herbert just had a historic rookie season. It seems unfair to line those two guys up and expect, hey, Tua, why weren't you Justin Herbert? Well, okay. It seems unfair to Tua. I think I would rather have Tua and 2 first-round picks and a second-rounder than Deshaun Watson right now. But I can understand the appeal there, and I think I would rather have Tua with a more complete roster and a cheaper roster than Deshaun Watson and a limited draft stock.
Billy Purse Snatcha has jumped in front by about 2 points in our smaller free roll with Adams in the captain spot. Rogers having himself a massive day with about 35 points in the flex. He's hit the bonus, has 3 passing touchdowns. He ran for 1 as well. Just that interception, the only blemish on his day. Devontae Parker up over 20, as is obviously Adams, Gesicki, MVS, Lazard. Punt play working out so far. 2nd and 4, that is picked up.
Yeah, that will just about do it for the Dolphins. Big first down, ruining their comeback hopes, which, to be fair, didn't really exist in the first place. 97 seconds left in this one. 1st and 10 for the Packers. And the Dolphins have 1 timeout remaining, so we'll probably get 1 more carry before the kneel down start. And, it's good news for everyone out there with Aaron Jones in their lineup. And, hey, maybe he can break 1 from 30 yards out and cap off this decent day. Ooh, all right. There's another point for you Jones owners out there.
Tell you, I don't know that I believe in this correlation per se. But if my Madden Sim success today is any indication, I should not go anywhere near paid contests later in the day. I am 167 out of 181 here in this one.
I am barely top 150, and I have Devontae Adams as my captain. I have Gesicki. I have Aaron Jones racking up the garbage points.
I've got Rodgers. I do have Funchess, who's got about 20 in the captain spot. He's not a bad play, but I have Rodgers and just I mean, both running backs, Jones and Breida, have disappointed.
Yeah, Giovanni Duenas, what do you mean? First domino was Matthew Stafford. He wasn't really a domino, though, because the Lions traded him away, but they got a quarterback back in return, so it didn't really create that vacuum. I mean, arguably, you can argue the first domino was Philip Rivers retiring, creating that void in Indianapolis. Now there's another guy that needs to be filled there, but I mean, the carousel is spinning, but I think it's not going to be until a team like the Colts, a team like the Patriots, a team like the 49ers make a big move and either take someone else's quarterback away or go out and strike a bigger deal with maybe a pending free agent that we see the options shrink and teams get a little bit desperate and moves start to be made. You know, the Eagles finally get their asking price met for Carson Wentz. I don't think that's going to happen. That's actually going to be the topic of tomorrow's post route. Substack.com. You can subscribe for free. We send you updates every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Come join us at postroute.substack.com. But I will be talking about why the Eagles will not be getting what they expect in return for Carson Wentz and how waiting could be absolutely fatal to them. Because if the teams they are hoping will be in on the bidding, and right now it's the Colts and the Bears, and I think the Bears story is just a plan because the Bears, not a fit whatsoever. The terrible thing would be if the Bears went out and ruined their cap space that they don't have by going out and getting Carson Wentz. So I think this is all a plan. I think the Eagles are trying in vain to get the Colts to match their asking price, and eventually the Colts are going to send something like a fourth rounder the Eagles' way and maybe even get some pick compensation back for taking on that terrible Wentz contract. Anyway, that's all coming up tomorrow in the post route. Let's take a look at the stats at the end of this one. Devontae Adams, my crusty cough player of the game, 6 for 119 and a touchdown for him. He also had that beautiful assist on that MVS catch earlier, or the Funchess catch earlier. MVS 4 for 55 and a touchdown. Devontae Parker, 5 for 64, 2 TDs. Pretty good day for him as well. Gesicki, 5 for 71 and a touchdown. Just a great game through the air for both quarterbacks, even though Rodgers did have that early interception. He came back strong and came away with a clutch win in the lovely confines of Green Bay.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't go Parker with the salary and ownership.
Thought about it, but losing side of things, I don't want to reward a loser. Yeah.
Sure. No, that makes sense. Well, that in mind, let's call out a loser. The Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award. Where's it going?
Oh, man, this is a tough one, too, because there were a lot of guys that came out and looked good in this sim. I mean, Breida didn't really have much of an effect, but he still finished with nearly 12 points. Aaron Jones, 13 points. Guys that underwhelmed but still were effective. I think I'm going to have to give this one, let's go Jakeem Grant. Looked like a good punt play at under 5K, but got so soundly outplayed by a fellow wide receiver 3, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, that he just looks awful by comparison. MVS, good. Jakeem Grant, bad. Jakeem Grant, you are the crusty cough. No. The Babysitter Billy, Not My Kid Award winner today. Sorry, I got my awards, even though they're very clear.
Yeah, Herb Dog was with you, said Jakeem.
Killed me.
So there you go. Steven says, thanks to Adam. Christian, everyone have a fine, fine day. Well, another hour in the books. Bry Guy, he is lightning quick when it comes to these sims. Fire! The man, you got to appreciate him. So we want to thank Drew. We want to thank, obviously, Bry Guy and Frangelico and everybody for watching. We appreciate all you guys. I am done for the day. I will return for the Sims at 6 and 8 tomorrow, the happy hour sim and prime time. But you are in luck. There's a lot coming up ahead of you over the course of the day today. You're only 1/3 of the way through this Dream Stream day, and Christian here, he's just getting started. Coming on back for the next sim with Emerson Latzia, the Chargers and Browns, which begins in a little less than 1 hour from now. So make sure you do not go anywhere and keep smashing that like up over 200. You'll love to see it. Again, Chargers Browns for the early bird special, Emerson and Christian. And then 6 o'clock, happy hour sim, Panthers Texans. It'll be Emerson and Jason Rossi popping in for one today. And then the Brendan Glasheen, Tom Carroll stack, primetime and Madden After Dark at 8, Chiefs and Jaguars at 10, Buccaneers and Giants. Tom Brady against the Giants. Whoa. I can't imagine Glash and Tom Ace are going to have any fun with that at all. So with that all being said, thank you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for being you. Thank you for subscribing to Christian's post route and all of the, there's the billboard. Thanks for doing it all, folks. Thanks to Drew for adding about 50 new members to the DK Sim Fam Friends League. You love to see it. Next stop, 1,500, baby. I'll see you again probably on the Dream Stream later on, be it poking in, poking on into the chat and needling Glash, or just popping up on a video that in reality we shot earlier today. Either way, look forward to seeing you. Christian, pleasure, bud.
Always a good time with you, Koff. I will see the rest of you in the DK Sim Fam in about 50 minutes. Come join us. See you then.
shoulders hurt? Oh, well, now your back's going to hurt because you just pulled landscaping duty. 25-year anniversary of Happy Gilmore hitting theaters.
Really?
25 years ago today, Bob Barker beat the hell out of Happy Gilmore at the Pepsi Pro-Am.
And Bob Barker is still with us.
I know.
Amazing.
I know.
The dude has looked like he's approximately 90 years old for the past 50 years.
Yeah. It goes back to like Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman's been like 80 for 50 years.
Yeah. I mean, the man was born clearly 40 years old and has just been slowly tacking on the years. I mean, great to see him still with us. Knock on wood. 2020 somehow missed him, but I miss him too. I mean, Drew Carey, pretty solid.
Yeah,
pretty solid, really.
Yeah, and I forget who I was talking about Drew Carey with over the weekend, but he's got this new look going. He's got this beard, and they've also been doing The Price is Right. Like in prime time, I think around once a week, which is kind of nice. Plinko in prime time.
Yeah.
That's big stuff.
Jack up the
That's
prices
huge.
for that. Yeah. You can win like $500,000.
So Christian D'Andrea with you for the second straight game. I'm Emerson Latzia. I'll be with you for this one, and I'll be joined by Rossi. The Sack Bros will get together for the 6 o'clock sim. We got producer Drew here, Brad on the ones and twos, Frangelico cooking with us here on the ops team and on the Dream Stream. DK Sim fam, what is up? Did you get a lineup filled out?
Oh, did I ever? Not only for the Latzia Classic, but also in the trickle-down Simonomics Cursed Franchises Clash. And I kind of hate my own lineup. I don't know why I did it, but I was looking at these two teams. I'm like, you know what? This feels like a Keenan Allen kind of day. Keenan Allen, the last time he saw the Browns, he put together a pretty good day. Let's pull it up. This was a few sims ago, about 40 sims ago, so it might not even be valid here. But 27.3 points in the flex, 131, and a touchdown through the air. Dude showed up and showed out last time he saw this Brown secondary. Might be able to do the same here with Justin Herbert leading the way. And there you go, Herbert starting off hot in Cleveland to Joe Reed, who is actually my punt play. So happy to see that. Yeah. Reed, dirt cheap. Only 2,600 in the flex and giving you some steady but not great points. You know, he's got a pretty low ceiling. But you know what? If I get 3 points from him, I'm happy.
He's about 16% owned in the free showdown. Yeah, so Eckler is the highest owned. He's 72%. Baker Mayfield's 58%. Herbert's 50. Rashard Higgins 46, and OBJ 44. That's your top 5. We'll go ahead and round out the top 10. Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, Jarvis Landry, Nick Chubb, and Hunter Henry. How'd the 2 o'clock sim go? Everything go okay?
It was good. It was solid. The only problem is producer Brad guy decided to throw the Packers in all yellow and the Dolphins in all orange. And it turns out those two colors are exactly alike in Simland. So for a long time, Koff and I were just kind of squinting at the screen and trying to figure out if there was an interception or it was a nightmare for a colorblind person such as myself. Ooh, big pass.
Hey, whoa, that was an interesting looking throw.
Yeah.
That was a rainbow, dude. It was like Steph Curry from mid-court, just tossing one up from way downtown.
Going for the true deep threat, too, Mike Williams. But Williams couldn't settle underneath it. And so this once promising drive stalls out after about a minute. We get our first punt of the day on drive number 1. And oh, man. Very nearly a banger. It travels about 1 yard too far. Browns take over at their own 20. We get to see what virtual Baker Mayfield can do. Regular Baker Mayfield pushing hard to not a great start for him here as he gets sacked on this first play of the game. But regular Baker Mayfield could be in line for quite a bit of money. This is the first year he's contract extension eligible. Obviously, the Browns want to reward his play. He was a lot better this year under Kevin Stefanski, quarterback whispering head coach, than he was the previous year where he fell apart under Freddie Kitchens. So we may see a headline coming up this spring where Baker Mayfield suddenly is making $40 million a year. Or probably a little bit less, if we're being honest. But hey,
you see J.J. Watt is reported to want to head to Cleveland.
Really? I did not see that. That is surprising, but
yeah.
I mean, blue collar mentality, man.
Yeah, the report is J.J. Watt is seriously considering the Browns.
Ooh, Baker's going for it. Got him.
Let's go. Peace out. He's done. He's out.
89 for OBJ. No flags. Risk and reward. And just like that, the Browns have the lead.
You're down with OBJ. Yeah, you know me. You're down with OBJ. Yeah, you know me. Extra point. Going to make it 7-0, 5:30 to play in the first quarter. I like it. I like it a lot. I like points. I like you, buddy. Let's check out the Chinchillaville population Christian contest. And OBJ in our 165 entry contest free roll, 42.4% owned. He's got one catch for 89 yards, a touchdown, already just a tick under 16 points in the flex.
Ooh. On one play. One pass play. Well, there were two passes.
One play.
So Baker Mayfield's first pass play loses 9 yards. His second one gains 89, and Odell could have run to the ends of the earth. He could have run all the way to the Cuyahoga River if need be. But instead, he stops at the end zone because he's a reasonable human being. And now the Chargers trailing. Could be some Eckler time. Could be a little more Joe Reed time. Could be time for Hunter. And it's Eckler, and he gets swallowed up immediately. Ugh.
So Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com reports that Watt is seriously considering making his way to Cleveland to play for the Browns. Among the reasons that the Browns have caught Watt's eye is the cap space they have to make a deal with the three-time Defensive Player of the Year, as well as a roster he thinks can compete for a Super Bowl.
Well, I don't want to plug the post route any more than I already do, although I kind of do.
Go ahead, do it, coward.
But I already talked about him adding a veteran presence up front in Cleveland like Sheldon Richardson already has. And now Browns might be a little cash strapped if they do, in fact, sign Mayfield to that contract extension this offseason. But if they don't, they would have the money to bring in J.J. Watt. And that's going to be a pretty imposing front four there. Garrett, J.J. Watt, Sheldon Richardson, Olivier Vernon, who had a little bit of a bounce-back year. Larry Ogunjobi, if they re-sign him, there are a lot of ways that D-line can beat you up, and it takes a lot of pressure off the linebackers behind them who are not very good. So I like the idea, man. I think it would make a lot of sense for the Browns. I could also just be a little bit of a posturing technique from Watt because he knows he's going to be in demand. He knows that teams like the Steelers, like the Packers, teams looking for that one missing piece to push them over the top, are going to be a little bit more willing to spend if they know they have to outshine the Browns. So it's one of those things I could definitely see happening, but I also kind of think that his camp may have leaked that to Miss Cabot, one of the best beat writers out there. Mary Kay.
Yeah, she's damn good.
She's so good. But she may be A, breaking the story, but B, a helpful tool from the Watt camp to maybe raise his level of interest from teams that may have been slacking a little bit.
Over on the chat in YouTube, Justin C says, little sibling divisional rivalry. So he'd be going up against his brothers in Pittsburgh. That's cool. That'd be some appointment television for all you AFC North fans out there. Just can't get enough of brothers playing against each other.
Brother on brother crime.
That's right, dude. And right now, Joe Reed, Reed's already up to got a second catch in this game.
Yeah, twice a year, your NFL broadcast would just look like a Subway commercial.
Eckler got some room to run, and he's going to take it home.
A big time response there, Eckler. Very chalky, but if you didn't roster him, now you're paying for it. Big touchdown for him after a slow start to this game, and we're about to be tied 7-all.
Here on Color Rush Tuesday. Damn good to have everyone here. And the DK Sim fam, whether you're watching on YouTube, whether you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, it is an absolute pleasure to be calling this game for you. The best friends squad in the house. Edge 95, Bert, Tater Hater is back. Fantasy Hawk. What's up, everyone? Leslie must be. Jaquan Williams. Jeff's garage door, formerly James Farrell. That was a great story on Saturday that he told us. His garage door got so cold in Canada. And I know it's been brutally cold where you are. A lot of the country, it's been dangerously cold. But Jeff's garage door just split. It split in half. He called a garage door fixer dude. And he showed up, and Jeff's like, dude, I'm going to end up having to buy a new door, right? Guy's like, no, I'm a freaking magician, man. And he puts the door back together and then just rides off into the frozen sunset. And Jeff's like, this is amazing.
It's a Canadian superhero right there. Did he ride up like on a moose? Did he stitch it back together with hockey sticks and hockey tape? Like, just a very
Isn't
Canadian.
that what you do?
Yeah,
is that what you do in Canada?
Moose head. Did he bring poutine with him? This is all just extremely, extremely Canadian.
Jaquan Williams says, I'm in my car, no power, but we here, LOL.
Nice.
Are you, I wonder if you're in the Texas area. There's a lot of people without power there. If you guys are there, please be safe, man.
Yeah,
it looks frightening, some of the conditions there, as Austin Hooper now is on the board. Carl says, who got the Charger tutty? That would be Austin Eckler, my friend. Little rushing touchdown for him. Welcome aboard. Welcome home, Eckler. Damn, he's 81% owned in our contest, in the Chinchilla Population Christian contest. And he's got 34 yards rushing and a touchdown already. So he's got just under 10 points for you in the flex spot, guys.
As producer Drew points out, he had scored in 10 straight games. Last 2 games, a little bit of a drought. And now he's putting the team back on his shoulders in this one. And clearly no one's scared away by that 2-game scoreless streak. As everyone's like, this guy's awesome. And surprisingly undervalued in season-long fantasy coming into the year, and didn't really pay off because he did get hurt, but was that guy who could go out and give you 20 points any given week without breaking too much of a sweat in PPR leagues, just because he was so heavily involved in that passing game. 1 year removed from making Melvin Gordon look completely useless. Came back, had a good year when healthy. Great blitz pickup. Great catch.
Oh, nice.
Wow, it's Higgins. Rashad Higgins with the catch on 3rd down. This drive continues. Big time play there from Baker Mayfield and his wide receiver 3. And credit, I think it was Chubb there. Might have been Kareem Hunt on the blitz pickup, but basically left a blitzer at Mayfield's feet. Gave him the room to step into that, make that throw.
Yeah.
And there he goes.
He's panicking, and that was an awkward throw, but ends up completing it. He picks up another first down, less than a minute to play, and Baker looking pretty good in this one. He finds Jarvis Landry for his first catch, 12 yards on the gain. Higgins, 46% owned, dude, just under 9% in the captain spot here. Producer Drew, that is a great stat you put in that Christian just read off. Thank you very much, Producer Drew. My guy, we were gossiping back and forth last night about The Bachelor. I don't know if we have any members of Bachelor Nation with us in the chat on Twitch or over on YouTube. If you guys want to get to the latest and greatest in the drama and the cliffhangers, let's try not to spoil it for everybody else, but I am here for it, all of it.
I don't know at what point the Bachelor and Bachelorette became like basically de facto sports viewing, but at SB Nation, It became one of our weekly rundown. This is not something we planned on doing. It was a Charlotte Wilder, then formerly with us, then Sports Illustrated, now Fox Sports. Charlotte, a wonderful writer, would review The Bachelor every week, and it would do amazing numbers. And then suddenly there was this pocket of sports fandom that was really, really latched on and committed to The Bachelor and The Bachelorette. And I do not understand it personally. It all sounds awful to me, Emerson.
Oh, I just noticed. I was looking down on YouTube and I'm like, oh my God, you can see our sweet pea just napping on the couch back there. Look at her.
Oh, yeah.
I know. What a little chinchilla. But yeah, you know what? As real quick, let me get to the grabs here. So Keenan Allen's got 2 for 21, Reed 2 for 31. You scroll all the way down, it's only 1 for OBJ for Turd Ferguson there, but it was 89 yards and for a touchdown.
Yeah, pretty solid day for him. Reed and Allen, couple each. So the passing game's on both sides working out right now. And hey, if you want to read a little bit more about those J.J. Watt landing spots, or maybe tomorrow you want to know what the Eagles can expect in return for Carson Wentz, there's not much. By all means, please subscribe to the newsletter. It's free. It's 3 times a week, and it's the postroute.substack.com.
I enjoyed the 1 week during the regular season. You had me make my picks.
Yeah.
You had me make my picks for that week, and I almost picked a boatload of upsets, but almost isn't going to get it done, dudes. There he is. There's Turd Ferguson again. OBJ down around the 10.
And it's a bonus for him, and on 2 catches.
Not too shabby, right?
Yeah, not bad at all. As now we get to see, empty backfield, 1st and 10.
Damn, 5 wide? Okay.
You know, this wouldn't be a bad situation for Baker to run it.
Smack dab, it's wide open. Oh, what the hell's he doing?
What the hell?
He threw it right to him. He threw it right to him.
Is that
baby, you're not catching him.
Oh,
yes, you are.
wow.
Good on you, Baker. Good on you.
Yeah. There was, I mean, that looked like it was sent directly at James. Just what? Oh, what? I mean, Jarvis Landry wasn't going anywhere with that one. At best, that's a 3-yard gain, and at worst, you lose 55 yards of field possession while turning it over.
Producer Drew says Baker's tackle rating is better than his throw accuracy. You seriously threw it. They're like straight to Derwin James Jr., one of 2 X factors on the LA defense, the other one being Bosa. But he's got a reinforcement X factor, so a higher chance to defeat run blocks and disrupt catches. That's when it's like when he's in the zone. He wasn't even in the zone there, dude.
Oh yeah. That was basically a look what I found interception.
Like, you over there. You look lonely.
Yeah, sure. I'll take this, yeah. Okay.
Good God, man. As most of you know already, Keenan Allen, only X factor on the offensive side of the ball. You see him top of your screen in the slot. Probably be a great guy to target here on this drive. It's not going to go over the middle.
Hunter Henry again. Henry is going to be a guy who's going to be really interesting to watch in free agency. Quite possibly the top tight end on the market. Yeah, obviously, he's got those injury concerns when you're dealing with him, is where they come out in the babysitter Billy formation here. So typically a passing lineup. And will be again Eckler in the block. And first.
There he is, Keenan.
It's going to be really interesting to see where teams go, who's willing to pay up for a guy like Hunter Henry. We saw George Kittle get $15 million per year last season. Henry's no George Kittle, but he's probably going to be looking for something in the 12 to 14 million annual range. And with the dearth of good, consistent tight end play, he might get it. He might get a lot more than you would expect from a guy with his track record as Eckler, going nowhere on that red zone carry. He has his Chargers' lone touchdown of this game, but LA threatening here.
500 people watching over on YouTube, 229 likes. If you still got one, feel free to hammer away, tickle it, do whatever it is you feel like doing to that thumbs up button. Ooh. And one more point if you got Keenan Allen, you know, I didn't get you many yards.
Yeah, why does he run that route short of the sticks, Emerson? That should be 1st and goal, but instead it can be 3rd and real short here. And the way the Browns are playing at home, this has got to be 4-down territory for you unless you lose yards here.
Let's go. 3rd and 1. You don't need to. That should get it.
Oh no! They lost yardage.
Come on.
Terrible.
Come on. What are you doing? What is you doing, baby? Ugh. It's just a damn cough, man. Says if anyone gives Hunter Henry $14 million a year, they should be fired.
Oh, man, I get it. As the Chargers going to be bold here. They're going to have numbers up front if they run it, and they have the fullback in action. And it's
in. Give it to him.
2 for Austin Eckler. He is having himself a pretty good day. Not quite OBJ after one play good, but 2 touchdowns for him and a huge 4th down pickup there. All right, here comes the Badgley extra point, and now after an early lead, the Browns find themselves down by 7. Could be time for Baker Mayfield to get back on the horse and prove that brain fart was temporary and not permanent.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go, y'all. And that's right. Like they were knocking on the door. That was a terrible decision by Baker. Though he made the touchdown saving tackle, it didn't necessarily matter because the Chargers ended up marching downfield and scoring anyway. It's good to see all of you guys and gals over on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. See the usual suspects chilling with us. Germ, Jay Berg. What's going on, y'all? Winter Bold, CJ. How's everyone doing today? Has Kenny been on a sim today?
Kenny is not, which is why you might notice the people are very pleasant in the chat.
Oh my God!
No, he's gonna do it again! He's gonna do it again! Oh my God! 91 and now 78 yards for OBJ.
Odell, no!
Oh my goodness! The superstar traits blowing up. And the 2 Browns touchdowns have both come on plays of 75-plus yards. What a start to this one.
Dude, the OBJYN is going to work. He is going to town on this Chargers defense. Bend it like Beckham Jr. I don't care who you bend it like. Just bend it.
Good Lord, what a twist.
My man's can't be stopped right now.
It's going to be real difficult to crack into the money if you don't have Eckler and OBJ. And those 2 guys, very chalky. Eckler, top-owned guy, 72% in our free showdown. OBJ, 44%, 5th most owned guy out there. That means there is a lot of overlap. Someone out there is watching this sim going, oh, my God, I have every touchdown in this game. Yeah, they are already counting their stacks of DK bucks. Not me, however. I could not fit OBJ in there. Oh, Jarvis Landry instead.
Okay.
I feel foolish.
I mean, and what's crazy, the time of possession in this game is probably so lopsided as well because of like the 2 drives where they're just scoring 1 or 2 plays.
Yeah.
Let's do a lineup check. Where are you guys at? Lineup check. I'm sitting 36 in the chinchilla population Christian contest. I'm in 36th place. We still got 3.5 minutes to go in the second quarter, and I have 75 points. Of course, OBJ is in my lineup as Herbert picks up a first down and then some, down at the 50. So I'm an idiot. I don't think I ran through my lineup. I know you ran through yours. And I'm getting crushed right now with Kareem Hunt in my captain spot. He has -1 rushing yards. Then I have Baker, Eckler, OBJ, Landry, and Badgley. But Hunt is just holding me back.
I mean, just having OBJ in there, even with your terrible captain call, you've got like 40 places on me in the Chinchillaville free roll. I'm at 75th, and I have Keenan Allen in double digits in my captain spot. I have Baker Mayfield in his 2 touchdown passes in my flex. I have Eckler in his 2 touchdown runs, and yet I am barely top 50% because OBJ, like old Greg Jennings of viral video fame, is putting the team on his back.
2nd and 7, down at the 44. So 3rd and 3 coming up for the Chargers here as we approach the 2-minute warning in the first half. We got 3 more sims coming up today. All my beautiful babes. Panthers at the Texans. Myself and Rossi will be with you to kick off the late slate. Chiefs at the Jags. I love that. Chiefs at America's team. Ooh, Keenan Allen and the 2 dirty 13s.
So there's the 2-minute warning.
Glash and Tom will be with you for the 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock sim. So Chiefs at America's team, and then the Bucks at the Giants. 10 o'clock Madden After Dark, or Club Madden, or whatever the hell Glash is doing these days.
And we're getting. I hear you guys. Yeah, where the hell is Nick Chubb? I mean, the run game has not been doing anything for this Browns team, but OBJ has been doing it on his own. I also hear you, Jason Rossi, member of the Congeniality Crew. No Congeniality Crew sims this week. Instead, you got the best friend squad here today. Me and Koff and me and everyone's favorite, America's sweetheart, Kenny Ducey. Those are my 3 co-hosts for the 8 sims I get to call this week. I have the privilege of calling this week as a bad overthrow there. Eckler could have picked up about 5. Instead, going to be 3rd and long, and we are looking at a 43-yard field goal attempt if the Chargers can't convert here.
Just a heads up, everyone, there is a contest made. Rossi and I have a contest for the 6 o'clock. We got an LOTZIA, Fat Sack Bros contest. So it is Fat Tuesday. This is PH Fat. Sack Bros together. Woo! Hell of a grab. Yes. Hell of a grab by Reed.
Oh, Reed again. What is this guy doing? 2,600, and he's already got you more than 6 points.
Great. Hey, great punt play on your end, my dude. So while you guys are watching and listening, make sure you get a lineup filled out in that free roll. It's all for bragging rights. Oh, Hunter Henry. Give it to him.
Woof. Woof. And there it is. But the problem is leaving a lot of time for a Browns team that's only needed like 15 seconds at a clip to score touchdowns. Browns are going to have quite the opportunity to respond here. 81 seconds left in the half. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. Emerson, the way this one's been going, I don't think we're done scoring.
No. And I'm fine with that. These are the best sims. These are the absolute best sims you could ever ask for. Who cares about defense in these things? Give me all the points in the world. Give me all of the skill position players scoring touchdowns left and right. Give me a 75 to 68 game 12 times out of 10. I do not care. I just want points. Never been a defensive guy in my entire life. Offense wins championships. Rossi says he's watching this sim and he's getting some fiber in.
Some fiber.
Absolutely clutch. You need it.
Yeah, you gotta stay.
Oh, God. That's funny. And Frangelico on the ops team says this keeps ops busy for sure. He's like, I can take maybe a few less points. That guy hasn't been able to chill this whole time.
Way.
And oh my God. I was thinking he was gone again.
Yeah, I just saw it. I saw the star blink and I saw him take off. I was like, no. Of course, everyone out there with OBJ in the captain spot, the exact opposite, but a nice completion, a big completion on first down. This drive off to a great start, and it's because of who else but your guy, Turd Ferguson. Junior.
Bry Guy on the ones and twos reminding us a solid 207 receiving yards for OBJ, which means, we see this all the time. Like, you go off in the first half, it would not shock me if it just disappears in the second. Yeah. And I'm not jinxing anyone when I say that, because that's the whole bonus watch. Like, don't say the B word, don't jinx him. He's already hit it.
The jinx would be if you said he's going to have 400 receiving yards. If you took a look at his production and you're like, you know what, I guarantee he's going to have 300 receiving yards. We're witnessing the greatest sim day in history. That would be the jinx. What you're doing is the oppo jinx, which sometimes works and sometimes is nonsense.
Trevor, I know the Turd Ferguson thing gets me every time too. I was just thinking, like, what's a great nickname for him? And with some of the recent stories that have come out, I'm like, that's great. He's also an epic character from SNL. Oh, hey, Trebek.
Nah, yeah, read the name. That's not my name. That? Oh. Yeah, it's big.
I know there's so many like this we can't repeat.
Oh,
we got a
huge
fumble by the Chargers defense. Right when I am praising the offense and how more points, more fun. They crap it away. That should have been at least 3 points.
Well, you know what? The Chargers, though, 27 seconds left, 3 timeouts. That's 4 plays, and they've been covering a decent amount of the ground themselves. They could get away with some points here, and that's a good start. Is that Uncle Verge right there?
Yes, it is, dude. Let's go. Tight end 2.
False man.
Lack of Virgil. Hey, touched for the very first time.
Dude, Madonna's early career, all bangers. No song in the world might get me more hyped than Like a Prayer. Like a Prayer is a great song. It comes on, I'm like, yeah.
All right, hold on. Yeah. Life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone. I hear you call my name, and it feels like home. When you call my name, it's like a little prayer. I'm down on my knees. I want to take you there in the midnight hour. I can feel your power just like a prayer. You know I'll take you there.
Yeah, dude. Not only a great song, like perfect song to have on at a wedding, like everyone will dance to Like a Prayer. But the greatest pro wrestling entrance of all time, from the tap end of Stevenson, Grado! Scottish wrestler extraordinaire comes out to Like a Prayer, and he is just he's just a beautiful human. Look up Grado entrance, ICW. Whoa. Everyone is a banger. Gradoberg, just a delightful jelly bean of a human being. If you took a jelly bean and dropped it into the Disney universe and made it a person, that would be Grado. I love Scotland. Anyway, Baker Mayfield, 8 yards away from the bonus, thanks in part to the amazing play of OBJ and his 200-plus receiving yards. Both touchdowns belong to OBJ. Justin Herbert, 157 and a touchdown. Herbert's been having a pretty good game, too. He hasn't had a OBJ to throw to. He has to settle with Keenan Allen, who is, he's on pace for a lot of things, but he's not on pace for a 400-yard day like his counterpart on the other side of the ball. On the ground, Austin Eckler, 7 for 50, 2 rushing touchdowns. So bonus, a possibility for him. Herbert, 19 yards on the ground. Only 2 carries for that Browns team, and they've gone for -1 yards, and it's all Fremont.
Yeah, Jess, and I think Jess shares the opinion of many in the DK Sim fam, says, how does Chubb not have a single touch yet? It is wild.
Oh, man. He's just a damn Kaufman. Bringing up Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry is one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. Got to see him in Scotland as well. And I love him to the point where I've taken his entrance song parodies and turn them into my own trivia round with Geeks Who Drink trivia. Unsanctioned trivia rounds where you have to identify the artist and the original song title. So yes, outstanding. Also, TK, how dare you say Emerson's voice stunk? That was angelic. I thought a choir of angels coming down to bring me to my final resting place, to bring me to paradise. And I was a little bit shocked and disappointed when it was just Emerson. And you guys couldn't see him, but I could. And the light emanating from him, it was otherworldly. I couldn't tell, but for a moment there, he took on the physical presence of a unicorn.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I do it for you, DK Sim fam. I bring it 110% every day for you, even when it comes to my Madonna lyrics. Only for you. Thanks for being here.
Oh boy.
My live studio audience could not get enough of it. She wants me to sing more like a Virgil.
Yeah.
Like a Virgil. Hey. First time. Like a Virgil. All right. What's happening in the second half? I need more points. I need the score doubled right now.
Yeah.
I need another 35 points dropped.
Yeah.
Again, Frangelico is like, no, not now. Let's do it, shall we? What's up?
Talk to me, man. I don't know how we top that. I feel like we should have saved it for the finale, because now how do we go above and beyond like a virgin? I don't know if you can. But hey,
brother, wait a minute, brother. You see what brother Phil just put in the YouTube chat? Emmy, I have come up with your backstory. You were abandoned by wolves as a newborn and found and raised by hippies. You basically gave me mushroom tea instead of milk. Yeah, that's true.
Involved origin story, but I like it.
Yeah, I mean, that almost sounds like college, Emerson. So you were very close. It's just a different stage of my life. Welcome aboard if you're just tuning in. We had one hell of a first half that
really did
stretch nearly 40 minutes.
Honestly, the Browns should maybe even have 28 points after those two horrible turnovers deep in Charger territory. But Baker Mayfield, that pass aside, has looked like a stud, in part because he's just throwing the ball to OBJ and letting him run a million yards for a touchdown, which is kind of crazy when you consider how good this Chargers secondary is. There's Casey Hayward. They have a fully healthy Derwin James. They should not be getting roasted like this, but OBJ just putting on. Oh my God, is it going to happen again?
Oh, dude.
Dude. Oh, what is going on? 73 touchdowns and 70 plus yards.
Oh my God. This is a Mayfield of dreams. It's a shaken Baker.
For Baker now. Oh, I'm sweating. I'm sweating, and it might.
You really are sweating.
Knitted, fully wool sweater, but
you're sweating more than me. Dude, I don't know what's happening right now. But OBJ and Baker Mayfield have linked up for 3 monster touchdowns.
Just keep running that play. Why would you run any other play? I mean, I'm sorry, Nick Chubb. I'm sorry, Kareem Hunt, but you should never touch the ball until the Chargers swat that pass down. Good Lord.
Chef Duke says this is the best performance since the Lamar 300 rushing game. That is a great reference there, Chef Duke. This is banana land. Where are we? I don't mind it, man.
Yeah, no, dude, this is better than, say, a Washington football team versus Dallas sim, where it's like 13-3 at the end of regulation. This has been outstanding to watch. Just, I am struggling to come up with the proper adjectives to describe what OBJ is.
Oh my God.
Chargers.
Yeah. So Frangelico on the ops team, absolutely kicking ass behind the scenes. And right now, Dallas God in solo first place in the Chinchillaville Population Christian Contest. He's got 153 points, currently has a 5-point lead. OBJ's in his captain spot. You want to guess, unless it was just spoiled when you looked at Slack, how many points he has in the captain spot right now?
Let's see. He's got like 250 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns. I'm going to go with 70.
80. He has 80.55 points. He has north of 80 points right now. This is unbelievable.
And we're barely in the third quarter.
Remember when I was like, oh, yeah, this probably means we won't hear from him at all in the second half. Boy, was I wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the Chargers are going to refire Anthony Lynn after this horrible performance.
Brian Hancock says, I love Tecmo Bowl. Give me Bo Jackson, and that's it. And this is not Tecmo Bowl. You can't just hit the reset button. No, you cannot. Of course, those of us who rostered Nick Chubb would love to do that because that dude is MIA, side of a milk carton, the largest milk carton you've ever sipped milk out of.
I think any of us who didn't roster OBJ would like to hit the reset button because, good Lord, I mean, if you don't have him in your lineup, you're pretty much done for. I think at this point, you could just have him in the captain spot and a bunch of scrubs behind him, and you're going to feel pretty good about your odds of landing in the money in this one because, goodness, man.
I know. Look at Williams. He picks up the first down there.
Yeah, good.
It doesn't feel like this is a tied game to me. Because it's like all I'm looking up and seeing is Cleveland like dominating, and they had the 2 drives where they're nearing, I think one of them they were in the red zone on the interception by Baker, and then they had another one towards the end of the first half where they fumbled the football away. This is crazy. Crazy pills. Am I taking crazy pills as Eckler gets tripped up at the 22? He's got 71 yards rushing, guys.
Yeah, dude, that's the thing. Like, Eckler, he's having a good game. And he's going to have like half the the points OBJ does. Absolutely wild. Ball at
you know what?
Nuke
over on Twitch says, never forget when Tyreek Hill put these stats up in a real game. That's so true. And that was the one, that game, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, was that Tampa Bay game, wasn't it, in the regular season?
Against Tampa Bay. So I think I and everyone else is like, got to get Tyreek Hill in your Super Bowl roster lineup. Got to get him and Patrick Mahomes. They're going to do it again. They did not do it again. We have an opportunity here for Eckler to match OBJ at 3 touchdowns. And I kind of want to see it. I want to see OBJ basically outplay. I want to see Eckler get out there and put up 50 points and still not be MVP. Reed Tees, did you know? Hey, Rufus Von Lotz, speaking of crazy pills, have you seen Glash on TikTok? I know I haven't because I refuse to click on those videos. I don't need that in my life.
Yeah, I can't take it.
Ooh,
I put up with them a lot. I can't take it.
So another 4th and short opportunity here. If they kick the field goal, it would be the first time. They went for it earlier. They're not going to do it this time. They're going to take the points and give the ball right back to OBJ.
No. So David G says, don't tell me Emerson has OBJ in the captain spot. I do not, dude. So I'm currently 49 out of 165 entries in that free roll. I've got him in my lineup and on my roster, but I am in the department of, I'm a little disgruntled when it comes to the Cleveland running game right now because I thought I was being smart and wise and different by putting Kareem Hunt in the captain spot, and he has -1 rushing yards right now. It's absolutely terrible. But I'm not going to complain about the Badgley points. I'll take the field goal. So just to refresh your memory, I got Hunt up there, who has -0.15 points. Then there's Baker, Eckler, OBJ. So I'm in good shape because of those three guys. Landry's got under 4 points. Badgley's got more than him at 6 points.
Yeah, I thought I was being real smooth by paying down and going Landers like wide receiver 1 against this defense, against this secondary. OBJ is going to lay an egg. No, incorrect, wrong. Mayfield with the wherewithal to stretch out and get the first there, 10 yards on the ground. The bad news is that means this upcoming OBJ touchdown will only be 65 yards instead of 75. So, maybe think about your wideouts before you get all play hero ball, Baker. All right, babysitter Billy formation. OBJ split wide to the left. And
hey, guys, look who it is.
Nick Chubb.
What's up, dude?
Picks up 5 there, so maybe we'll see a little bit more run game, although the Browns are still trailing. So, that's a good sign here. This isn't a blowout. We're not going to see Cleveland abandon the passing game. There is a very real chance they keep throwing to OBJ and let him try to crash his way through the 300-yard barrier.
Yep.
As holy moly, Baker Mayfield, 375, 3 touchdowns.
A lot of that hooking up with OBJ. Most of that. This will also wrap up the early classic and currently a two-way tie for first there. And both of those teams have OBJ. Both of them. So he has 53 points there in the classic.
Goodness.
Just silly.
Instead, this drive has been all about Austin Hooper, getting him involved, getting him in the game, maybe using OBJ as a decoy, but as well, even though that quarter finished without the flourish that we kind of expect, let's not forget that it started with a 70-plus yard touchdown pass to OBJ that looked a lot like the first touchdown of the game. Just an absolute rainbow to a guy who's being single covered for reasons we cannot comprehend.
So 13 of 18, 388 yards and 3 touchdowns for Baker Mayfield. Herbert's 23 of 28, 195 yards and a touchdown. Baker does have an interception. Eckler has 12 carries, 72 yards. Next closest is Herbert. 2 for 19. Chubb's got 2 for 7. Kareem Hunt, my captain. What the hell, dude? Two carries, -1. Baker's got 1 for 10.
And now we're gonna get into the receiving stats, and my mind's I'm gonna lose my damn mind when it comes up.
Lose it, dude. Lose it. You won't lose it. You're weak. You won't lose your mind.
I feel like that would be strong if I didn't lose my mind. Weakness would. Anyway. Keenan Allen,
like reverse psychology.
Keenan Allen having a very good day. He has 210 fewer receiving yards than Odell Beckham, and he has 3 more catches. OBJ is averaging 55 per touch, 5 for 277, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah. Dallas God, I see you, dude. Says I'm first in both showdowns. Yes, you are. I can confirm.
Yeah. Who's going to even come close to you if you got Odell?
Dallas, but he's tied part of a 21-way tie for first place in the money showdown. So currently winning just under $2, which is $2 more than what you're winning in the free roll, dude. And you're going to have pride. There's a lot of pride on the line. That's why we do these things. Guys, also take time now, fill out a lineup in the Fat Sack Bros contest for the 6 o'clock game. Rossi and I are on that call. It's Fat Tuesday. Let's get thick and joyful with each other. I already forgot which teams you're playing, and I've already built a lineup for it. Panthers, Texans. There you go.
I mean, and that could be where Deshaun Watson ends up. We saw one of the Panthers ESPN beat writers bring it up earlier as what? How did he get out of that?
Baker. It's shake and bake.
400 total yards now for Baker Mayfield. At the very least, pretty damn close. Yeah, that's what Koff brought it up earlier. It kind of flew under the radar yesterday, but news out of Charlotte that the Panthers may be mounting a serious effort to go out and get Deshaun Watson, 3 first-round picks, and Christian McCaffrey on the table, allegedly. Now, this could just be the Texans posturing and trying to get a big stop there. Melvin Ingram's 2nd sack of the day, or 1.5th sack of the day. But Emerson, 3 first-round picks and Christian McCaffrey for Deshaun Watson. Does that feel like an overpayment to you? Is it fair value? Is it an underpayment?
3 first-round picks and Christian McCaffrey?
And Christian McCaffrey.
Is that what it's going to take?
I mean,
I don't know if I'm giving that up. Damn. But he's kind of.
I think I would do it. I think McCaffrey right now is a little bit of an albatross. He got that big contract in Charlotte, and the team kind of proved they can have a decent running game and passing game out of the backfield without him.
That's a good point. DJ Moore there, Kurt the Squirt. Yeah. Wait, you don't like the Kurt the Squirt nickname? Okay. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Sure, why the hell not? They have enough young guys. You're not going to be having any first-round talent for the next few years.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. But the blocking is not bad. I mean, it would be a way better situation for Watson than Texas for sure. I don't know. I think that one kind of feels like a win-win, and then it would be until the Texans inevitably botch those draft picks and.
We would never hear about Christian McCaffrey ever again. Like his career would go to Houston and die. Man, that last year sucked not having him out there because he's so good for football and he's such an incredible player. He's like just do it all. 10 catches a game, 15 carries a game, 100 and something rushing yards. Like it's just a one-man wrecking crew. You just wonder how sustainable can that be? How long can it be sustainable for?
I feel like we got a good run with LaDainian Tomlinson, and I think that is where it's probably the easiest comparison is to be made for Christian McCaffrey. LT played for a long time, was a fantasy beast for a long time. Granted, dealt with some injuries of his own, but I'm gonna look up how long was LaDainian Tomlinson a truly elite running back. And you can really go, 6 years, at least 6 years, where he was just insane, gave you at least 1,300 rushing yards, at least 13 touchdowns. And from 2002 to 2007, Emerson Lacia averaged 2,070 yards from scrimmage and 20 touchdowns per year. That's absurd. I mean, I feel like Christian McCaffrey, as good as he is, can't even compete with that peak. I feel like maybe we underestimate just how great LT was. Speaking of dual threat running backs, we should not be comparing to LT. Eckler, 70-plus rushing yards. He kind of needs to break one now if we want to feel good about him hitting that bonus number. Of course, it would be nice. You see Keenan Allen split wide up top. He looks like he's going to be in single coverage. Doesn't matter. It's a run play. Eckler gets slung down for a loss there, or no game rather. So passing down here, we've seen a little Joe Reed. We've seen a little bit of Keenan Allen, a little bit of Hunter Henry. We haven't seen a ton of Mike Williams, so maybe that's where the misdirect goes this play, or maybe they motion Eckler out of the backfield or have him run a wheel route. He is pretty dang good at that.
Marshall Faulk might be a better comparison for CMC. That's what Just a Damn Kaufman said. Oh, wow.
What?
Oh, holy hell, he pulls it down. 53 yards for Mikey. Hey, Mikey, I think he likes it. That was hella marbles on that one.
Oh, my goodness. This was just one-hand mossing? Is that what happened over Denzel?
You got mossed.
Well, Chargers, barring a turnover, are going to get the lead back on this drive. The question is it going to be 3 or 7? And it's Henry for only about a gain of 2 there, as Herbert still having a good day, just not having that that Baker Mayfield kind of day.
Jay Berg, not a fan of that. So he's never done that in his life. Well, in his sim life, he just did. My sweet chinchilla. 2nd and goal from the 5. Gonna do a little end around to Hunter Henry and going to lose a yard.
Why? Why are you running a sweep with your tight end?
I don't know, man.
That only works with fast tight ends.
It works with Travis Kelce. Yeah. It works with him.
Yeah. And with Kelce, it's usually like a shovel pass up the middle, not a slow developing off tackle run. 3rd and goal coming from the 6. Allen split up top. Henry could be the target here. You need a big red zone guy.
Let's go. Yep.
Ooh, Mike Williams.
Finishing what he started.
Well, all right. Mike Williams' day went from forgettable to pretty okay on this drive. Big time reception on 3rd down, and then a big time touchdown on 3rd down. Chargers about to take a 7-point lead. 3 minutes and 3 seconds left in this game, but both teams have all 3 timeouts. And we know the Browns are very capable of slinging the hell out of the ball. Might not be good news if you're sitting waiting on Chubb or Hunt. 7-point game with 3 to play. Browns are behind. They're going to be throwing the ball quite a bit. But if you are waiting to see if OBJ can break 300 yards, well, this seems like the perfect opportunity for that.
3 minutes to go. It's all. Are you okay? Okay. A bad case of the hiccups here for a second. Oof.
The pooch doesn't seem concerned though.
No, the pooch is passed the hell out on the couch. She's had a pretty good day. Spent a lot of time at the coffee shop this morning. She just kind of chills and says hello to people and walks around and introduces herself to everybody.
Good dog. Or Austin Hooper. So it's been OBJ, option 1, and then a whole bunch of spaces below that, and then option 2 has been Hoop, the tight end, the former Falcon, the well-paid tight end, and let's see if he maybe gets a few more options here, or if we're going to finally see Baker go back to OBJ. Oh, hey, there's Kareem Hunt.
Hey, congrats. Thank you. He's out of the negative, bro. We are good to go. Actually, we're not, because I need him to score a lot more.
Yeah. Well, that's probably going to take us down to the 2-minute warning. Not a ton of expedience here. Yeah. From the Browns, but they do have all 3 timeouts. And hey, maybe they're just trying to play their way into overtime so they can make sure OBJ gets a shot at 300. Really, I'm very frustrated. If OBJ ends this game with only 5 targets, I don't know if I can ever forgive Sim Baker Mayfield for that.
Wow, Retees, did you know, saying he's unfollowing Winnie on Instagram now. Wow. Wow. That is uncalled for. What happened to you? What happened to us? We had so much potential. Speaking of potential, Matt LaMarca gave me his number today.
Oh.
Yeah, we're going places. A minute and a half to go, down at the 17. Higgins back in action. Cleveland needs a tutty. I'm moist. My X Factor's moist.
Plenty of time to get there. They're going to go no huddle here, so they'll get the snap off about 1:10 left. Still have all 3 timeouts. Can use any part of the field as Baker gets it. What? He ran the wrong direction.
Okay.
He caught it. He ran back towards his quarterback. He did it very fast. Great burst. Great athleticism there, but only a gain of 2, and the clock continues to tick. And again, not the worst thing in the world, because you don't want to give this Chargers team too much of a comeback effort, but if you're playing for overtime, the way this game's been going, first team.
Down.
He's in. Baker Mayfield, touchdown. And that is definitely, he's having a pretty good day, Emerson. I was going to give him something like 30-plus rushing yards, a rushing touchdown, 3 passing touch. Dude has been all over the place. And as much as we are pumping up OBJ, Baker Mayfield, 3 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown, nearly 450 passing yards, 40-plus points in the flex. This is one of the best quarterback performances that we have ever seen.
The fabulous Baker boy. Meanwhile, Hot Chub Time Machine, 35% owned in our contest, 7 rushing yards. I get it. My blood is boiling as well. Well, actually, it's not because I didn't roster him. Oh, sitting 49, bro. Where you at? Lineup check, people. Lineup check as we could be nearing overtime, but who the hell knows after the ridiculous fireworks and the unexpected electric performances being put up. And they're going 5 wide, so they're going to play. They're going to play for the win. I love this.
36,
come on, baby.
3 timeouts and an actual sideline route.
What the hell's happening here?
Ooh. Now, since this is a Chargers kicker, any field goal attempted in the final minute of a tie game or a game the Chargers are trailing has its win probability reduced by half. Second and 2, ball at the 30, so got 32. Got a ways to go here before field goal range is.
Oh, dude, he was there. What?
Mike Williams could have put the team on his back there and broken the 100-yard barrier, and instead Herbert missed him by just a few feet. Now,
Herb, dude, Herbert. Who's got the Herb? 32.
Third down.
Come on.
Maybe they're just going to run it here and get the guaranteed first down.
I hate this. I hate this so much.
So the Browns take a timeout. They're going to get the ball back. Cleveland might get the ball back knowing all they have to do is throw it up real high to Odell Beckham, and it's probably going to end in a touchdown.
Man, they had an opportunity to do something and not look like idiots. And the Chargers decided to not do something and look like idiots. Frangelico on the ops team, by the way, chiming in, says, this is the funnest game I have scored thus far. Hell yeah, it is. It's been one of the best games I've ever been on in the history of the Dream Stream.
I feel bad for Rossi having to come in and follow up this energy. You're going to be completely spent. You're not going to have anything to add. I feel it right now. The adrenaline still coursing through my veins, but once this game's over, it's gonna leave my body like the ocean receding during low tide, and I'm going to be just absolutely drained. And I mean, that's it. Well, the good news is we get overtime, and in a just and true world, the Browns will get the ball at some point in this overtime period because we are still only a handful of yards away from a 300-yard OBJ day.
Dude, it's so true. Producer Drew, as the Chargers will receive, this is what happens when Emerson is on a 4 p.m. sim. Always overtime. Yay. The crowd goes wild. This is insane. It's fun when you're on the winning side, says Sweats for Fun.
What is all right. So
what?
I'm going to need someone to explain to me how Kenny Ducey cheated at rock, paper, scissors or something.
Yeah. I can explain it to you when we get off the sim. Because it was bad. It was very, very bad, and I was embarrassed for him. And I want everyone to know that he contacted me after the sim last night, and he apologized, and I accepted his apology, and everything is fine. Are you still there? You look frozen in two. You're probably not still there. There you go. You're back.
Hey.
Thank God. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure if you caught what I was able to say, but yes, there was some serious cheating going on. Rock, paper, scissors. The Twitch fam is all over it right now. They're upset that I have compared Glash to Ducey.
Think of that.
Yeah, you're back, bro. 3rd and 5 here, opening drive of overtime. This has been an epic performance by both teams. Oh, hell yeah. Nice grab. First down. Let's go.
Wow. Joe Reed again. So he is 6 for 91 for Joe Reed. Joe Reed could hit the bonus in this game. That's how good it is. All the UVA fans out there, like, yeah, I know Joe Reed's good. I watched him play for like 3-4 years.
So 1st and 10. Overtime rules, pretty simple. Score a touchdown here, it's over. Kick a field goal, and the Browns will have an opportunity to answer back. So OBJ and Baker Mayfield have put the Browns on their back like Jan Sport in this one. Baker has had a hand in all 4 of the Browns' touchdowns. But right now, none of that matters as the Chargers have the football.
Yeah, big 3rd down coming up here, not in field goal range. Oh, if they made it like 4th and 1 at the 43, you think they might go for it. I wouldn't feel comfortable with Michael Badgley from anywhere over 50 right now. And plus, when he win you the game, we'll just give you the option to win the game.
Oh, come on, dude.
Keenan Allen will remain well shy of the bonus. 8 for 67 for him. That would have made it 9 for like 77, but instead Herbert overthrows him. Punt coming up, and we are going to get the opportunity to see OBJ go for 300.
Abby says, I plugged Reed from his sim stats. I had no idea who he was. Kareem, I think he means Joe Reed is a punt play because it's just cheap. You know, you have like that few extra bucks left over. You need someone to fill the spot, and you just throw them in.
If you're like us and you're like, I need extra cash to get your Kareem Hunts and Jarvis Landrys in the lineup, that's how you end up with Joe Reed at 2,600. And 2,600, a bargain for a man who has put up 15-plus points despite no touchdowns, no bonus. Might get another opportunity here. This drive not starting off like you'd hope. Oh, no, that's not going to end well either. So 3rd and long coming up for the Browns, who have gotten real conservative when that doesn't work at all for them.
Germ says over on Twitch, I'm already out of it. I just want to see OBJ get another one. Me too, dude. Me too. And Twitch fam, I know you can hear me. I love you. 31-31, 3rd and 8. Baker, do that thing we like, baby. Oh, hell yeah, he completed it. Jarvis Landry, his 3rd catch in this game, been awfully quiet, but his biggest catch coming right there, Christian.
I looked like that one was going to get swatted down. Great hands from Landry, which is actually what we've come to expect. In the real world, in Simland, well, yeah, one hand around coverage. Would be nice for the multitude of Landry owners out there if he could come alive here in this final drive, but I think we are all on the same page. We all just do that to Landry again, so there's that, but only a gain of 2 on that wayward toss to the sideline.
Pebble Beach says, how is Hunt getting more snaps than Chubb when Chubb is the RB1 WTF? So I think a lot of these formations they're coming out in, my dude, is the passing formations. And Hunt is listed as that 3rd down running back, which is also going to be that passing down back. And Nick Chubb, as you just saw here on that play, when they're in that like I formation, power back situation, it's going to be Chubb back there. Seems like they've been hammering away on the passing game. They've been coming out of those passing formations this whole time, Christian.
59. Let's go, defense. Let's get out the field, defense.
Yeah, and here comes another one. A lot of shotgun.
There he is. See, that's a shotgun formation looking to dump it off to Hunt.
Well, this game was all offense until the final 30 seconds in overtime. We were about to have our first back-to-back punts of this game. And you know what? It's good news for Joe Reed, who's currently one first down away from the bonus. Good news for Austin Eckler, who has a ton of catches, not a ton of yards. It's good news for Mike Williams, who could put together – Jamie Gillen's punt just barely bounces into the end zone. I see you, Scottish Hammer. I still love you. All right.
So Eckler, we have go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I was just saying Eckler.
No. Say it. Spit it off.
Yeah, Eckler gets the carry. You know, he's got the 2 touchdowns, but total yardage-wise, not a lot. Only 88 total yards. His 2 catches have gone for nothing. He does have 23 points, though, thanks to those pair of touchdowns. But kind of I don't want to say underwhelming game for him, but with the 2 touchdowns, you think he could get like 30, maybe even 40 points. And maybe that's what he's going to do this drive as he gets the call again and does not pick up the first.
So what it feels like right now are both of these teams used all of their plays. They have ripped through all of their exciting, thrilling, and ginormous plays in the first 4 quarters and now have decided to crap themselves in overtime. The exchanging of the punts has been a thing as we have north of 3 minutes to go in the first overtime frame. We go until there's a winner. I'm not jinxing us by explaining that, but next point wins. Also, 141 out of 200 entries have been filled up in the LOTZIA Fat Sack Bros contest. It's the free roll contest for the 6 o'clock. Rossi and I will be with you. Panthers at the Texans. Herb, what are you doing?
The good news is, in the middle of this drive, Eckler has gotten to the bonus, so all my complaining and carping about his lack of total yards, proven foolish. 105 on the ground for him. Just, nothing through the air, which is not what you expect from an Austin Eckler sim. The dude is prolific out of the backfield today. He's getting a ton of carries instead. 2nd and 16, though. Ooh,
hold on to that football, kid.
Yeah, that could have gone a lot worse. And he picks up all the yards he lost on that first down sack. So 3rd and long coming up. Could be time for Mike Williams. Could be time for Hunter Henry. Could be time for the kid Joe Reed. All 3 of those guys in the lineup right now.
3rd and 10. Come on, man. Make it happen. Gosh, dang it. This is the wind. The wind is coming out of my sails right now. Pebble Beach, I'm going to take the wind out of your sails. You say Chiefs versus Jags. Going to be exciting tonight. Hopefully Koff is calling that one. Sorry to disappoint you, my friend. But it's the next best thing, which is Glash and Tom. Chiefs at the Jags at 8. Those same 2 for you for Bucks at the Giants. But we'll kick off the late slate again. Panthers at the Texans, yours truly, and Rossi. That's a nice punt. Down at the 4.
Here we go, 96-yard OBJ touchdown.
Don't get nervous now. We ain't beginning to tear you up. Don't get nervous.
Oh, you know what I could go for here, Emerson?
What's up?
Walk-off safety.
I'd be fine with that. I'd just be fine with this, delivering some kind of fireworks. And a safety I would compare and I would put on the pedestal with a 96-yard touchdown to OBJ.
Yeah.
It's the same
better
thing.
than safety, unless it's a safety that clinches the game.
Oh, he's holding it for quite a while.
No.
He's scrambled in the end zone, but he's out of it. And he's going to pick up a first down.
First and then some.
Smart,
So he's got
smart.
like 50-plus rushing yards now. My God, Baker Mayfield. What is this game you're having? You heard me talking about how he's going to get extended, and there's a timeout for no reason because the game thinks this one can end in a tie. I understand it. T-Mac in the same spot I was, walk-off safety. Yeah, it's going to take a lot of effort to get there now, but I'm holding out some hope. Baker Mayfield has the awareness rating that could make him run back towards 25 yards before taking a sack. I'm ruling nothing out.
Yeah, producer Drew says they wanted the 90-yard slant route there for sure. He was waiting for it, dude. But something tells me this one could be called game and blouses by either Michael Badgley or Austin Siebert today. But I don't know. Prove me wrong. Let's go. Lineup currently 45 out of a $165. Many of you performing well today.
Bad throw there. So 3rd and long coming up again. This is where he's pulled out 2 long bomb touchdown passes to OBJ in the past. 74 yards away. This is right in that wheelhouse. OBJ split to the bottom of the screen.
Do it. 3rd and 7. Don't hold it for too long.
Come on. Oh, he got it anyway. He got it anyway. Hooper for the first.
Hanging with Mr. Hooper.
I thought for sure he was going to get stuck early. No, instead, barely picks up the first. Now we're looking at 66 yards to the end zone, approximately 30 more yards before you're feeling good about a Siebert field goal.
With 20 seconds to go here in the first overtime. I know they're calling the timeouts, but we'll just continue on as Baker hold on to the football, nearing Siebert territory. 77 rushing yards. He picks up the first down. The extra frame expires. The first one will go to another one. The drive will continue. We're tied at 31. If you're tuning in early and you're like, I wanted to listen to the music and look at full screens leading up to the 6 o'clock sim, those will be arriving shortly. You're watching the end of the 4 o'clock, where OBJ and Baker Mayfield have played out of their freaking minds.
So this is, you're looking at about 55-yard field goal attempt from here. So obviously the Browns want to do a little bit better than that. More Hooper. How original. Get the ball back to OBJ, you dorks.
Thank you very much to First Time Playing Fortnite, who says he has rented a heart-shaped hot tub for Saturday. So myself and Glash can marinate in it and repair our relationship and call a sim.
Yeah, man. Nothing bonds guys like making a little dude stew together.
Dude stew in our hot chub time machine. We did exchange some texts early this morning recapping the Bachelor, and it came up. I think one of these days. Here we go. Ooh, let's ice them.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're dealing with one cursed franchise and another cursed franchise, so missed field goals in clutch situations wouldn't be foreign to either team, although much more endemic to this Chargers squad than the Browns. All right, about 39 yards here from Siebert.
It's doable. It's makeable.
It's up.
Let's go. Ball game, baby.
2 OTs, and in both overtimes, we saw 0 Odell Beckham Jr. In fact, we didn't see any OBJ in the fourth quarter, in the first overtime, in the second overtime. That is my takeaway from this game. That the game, we could have witnessed history. Instead, we just saw the greatest 2.3 quarters of Madden history from OBJ. But Baker Mayfield, 491 passing yards. Add on what he had on the ground. He had more than 550 total yards in this game. 3 touchdowns. Justin Herbert, 297 and 2. So he actually needed that extra possession there to get him into the bonus. Herbert was fine. Just Baker Mayfield, otherworldly. Except you take away that one horrible red zone interception he had, and he had arguably the greatest game in sim history. It's 5 for 77 on the ground.
Yeah. Eckler hit the bonus. Yeah. A couple touchdowns there. Did you have who's your crusty Coffman player of the game though? It's Baker, right?
I mean, Baker or OBJ? Can we give him dual? I mean, let's give him dual. Let's do a dual crusty cough on this one. It's a special occasion.
I'm fine with that.
277 for a receiver, automatic crusty cough. 550 total yards from a quarterback, 4 touchdowns, automatic crusty cough. So give them both to him. And then in terms of the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, let's go with Nick Chubb, because I think people expected a little bit more out of Nick Chubb than Kareem Hunt. They're both bad, don't get me wrong, but Chubb, I think we saw him carry the ball like 3 times. So Nick Chubb, you are the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award winner today.
Shout out to Dallas God. Looks like you will be the winner of the free roll. Nice little 8-point victory by you. Only one in the 200 range, 207. That's out of 165 entries, just a free roll. So you got bragging rights here until the 6 o'clock, my dude, when I destroy every single one of you. In the free showdown today, looks like a 2-way tie for first place. The Edge, 2469. And then Pike Bass Trout. And then how about the early classic? And of course, the winner had themselves OBJ, 237.04 points. B Sites 32.
That's the highest number I've ever seen in a sim. That's amazing. 237.
Silly. Well, like a Virgil, that's how we do what we just did, man. We just put some muscle in that hustle, huh?
Yeah. I mean, 2 OTs and about 1 million touchdowns and receiving it. It's a good game. Good game. I'm glad not only that I got to watch it, but I got to experience it with you, Emerson Lancia, part of the best friend squad, and with you, DK Sim fam, because we wouldn't be here without you. And if I can just one last time. Oh, that's right.
Let's go. I love that. While you're showing that in the website, everyone needs to be visiting immediately after we're done talking. Frangelico, thank you for today, and especially this sim. You nonstop work for you today, man.
It's a lot of numbers.
It is. It is a lot of adding up, but that is why you are the best at what you do. Producer Drew, Brad Guy, I love you guys. DK Sim fam. I'll be back at 6 o'clock with Rossi. We've got a contest right now filled out for you. The Fat Sack Bros. It's Fat Tuesday. You got the Sack Bros together. Fill out a lineup right now and see if you can take me down, because it's just about impossible to do. I love you. Look at Christian. Go there. Right meow. I'll see you soon. Peace out.
through. By the way, how long was that was the longest Bry Guy sim I've ever seen, your 4 o'clock.
Oh, dude, that was
Oh, audio's up.
Whoa!
Audio's up. Audio's
Kick
up.
off! Kick
Audio's
off!
up. We are back. Dude, what did Jesse do?
Jesse's
what did
words.
Jesse do to this sim?
Man, I can tell you right now that Jesse saying those words, I've actually had to look up in the dictionary to really understand the viciousness of those words. Was honestly, like, I can't. Like, my Google, I have a feeling I'm going to be traced by the FBI based on my Google search.
Yeah,
for these words.
I also want to point out that third voice you heard was God.
That was
God
my
hopped
God.
in and said, hey, you guys, you're up, you're on. The bright light is shining upon us. 2 ring lights here for those of us who are super glamorous. But thank you, Andrew, on the ones and twos for getting out, fixing our audio issues. You are the man. I would like to say hello to everybody. I know now Rossi and I will ruin the sim by talking, but it's good to have producer Madison here today. Zach is here hanging with us. And then Jesse's MIA. She completely screwed this up from the get-go. Probably Thor, like chewing on some audio cords or something. What did I say? Did I say Andrew or Bry Guy on the ones and twos? Did I say Bry Guy on the ones and twos?
It's because, honestly, we'll just let people know. Before, you had a long sim. Our guy, Bry Guy, known as very quick. You had it felt like a 7 overtime. I kept popping in and out of it. But yeah, no, we have Andrew tonight, who's literally just worked.
You're saying.
I'm trying to.
I said Andrew though, didn't I?
I don't care what you said. Nobody's listened to you since you started, so whether the audio's on or off.
I'm just gonna treat this game as if the audio doesn't work, and then we can say anything.
It's really the best way to go.
And then we'll never be back here ever again.
Well, if we keep it clean, but we just don't think. That's the way to think of it. Like you're having a conversation with a young child in the room.
Okay. That happens to me a lot. I have a, almost 7-month-old daughter.
You do. She's a beaut too, huh?
She is an absolute beaut. She's also on Instagram, Winnie Le Pooch. So I'll go ahead and plug her Instagram for her. You may hear her squeaking some toys in the background.
You know what's funny?
What's up?
That you have a dog, you make an Instagram. Cute, funny, hilarious. Imagine if I had an Instagram for my son. It would just be weird. People be like, what are you doing? Just put that on your stupid Instagram, you jerk.
It is nice to be able to communicate with all of you beautiful human beings of the DK Sim fam. Welcome to the 6 o'clock sim that starts the late slate, everybody. It is the Panthers. It is the Texans. And we will be with you here for the next hour or so. And then coming up, it'll be Glash and Tom, Chiefs at America's team, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Bucks at the Giants at 10 o'clock. About 184 of you filled out lineups. We almost jam-packed the Fat Sack Bros contest.
Yeah.
Did you get a lineup in?
I sure did. I'm going to tell you about that in a second, but we do, to give the people what they want, Emerson, since we cannot hold each other and squeeze each other tight, which they really want, a big hug from the two of us. We did earlier in this drive have a sack of Mr. Deshaun Watson. Who knows where his future is, but should we give him just a little? Should we give him a little bit? Yes, I did get a lineup in. So that lineup looks like this. It is in the captain is Christian McCaffrey because he's Christian McCaffrey. I have Randall Cobb, Robbie Anderson, Will Fuller, Joey Sly, and Deshaun Watson.
Okay.
It's
interesting.
It's a top with 164. I'm hoping to finish top 50 with that. I don't think it's a game winner. I think it's a top 50.
It's 184, bro, not 164.
Oh my! When I got in, it was 164. So I apologize for that. So now
it's all good.
I'm gonna I'll still stick with it. Top 50. If I finish top 50, I go to bed happy tonight.
So I went DJ Moore, Teddy Bridgewater, Kurt the Squirt Samuel. Cooks is my only exposure there to the Texans side. Robbie Anderson and the Panthers defense. I made it in a heartbeat today. I said, let's go through this thing.
Oh, I love it.
Now we are here, dude. I was talking a little bit with Glash before the sim. Glash and I are trying to link up for a sim next week.
Ooh, see, it's funny you say that because Glash was telling me I have to talk to, well, we're going to break all the fourth walls here. Talk to Madison, who helps with this. He's like, dude, you got to do some Madden After Darks. We got to get the club bumping because he knows the OG club, Madden, was this chubby little son of a gun over here that's 5 foot or 3'8". So he said, we got to put it together.
You've gotten shorter?
Yeah, I get shorter all the time. I go up and down. It's very weird, dude. Like some people's weight varies, my height varies.
Someone was complimenting you on your height from our field goal kicking video as Watson is dropped.
I will say it was pretty darn funny when someone goes, he's at least 5 feet. Oh, that was good stuff. Shout out. Obviously, it was great to do that, get out and be in public with people, and luckily not have to see your disgusting face. So it was cool.
Let me open up the free showdown here and see what's cooking. How many entries we had to start off the late slate tonight? Around 12,000. Around 12,000 right now. And we're going to go ahead for a Kaimi Fairbairn, like 53-yard field goal attempt.
Oh,
no.
Come on.
Come on, bro.
We got to stack them kickers. I went with the other kicker because Fairbairn there, giving you everything he's got. Look at it. He's got all the leg, just the wee bit short. I blame the Texans offense for not getting him another yard. Poor guy.
How have you been besides?
You okay, Emerson? Do you need help?
I'm looking at my computer is a little off right now.
That's okay.
And I'm working on making it a little on.
Power button usually helps, but if you want to fill that void, I will let you know I've been doing real well, dude. I've been teaming up with the dude you were in the last game with a lot. Last week, me and Christian did like 7 sims together. It was actually kind of nice. Because like in the beginning, when you work with the same person all the time, you're like, well, that's like most realities, right? Like your co-host that you work with, on the sweat, you're mostly with Jesse. On, your Nesson gig, you have, her name's slipping my mind, and that's really rude because I just watched for you. And I zoom in the camera just on Emerson, usually on the left side of my screen.
Yep,
but with that being said, usually you play with, but here in Simland, we're like messing around with different people all the time. So me and Christian did like 7 out of the 8 I did last week. It was rather fascinating, and the relationship, the bond, all the things that we have. Right? It was nice, but that's been my life. A whole bunch of nothing, making homemade pizzas and living my best life over here.
Yeah, you look good. Someone already complimenting you on your hat today.
I'm sure that's a compliment. I'll take it.
You do look chilly. Wish I was there to warm you up.
Yeah, I would love that. Just, do you have a weighted blanket you could send my way?
Actually, I do. It's one we don't use. It's like she ordered a weighted blanket at one point, and then it got here, and she's like, it's like way too heavy. I'm like, it's a weighted blanket. For crying out loud. Like, what did you expect?
Oh, yeah.
So now it just kind of sits there. If you really do want it, if you want to drop off lunch one day, and I'll give you the weighted blanket.
I like it. Maybe I will. We'll talk about that off camera. But I will say, I'll give a shout out to Goofy is a dog's with a naughty number. Says, so we're going to keep the high scoring after last game, or is he says Rossi just going to fart all over the sim. Oh,
okay.
Excuse me. I don't, almost. I do have some beans in my dinner, but I haven't gone there yet. But they did have fiber. I did let you guys know I was ingesting some fiber earlier, so I could.
Last sim was ridiculous, and I know you were watching for a little bit because I saw you there in the chat. Unless you just weren't watching the chat and you just wanted to communicate with me, which you can always text me, buddy. I
did text you.
Miss you, but yeah, it was points galore.
Let's go, I watched.
Teddy.
Oh,
that was a terrible decision, Ted.
Ted, this isn't high school football where you're scared to throw the ball, and when you do, it's really bad. All right. Shout out to my high school quarterback who stunk, but
really?
Yeah, dude. Oh yeah, he was the worst.
All right. So what position did you play?
Left out, and when I occasionally got thrown in the game, I can tell you a really funny story. So I was like an offensive lineman, but realistically, like I know this is gonna sound. Here's a brag. I was a little athletic for my rotund-like body, so I have no power. So I realistically should have just played like defense or something. But with that being said, there was got it.
DJ Moore.
And gets it in there. Again, Teddy Bridgewater looking like my high school quarterback, scrambling around, going, oh, boy, oh, jeez. What do I do?
Oh, my God.
Throw it, Teddy. Throw it, Teddy. Throw right here. Okay. And he just throws.
It's a girl. Oh.
Enough about me in high school, but when I played, there was my name obviously being Jason, birth name, not a gimmick. There was another Jason on our team, and we were in a little town called Hull, Massachusetts, and it takes a long time to get there.
Oh, I love, dude, there's a little merry-go-round, and a nice little arcade, and an ice cream shop on the beach.
There you go. And I wish I was there, because instead I was right next to a football field where there's a windmill that keeps the power going. I hear, Jason, get in there. I go running on the field with my rotund body, and I feel a yank on the back of my collar. And I turn, and I'm like, what's going on? No. And my coach goes, not you! I was like, oh, jeez. And then I didn't really play until they put me in the JV squad. So, yeah. I did play the final couple snaps. It was like Rudy. You ever seen Rudy, right? You've seen the movie?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Awesome. Not a dry eye in the crowd. And, you know, you hear the whole crowd cheers for Rudy, and everyone's going wild. So imagine that exact same scene. And then he goes in, gets the 3-point stands, takes off, sacks the quarterback. They carry him out, and they're off to the races, and everybody idolizes him except for Joe Montana because he's a DB. So imagine that exact scene, but opposite. The guy gets in at the end. No one's cheering for him. Nobody gives two craps. Puts his hands in the 3-point stance. Ball is snapped. It gets dominated by a left tackle and pancaked. And then the game's over. It's senior year. And you just, you dust in the wind like everybody else in high school. That's the Rossi story.
I love was it you the other day who tweeted out though the one scene, like when he gets in, he's so little.
Yes.
He's so little. That's you, dude. That is so you.
There was a Rossi chant once, but it was for basketball, and equally embarrassing, Emerson. They gave me the ball with 2 seconds left, and I did like the Chuck. Have we were talking a little off. Have you seen any of The Office, the show?
Yeah, I've seen The Office.
So the basketball episode, which is highly underrated, first season.
That's like, I was going to say, it was early on.
Yeah. Michael Scott takes like a 3-pointer, and it goes like over the hoop, smashes some like barrels in the warehouse. I basically did that, but in high school basketball. I took the ball and did like a discus throw because there was 2 seconds. I'm like, might as well shoot one. Just went soaring into the crowd. Just right into the audience.
Well, that's amazing, man.
Yeah, I didn't go with to try to shoot it. I didn't do like an athletic toss of a shot. I just took it and did like a 360 spin. Yeah, it's bad news.
Did you wear knee pads? What is that about?
Yeah.
Must be. So you did.
I don't know. Well, Mustbe's probably making some sort of joke, but I did.
Okay, yeah. It says you did not wear knee pads because you don't have knees.
I think it's the short thing, I'm guessing. No, it must be if you knew. I have Osgood Schlatter. Google that later. So I have to wear knee pads all the time.
We have this is not like the first sim, everybody. At least the first sim I was on today at 4:00, where it was like OBJ and there's a bajillion receiving yards and Baker Mayfield with almost 600 yards to himself. But Teddy Bridgewater, 4 of 6, 57 yards, has a touchdown to the wedding DJ. I don't know why I'm doing this. I just hit myself in the face. 2 of 3, 23 yards for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, tough start so far, dude. A tough start. But Teddy, well, it did take him throwing it like a high school quarterback like this. He was like, did throw it to DJ Moore, who was in your lineup. So kudos to you.
Oh, it's a girl. Look, it's a girl.
Now that literally was me.
I could see that. I could see you being so embarrassed when the coach ripped you back and was like, "Not you," and you look behind. You're like the most popular cheerleader. You've always had a crush on. You've never had the marbles to talk to her, and you felt so embarrassed.
Well, close. More like I was never embarrassed to talk to anybody, but I don't think I ever had the courage to have that type of conversation.
Yeah.
But because I was the lunch table. I used to every day sit at a different table at lunch.
Me too.
Yeah, I didn't like to crew up. I didn't like to just sit with the nerds, the jocks, because I played a little bit of everything there. The musicians, the hot chicks, if you would, the artsy chicks. I was all over the place. I used to ask. I used to say, "Hey, you guys mind if I sit with you today?" And they'd be like, "Sure." No one's ever said no to that.
They were probably like, "Oh, you must be new here," and you're like, "Actually, I've been here. I've been going to school here for 5 years."
I'm like Van Wilder of high school. By the way, the Twitch chat is asking what the D in Jason DeRossi stands for, and one of them said Deucey, and I said, "How? That's Reed T's Did You Know, who used formerly of the YouTubes, now he's a Twitch homie." And then, how dare you, Reed T? How dare you? Jason DeAndrea Rossi. That would be awesome.
Jordan L is asking, who's good in the NBA tonight? And I can tell you this. Jesse will be joined by Matt LaMarca after this sim at around 7:20-ish. They're going to be live? Or did they tape that earlier? Probably makes sense to go live, right? With some of the injuries and stuff. Yes, it is
live.
Yes,
we'll do it live.
F it, man. We'll do it live. So that's cool. As I said earlier today, it was a big day for LaMarca and I's relationship as he slid into my DMs and just gave me his phone number.
Oh my God. Wait, is he doing this because of the cough controversy that's going on? Or is he doing this for relationship?
No. I mean, he and I are always talking to each other. And I think
I love LaMarca.
Me too. He's honestly, especially for never meeting him in person, just working with him for the past 3 years at DK. One of my favorite people ever. I like him more than I like my sister.
Well, that's a little harsh, but it's also the wealth of knowledge. Like, you know your sister in and out. You only know LaMarca from his laid back ways. And
Deshaun, what are you? Oh no! Don't juke back in. That's another premature juke and in the wrong direction.
You ever notice that we always like people a lot more in that first 3 months of getting to know them, or if we barely know them, like that guy's the man. But we don't really know. Could be an awful human being. Not LaMarca. I'm saying other people.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, my sister stinks, but LaMarca's the man. But how well do you really know Matt LaMarca?
I mean, he's a pretty simple dude. He knows a lot about basketball. He goes to is that in?
Nope.
No.
David Johnson
down
doing
at the
it.
one.
He stretched it too. He's like, come on, guys. He's flexing it. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, I think that's why I like LaMarca so much. It's because it's just so simple. Only leaves his room to go to Duncan, goes back, just sits there and crunches numbers all day, studies fantasy.
Oh, that's a touchdown.
Okay.
Okay, just another fourth wall breakdown. Our screens are a little our visuals a little off today. It's nothing to do with our team and everything. It's just the way things are set up today. Nothing bad. No, nothing but love for Andrew and Madison. Yeah. That's on us. So if we say something really dumb, yes, we're barely paying attention. Ha ha ha. But no, that's on us.
Mm-hmm.
Back to LaMarca, more importantly.
Yeah. Just leaves his room to go to Duncan, studies fantasy and sports betting, and especially the NBA side of things, and then plays his saxophone. And sometimes he plays it a little too loud, and his mom or his dad comes and knocks on the door and says, can you keep it down just a little bit? And it's all good.
Yeah. And you know what? Wait, does he? Well, I'm not going to ask you to really answer that. But I will say the thing about you actually were the one I think that cleared it up for me with LaMarca, because I was getting to know him a little bit, and I was kind of like, this guy's so chill. One time I was late to a sim because I didn't know I had it. It was a Saturday when I first joined, and he was just sitting there, right? Just sitting in the sim.
Yep.
I'm like, hey, man, I am so sorry. I had no idea. I thought I was only on 4. I didn't know I was on a 2. I think Madison was producing. And we come in, and this dude's just like, no big deal, dude. I'm like, he's so mad. And after we got off, I'm like, I'm really sorry. But he's like, oh, man, I could care less. He's like, I was sitting here either way. That's just him. He's just the sitting there, dude. Just wealth of knowledge, basketball, plays the sax, completely underestimates himself, and just solid. So I'm excited to hear his takes about the NBA because he's on my short list. Julian Edlow's my main dude for my NBA intel. But I will listen to LaMarca, especially if you want to beat Kaufman, because we all know about the cough controversy that's going on in the world right now.
Yeah, just real quick before you get into that, it's funny. Producer Madison says, yeah, she's even had to wake him up for a sim before. It's like, dude, get up. And he literally just rolls out of bed, rolls on the floor, rolls up into his chair, like doesn't even get on his legs and walk. He just rolls everywhere. And he's in his chair. And then his dog's like, "Can you take me outside, please?" Oh, Andrew, yes, that's so true, dude. Oh God, what's the controversy going on? Is we've got ourselves a good game here, which is nice. There's DJ Moore again.
Yeah, all tied up. But yeah, what I have heard, this is secondhand, so I'm going to get in trouble for this because as soon as you say this person's name, that's why I'm trying to shorten everything because he has a radar. He's like Bloody Mary or Candyman. If you say his name a couple times, it just appears in the chat. But I was told that the man that AK, we'll call him today, and I'm not talking about Andrei Karolinko, which was a very underrated basketball player for years.
AK-47, yeah, he was great. I covered him with the Jazz when we lived out there. That was a good dude.
Yeah, good for you. He also had an open relationship. Side story. So
yeah,
anyways.
he did. His wife is like a rapper in Russia.
Yeah, and she was cool with it.
Pop star. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Anywho, we're already off the rails.
So AK of the Dream Stream, I was told, he's always sending people, "Hey, want to play NBA tonight? Want to play NBA tonight? Want to play NBA tonight?" Like, all right, dude. Like, how about hi? How's it going? How's your day? Yeah. Anywho, so I was told from a third party that he has gone to the man who slid into your DMs of Matt LaMarca and gets his lineups from him.
What?
So first of all, I don't even think that's a bad thing because you got it, whatever. But like he's kind of the controversy of it is he's sending all these NBA things out to like numerous people, including the DK Simp. He's going to jump in here sooner or later to pop in his little contest. But what I was told was he was getting lineups from LaMarca to play, and that's why he is winning so much.
Well, that's the thing. And their little friendly, like, free roll contest, yeah. I mean,
but you could just read it on DK Nation. That's what I said. I'm like, isn't it all the same?
Yeah.
It's all the same. Yeah. Like, LaMarca's writing it, and so is our guy Julian Edlow. Sharag's on there. Ducey will throw him on there. So I think it's all the same.
Yeah. It's just head-to-head, like, free roll stuff. Again, they do it for bragging rights. And I know Glash has been really good lately, doing like the NBA thing.
Yeah, especially on TikTok.
Yeah, that's different. Christian McCaffrey on the carry there. And I had the last game just built up so much. So, like, the expectations for every sim. Now this has just been ripped up. My heart completely destroyed right now. Although, never mind. I'm sitting 33 out of $184. So we're good there.
Well, listen, you're doing all right. Let me see. My lineup's got to be in the absolute pits.
It seems like Ian Thomas. It's just like an Ian Thomas game all of a sudden.
Well, it is funny. He's one of those players that gets like, in a sim, he'll have like that quarter, right? He'll have like that amazing, like 5 catches, 60 yards. And you're just like, oh, I should have played him.
Yeah, I'm going back into his last like 20 or so games. Hasn't scored more than like 19 points. As Teddy B is going to Robbie Anderson.
Yeah, Emerson, I am getting absolutely destroyed. I'm in 157th. Whew. I got a goose egg. Well, Robbie Anderson will get on the board there. Randall Cobb's got a goose egg. Christian McCaffrey and the captain's got 4.2. Brutal.
I said it. I know you have a big podcast coming up, right? You're gonna be talking some movies.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be talking about the birthday boy of this year, this week, turning 40. Joseph Gordon-Levitt, who is actually there's like a list of actors that I want to see. Whenever they put out a movie, a film, something, I make sure to like see it, and I go out of my way. And he's one of those actors. So I'm excited to talk about him. He turns 40 tomorrow, I believe. And yeah, guy's amazing. If anybody wants, that's what me and single babysitter Billy will be discussing on the old pop culture pile driver.
And that is when?
Well, I'm not. It's going to be on YouTube at a competitive time. So I'll just say you can just listen to the actual podcast thereafter. Don't have to watch it live. It doesn't matter. It's just this stupid face you'll see here. But yeah, you can just subscribe on wherever you listen.
Don't you guys do that? Don't you do it live?
Yeah, that's what. But yeah, I don't want. It's going to be the same time as a different stream that is here on this.
I see what you're saying.
See again, okay. I'm doing what should
Once
be done.
Again,
it's redirecting. I'm a redirector. Someone tells me
save the day again.
We've done nothing.
Absolutely save the day.
I absolutely think you are the worst, but I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate having great production and crew behind the scenes that are telling me, hey, you're going in the wrong direction. And I go, oh, crap, and I'm about to do. So I turned a U-turn while you thought you were the one in the wheel, but you weren't.
Yeah. And, well, here we go. One more tutty to DJ Moore.
Yeah, this was a big-time game for DJ Moore. Texans' defense is pretty poor here. Not worth rostering, but if you look at their stats, they've been giving up a plethora of points recently. So it's a good call. You know, I thought Robbie Anderson was the call, not so much.
Oh, we're inside 2 minutes, though. Inside 2 minutes of the first half here.
This is, but it is, hey, listen, we're not getting the points you got in your last game, but.
For Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yes.
10 Things I Hate About You has to be a top 5 movie.
Okay, here's
for everything that he's done.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Prove
well, I was going to say, I think that movie, no, I'm not going to argue. I'm saying he's not a major part of that movie, though. I think his performance there is fine. He's like the B-tier characters. It's mostly Ledger and now names are escaped, Julia Stiles. Mm-hmm. And then Alex Mack and Joseph Gordon-Levitt are the tier down. But with that being said, it is an excellent movie. If you like teen dramas, which is...
I see what you did there with the Alex Mack thing.
Yeah, I don't know her name. She doesn't know her name, but she's Alex Mack.
No, but I understood you more when you just referred to her as Alex Mack. Not to be confused with like the Atlanta Falcons offensive lineman or wherever the hell he plays now.
I think he's with Cleveland.
Okay, same thing.
But yeah, I agree with your thought, though. No, I agree with your thought. It's a great movie. Rick Lewis says Scarlett Johansson. No.
Eric Court, thank you. We love it when you're here with us. Fells on the receiving end of that Deshaun Watson pass. Now, producer Madison says we giggle together more than any other duo. I think we just enjoy being together. Like it's a natural giggle too. Like I don't force giggles. There's one thing that like anyone who's known me forever will tell you, is that guy is not a forced giggler. He doesn't just giggle at anything.
I don't like to just give my giggles away. Like I'm not giggling when I'm on with everybody. I don't give it away. It has to be something. And Emerson has become, like I used to say, Reed is my dessert. Reed is a treat. Like I don't get to, like when I get the rare occasion I get to team up with him, it is like, holy crap. It's like, I don't eat cheesecake all the time, but when I do, I eat a lot. But now you've slid into that position right now because I haven't teamed up with you in a while either. So
yeah. And you and I were texting yesterday. We were starting to build up the anticipation for this and being together again. It doesn't always happen because of the way our schedules shake out, but when we are together, it is pure fun and enjoyment and love.
Yeah, and don't forget, we are catching Emerson right before it's bedtime, so that's also important.
I go to bed relatively early on nights that I'm not at Nesson. I will say that.
Yeah.
Although last night I stayed up till about 10:15. I watched The Bachelor, as everyone knows, as I talked about in the 4 o'clock, and I don't think there's much on tonight, so I'll probably just go back to keep crushing Schitt's Creek tonight.
I haven't gotten that show yet. I saw the first one, and it was too. Not that I don't think it's going to be great. I wasn't ready to dive in. So, Giggle Pig says, "Giggle as you please, gentlemen. You have my blessing."
All right, I like Giggle Pigs.
I like everybody here. Everyone's chilling. I like how Jordan has shortened his last name to just the L.
What?
It's just. Huh?
I heard something crazy. One of your roommates.
Yeah, it's the young roommates getting a little buck wild at this time of night.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone saw my Instagram story last night or the video that I tweeted. I have some beef right now with my human roommate, and there was the way that the bag of chips was split.
Oh, I did see this. I did see this. It was very disconcerting because.
Yeah, I know. I love everything about her except when I try to open up a bag of chips. And guys, everyone knows someone who's like this, and they kind of just rip the bag down the middle.
But see, that's not what she did. They did. I don't want to put any context there. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, sad.
Robbie Noble just tweeted out, "We need a sack."
Oh, look at that.
That's pretty cool.
Good for you.
Perfect timing.
I will just quickly say, it didn't look like she ripped it down the middle. It looked like she actually did open it, but then did the middle split. And if you're not eating the whole bag, you got to just do the open up the top. You can't split that pup down the middle like that. It's going to get stale.
It was a learning experience. Yeah.
It was.
We're cool now, and I've continued to eat those chips since yesterday. 500 people watching now. Emerson Lazzi is with you. Jason Rossi's with you. Andrew on the ones and twos. Producer Madison here. Zach kicking it from the ops team. Nice little late slate. I love being able to slide into here every once in a while and see what's cooking. And then when the sun goes down, the real ones come out, baby.
Yep.
Bro, I think that was a pretty good punt.
Listen, the punts have definitely, it ended up being a touchback, but it was a good attempt. It was right on the line. Could have threw the challenge flag on it.
What are they doing? Are they just...
Yeah, it's going to halftime.
Yeah, but why?
They're cowards.
They have 3 timeouts. That is ridiculous. Throw it up.
Not enough time on the clock. Be smart. Don't force a turnover. You win the game. That's how we roll.
Okay.
That's how winners roll.
It's true. One more reminder. I'll remind you a bunch, actually, over the next 2 quarters. So Matt LaMarca is going to be joining the Dream Stream live around 7:20 with Jesse. So if you guys do have your NBA questions, I don't know, should they drop him in like now and then maybe producer Madison saves them, or just wait till he's here?
Don't do that to Madison. Don't do that to Madison. I'm just
throwing it as a recommendation.
Now I would if that's your recommendation, my recommendation would be save him till right at the end of the game.
Here's what I think the DK Sim fans should do whatever the DK Sim fan wants to do.
No, that's not what you just said though.
No, that's where I was going. That's exactly how I feel.
You are a man of the people, and I think that should be appreciated, acknowledged, and admired.
I'd do anything for you.
Nope, you wouldn't do. I can see. I have proof that you wouldn't do anything for me, but that's okay.
Oh, really? We're gonna go there.
I'll break all the fourth walls. I've done it. I've been talking about X's on schedules recently. Listen, more importantly, in this one, 14-7. You got DJ Moore with the double. He's got not one. Ready? Emerson, you ready? Catch this thing? Not one. Here you go. He's got
one more.
Two touchdowns for DJ Moore, 55 yards on 5 grabs. I'm going to throw this one out to our guy, Reed Steve. Did you know over on the Twitch, our YouTube homies and everybody, the passes will continue to come your way because we're here with you. Sack Bros.
Retease, did you know? I agree. Rossi is a producer protector. He's correcting you and projecting. Yep. Could not agree more, my friend.
I don't know exactly, but I am a producer protector.
You do that a lot. No one protects producers more than me. That's literally my middle name in the business. So that's a producer protector right there, the Emerson producer protector.
Fine. I'm not going to argue you because you tried to make the producers do a little more work, which I think would have been foolish.
Well, what I was saying was if people had questions now,
I know what you're saying.
Slide it in there. And then maybe she slides them over to Jesse, and then Jesse asks LaMarca some of the questions now that people may have on their mind before they forget they have a question. That happens to me all the time.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shut up. I'm going to do what everybody wants. I'm going to just shut my mouth. What is this?
This is a sim that you're on, and that's Christian McCaffrey. Wait, Billy just texted you?
Yeah, he said, sweet, at the chiropractor right now. I'll knock it out. Put when I get home. Been around 36 hours, LOL. What?
He's at the chiropractor?
Sweet. At the chiropractor right now. I'll knock it. I think he put, but his back's probably getting straight. So I'll knock it out when I get home. Been around 36 hours, LOL. Don't understand.
Huh. Well, I wish his vertebrae well.
Yeah, I'll say that. We wish you a Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Tell him you're with me because Billy and I have a good relationship. So this will.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
If you do that, you'll put him in a good mood.
Don't know about that.
Whoa. Did he really, Andrew? It's crazy, dude.
What? Put some context to that. What are you talking about?
Nothing, man. So right now, lineup check. Drop in the chat where your lineup is right now and whatever contest you are brave enough to enter. I'll start. 27 out of $1.84. Not too shabby, huh? There's Robbie Anderson. That'll be another point. DJ Moore in my captain spot, 33.75. What? Billy is Mr. Glass.
He really, honestly, I've known this kid for a long time.
Yeah.
We used to play in a flag football league together. He once got rolled over trying to rush a quarterback in flag football. It was on like an indoor hockey court, so it's not like soft. And he broke his kneecap and his wrist. Done. Never played a sport again. He's never played a sport since.
And how does he there are rumors and rumblings that Billy has an injured wrist right now, potentially broken.
Why would he be a chiropractor?
That's what I'm saying. He's at the wrong doctor. Someone needs to tell him that, A. And B, how do you break your wrist riding a Peloton? It's Christian McCaffrey. Spin cycle down at the 11.
Christian McCaffrey on that Peloton Plus right there. I saw Men's Health put a video out recently. Eat like Christian McCaffrey. I've yet to watch it, but it's out there. If you're interested in what eating like Christian McCaffrey would be like for a day. But you also have to remember he's a premier athlete. So don't eat like him. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah. I remember when we had a DraftKings flag football game a couple of years ago.
He didn't play, I bet.
He didn't play because he was injured. Something else was injured on him.
I'm going to be honest, love the kid to death. He probably, and I would do the same thing. This isn't like blowing up a spot. Is Christian McCaffrey? Booyah! Get in there. He's like 150% owned. Got to get that touchdown.
Come on, baby. The good old Christian boys.
Yeah, what does he get? Those Oikos commercials?
72% owned in the 12,000 entry showdown. And then I decided to stay away. I said, I'm not going to roster that dude.
You faded
he's 73% owned.
Wow,
that's going to hurt me a little bit.
You pulled the fantasy hawk, huh?
I certainly did.
Fade the studs.
Damn.
Yeah, but good for him. You had to pay up to get him, so you built a good lineup. Where are you right now? Where's your pretty little tush sitting?
This is also the start of the late classic where he's owned in half of those lineups.
Completely understandable.
34. I dropped to 34. I'm seeing a bunch of the numbers that you guys dropped in. Some Robbie Noble, 9th. Scotty Too Hottie, 10th. Mark Mantelli, 97. Tony A, 2nd. Big deal, 2,437.
I am
good-ish, y'all.
I'm in 102, I think. Nice. Thanks, Christian. You took me out of the absolute basement to just the bottom floor.
You can do it.
There it is. This drive's big. We need Deshaun Watson to throw a touchdown pass to Randall Cobb.
Yeah.
And I will kiss each and every single one of you from a distance.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Since you're offering to kiss each and every one of us from a safe social distance, I'm going to hammer the like button. And I would like any of you out there who still has a like to give to do it. This is for Rossi. This is for Rossi and that winter hat around his head.
Big head.
And his large cat that has been creeping behind him during this sim. Now he's napping.
Mm-hmm.
Good for him.
Hi, bud. People were talking about you. Go back to bed.
It's like my wife waking me up. People are talking about you. Just go back to bed. Watson in a box.
Nice run there. Big question for you in between plays here is you get a nice run there from Deshaun Watson. What do either one of you or the roommate fall asleep on the couch while the other one goes to the bed?
Yeah, I like doing that.
Are you the couch dweller or the I'm going to leave you there? I'm going to go
Now,
on
on
that
the-
nice.
Weekends, I'll sit out there all night. I'll wake up, be in a daze at like 3 a.m. and then make my way in. But weekdays, these weeknights where I'm home, I go to bed early. And she remains out there, and she eventually creeps her way into the room.
Love that.
Me too.
I 100% do that all the time. I used to do this thing where I tried to attempt to wake my roommate, if we're going to play the game, up and bring her into the room. Then I just stopped. And I just said, nah, I'm just going to leave you there. Yeah, because they look so cozy. Like, why even interrupt? Because most of the time she pops her head up, she'll be like, 1 minute. And then she falls back to sleep, and I don't see her till 2 a.m. anyway. So It's like a horror movie. Oh, is that a sack?
Yeah, I think it is.
Sack bros, assemble! You just saw a sack!
You made a really weird noise there, and I thought you were having like a medical moment.
Should I go to the chiropractor?
Billy's the only guy I know who breaks his wrist and goes to a chiropractor. Oh, that's too funny. Oh, nice grab. Is that my guy? Yes, it is. Finally. Cooks, 28 yards on the reception. Both 13s went off. OBJ and Keenan Allen in the 4 o'clock sim.
God,
Cooks
OBJ
would be really cool if you decided to step up, dude.
Oof, look at this. Oh, by the way, there was a report today from Michael Lombardi. What a catch that is. Talking about Brandon Cooks. And when you remember that season he was with the Patriots, they lost the Super Bowl to the Eagles. They said his departure thereafter, although the Patriots did win the Super Bowl the next year, he said today on the Pat McAfee show that that was a big sticking point for Tom Brady.
Because he had a hell of a year here, and Tom would throw the hell out of the football. He had maybe 1,100 receiving yards, just off the top of my head. It was a great year.
I can look it up. I know he had 60-something catches. I'm going to look it up, but it was just an interesting point because basically the reason the conversation was that basically Tom Brady, the decision to go to Tampa Bay wasn't because he thought Tampa Bay had, like, he wanted to go to San Francisco if it was really his choice, like the prestige, where he grew up, all that. And they said when they made the move to finally, get Brandon Cooks a couple years ago, and they made all those trades. He had 65 catches, 1,082 yards.
Yeah.
And 7 touchdowns. They just said that Tom Brady needed that guy, that outside deep threat receiver, even though he's not great at throwing the deep ball. It just having that from the team, bringing that in, showed him something. Next year, threw him away like he didn't exist. Gone.
It's true.
And they said that was like a really, they did win that Super Bowl. Obviously, that masked a lot of things. And then the next year they lost in the playoffs, and now look at him now. What is
Watson? I don't know what he's doing, dude.
Deshaun Watson looks like he's on my speed on the treadmill, like 1.2, but faster than most people.
Yeah, there have been more rumblings recently of Cam Newton returning to New England, so I don't know how you feel about that.
Well, just quickly, I don't think that's as major of a big story. I would just say I understand if he does return. I don't mind him as part of the competition because I think Belichick kind of loves him, so I think that's good. Maybe you bring in a rookie.
Belichick loves him because he can control him.
Well, I think exactly, because he got paid $1 million and his fate was in Belichick's hands, which any good boss wants. But he can't be your starter next year. Sorry, like no team. With all due respect to Cam Newton, the athlete, the freak, the beast, all that, but he is not an NFL starting quarterback in 2021 unless there's an issue. Like he's not going into the year as a franchise starting quarterback. Not with the way we saw him play, and especially some of the plays of some of these backups.
I don't necessarily think like Brandon Cooks type weapons around him either is going to make a difference. You could it's the eye test for crying out loud. Just watch him.
There just wasn't enough there. Chris B, need Cobb Vulture. Yeah, so do I, dude. Put him in at running back.
Let's go. Instead, how about David Johnson trying to get in there?
Throw the ball, Deshaun. Enough of this David Johnson malarkey.
3rd and goal coming up. It's Carolina 21. It's Houston 7. I think the end of the third quarter.
Toss that pigskin. Deshaun Watson, you're one of the best quarterbacks ever. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds good here. We need you, buddy. Yeah, I just think for like, if you're a team right now that's like, let's say you're Chicago, you don't want Cam Newton next year. That ain't happening.
Goofy is a dog 69 says he's jogging in the park. Are you jogging in the park and listening to us?
Thanks, dude.
Hey, is there a way to, if you punch us up on Twitch and close the app, can you still listen to it? You know how like YouTube, you do
I'm gonna
that?
try. I'm gonna try. Yes. Yeah.
I'm talking like on a phone though. Like if he's out
what do
jogging
you think
in
I'm
the park.
doing? What do you think I just did that with?
I don't know. You may have a second computer. I have like 7 computers here.
Listen, I don't roll with that Lazio dough. I just got I got an iPad and an iPhone, and it worked.
I know. We're trying to give you, the working man, an opportunity here.
I could pull a Kenny and start telling everybody how DraftKings supplied me with all my stuff, but A, that wouldn't be true, and B, I just don't think it's appropriate.
Well, we all learned a little something about Kenny yesterday when he became the first person I know to cheat at rock, paper, scissors in front of the world here on the Dream Stream.
It came in at the wrong time for that. Like I literally popped in when that happened. I'm not going to say a word. I'm not going to take a side. You're both a little.
No, first off, you take the right side, buddy.
Well, I will say this. This is the side I will take. You hit like the rock, then put it into paper, but it was before he drew.
Thank you. And Johnson, thank you, says, you're in my world now, Grandma.
David Johnson absolutely was in my lineup for a minute there. Didn't want to hang because I'm like, nah, I'm not feeling him. But I was really bad. My instincts were terrible. DJ Moore and David Johnson, the stars in this one so far.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Hello?
Hello.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm on a sim. Yes, guys. Samir is on FaceTime with me right now. Did you hear Billy broke his wrist and he went to a chiropractor to get it looked at?
I knew.
Yeah.
He hurt his wrist. I knew he injured himself.
Okay.
I did not know he
How?
went to a chiropractor.
Now,
How'd he do it? Do we know how?
Samir, I'm being asked by Rossi and the DK Sim fam, did he really hurt his wrist riding the Peloton?
I cannot confirm or deny how he injured himself.
Okay.
I just know I saw a picture of the aftermath and it didn't look great.
Okay.
Wait, what?
All right. Well, I will. I'll call you back after the sim. Okay.
All right. Have a great sim.
All right. Thanks, man. I love you too. Bye. Okay, there you have it. He most likely broke it riding the Peloton.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. Why he's sending pictures to people about his broken wrist. That's right up there with sending what you do in the toilet. No thanks. Second of all, you made Samir very uneasy by telling him you loved him, and he was clearly not going to say it back and was put in a very uncomfortable position.
He was saying it back, and I cut him off. I had to get off because I am dedicated to this sim.
Sure.
Anywho, that's investigative journalism at its best, and that's why I'm an award-winning journalist.
I just also want to let everybody know the shameless plugger of Mr. Brendan Glasheen, whatever his damn name is already hyping up his TikTok video of the day over on the Twitch with the Twitch homies. He's letting everybody know he's posted a new video.
Okay.
I didn't know that was a thing. I'm going to start doing that. I'm letting the peoples know, but it is cool. He put it out there.
Well, we're in the fourth quarter now, everyone. And with the Panthers, there he is. There's the captain. Oh, captain. Panthers running a 21-14 lead here.
Just need to know, am I doing this podcast with Billy tonight, or is his wrist going to hold him back? I've sent him several texts, and he's not answered back, but he's sending Samir injury pictures. Hope he said, I'm good, just might have broke my wrist. Hold on, now we're getting from the source.
I'm on a group chat with Billy and Samir and Julian. And so I could text that group right now and see what's happening. As Christian McCaffrey, I can tell you what's happening right now is he's running over dudes and he's picking up first downs. Noah Moon on YouTube says, I need one more Teddy Tutty.
Yeah, well, if he throws it to maybe Robbie Anderson, I'll be equally as excited as him. Or Will Fuller, who's absolutely stunk in this game, even though he's on the other team. But I put him together a real bad line at this point.
There he is again. That guy, Christian McCaffrey, who in his last handful of games, I mean, wow, his last time out 29 points, then under 10, then just 12 and 14 and 5, 11. Doesn't explode as much as you would anticipate someone exploding.
No, not today. Again, you had studs. You had like Odell Beckham in the last sim at like 200 yards in like a quarter and a half. Here we go. No, you have to send a link, Emerson. You have to send a link.
Yep, indeed.
You can send links on Twitch. I'm gonna just I'm gonna just bomb the chat later. Get thrown out. Andrew's gonna be putting me in sim jail.
Does that work? That doesn't work. Did that work? Can you click on that?
All right. Yes. Again, it's opened up. It's still open.
Does it take you to her page?
Sure did. I see a picture with a little rain helmet.
Rain jacket, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Some call it a jacket, some call it a helmet.
A rain helmet.
Well, I just covering the head. I can't see the body.
I know, because she's elevated. She's sitting on the stairs. We're getting ready to go outside on a walk. And then when we start walking, like the leash ripped it off of her. So she ended up, it didn't help. But we got a cute picture out of it anyway.
I'm going to so spam the Twitch chat later. Come on, Teddy. Ooh, quick draw. Incomplete again. I think Teddy Bridgewater, we've talked about Cam Newton a little bit here, and I think Teddy Bridgewater's trying to do his best Cam. Throwing the ball really weird today. Inaccurate. Touchdowns have been from like 2 yards out. Okay, you're also spamming the chat. So is Reed's
Well, Reed Tees, did you know, is like Glash's agent. His TikTok agent.
His hype man. Here's what I will say to give Glash credit. It probably takes him like 3 hours to put those together, so you might as well put
I thought about that. There was a really funny video on Sarah's Instagram, on his roommate's Instagram the other day.
Yeah.
And it was her filming Glash making these, and that is 10 times funnier than anything Glash has put out.
I'm going to immediately find that.
I said to her, I was like, you need to do this more, because this is funny as hell. Seeing Glash on the other side of the camera, like trying to do this.
Yeah, dude, I'm all in on that. That's always behind the scenes, especially when people that hopefully take themselves not too seriously is always more funny. Oh, I was in your story yesterday. I hate the story thing on Instagram because I'm like an old man with Instagram. I'll pop it on every so often. I'm trying to get back in the game a little. But I will tell you, you tagged me in something, and I don't know what it is. Just gone. Madison tagged me in something one day. Sorry, day late. It's gone. Don't know what it was. Could have been something really bad. Could have been really offensive. Don't know. Emerson Lancia mentioned you in his story. Gone. Just gone. There's about 8 of these. I don't know which. Instagram, help me out.
What do we got? 4 minutes to play here. 21-14. Could have a second straight overtime game. My X factor is definitely heating up right now. We went to 2 overtimes in that 4 o'clock sim.
Yeah, if we do that, I'm not going to be very happy. But if it's good for the sim fam, it's good for everybody. I just want to have dinner before my other obligations. Very selfish.
Thank you, Reeties, did you know, for dropping in a correct link for me. They're like, dude, you don't even know how to drop in post a link.
Your link worked.
No,
it worked on mine.
I'm like, it did, but were you able to click on it?
Yeah, what do you think I did?
Well, I didn't know if you had to copy and paste it.
No.
Stop yelling at me. I know you're stressed out because your podcast co-host is in the ER with a broken
No, he's not at the ER. He's
foot.
at the chiropractor with the wrist that's broken. So the guy's in his back, just like straightening him out, but his wrist is hanging off the side of his body. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, Reed's T, you're a stand-up dude.
He is.
And our YouTube chatters, you are too.
I'm a huge fan of the Twitch audience.
I'm a big fan of both audiences. All of the audience, even the ones that don't speak.
I mean, I tell the YouTube chat how much they mean to me all the time. Really, if I could combine both of them, I wish we could just make our own platform and combine the families. But I don't know. Sometimes the families clash.
Yeah, you know what? I think for now we keep this. I've mentioned it in an email once about that, like having a proprietary, like within the DraftKings app, like a something.
Well,
but
I could bring that up to the right people if you want. I know people in that company.
I'll let you know. I think I brought it up to said right people, but I am such small potatoes.
It doesn't seem like it. Well, you're talking to someone who's large potatoes.
You are. You got some nice potatoes.
These potatoes pack a punch.
Yeah. Well, you can bring it up then and see if it gets further. I was told that that's like an engineering thing, that they're not going to spend that much money into that, something like that at this time. But you tell me.
Reeves, did you know that as all my teachers used to say, you are my favorite class? I didn't have many teachers say that.
I never had a teacher say that. My teachers would say you talk too much.
Yeah. Bonzo, I see you there, dude. Roby 1, Robbie Noble, Dennis Logan, Real Facts Max wants another Johnson TD. Tom's Microwave here. Herb Dog. Emerson Lazzi is here. Noah Moon wants Watson to stop running. Dennis Logan again asking, where's Cobb? Congo Cab. CEH. My family. I have missed you. He's wide the hell open. Will Ferrell, let's go.
Woo! Gets me out of the doghouse, if you will, with my raincoat, my headgear.
Your rain helmet.
My rain helmet. Now, you know, here's the problem with Instagram. Then you get me trapped in it. And I just saw Tara Lynn, like, cooking or something. Should I start posting my food videos?
Is that what you've been posting a lot lately?
No, I barely post
Fantasy
anything.
Hawk, I see you too, buddy. I see it, Fantasy Hawk.
Dude, I post where all the kids are at, Facebook.
Yeah, man. I've got a page on Facebook that I post some of like work stuff on. But then it's like, man, every time I go on there, it's become nasty and gross. It's all my aunts and uncles, like.
Dude, just tell people who they want to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Look at them all. Look at them talking. That's what I do. Oh man, look at that.
Oh yes, producer Madison.
Look at that guy.
Fantastic picture of her puppy Miller on her Instagram. So I think she's private. So I know there's probably thousands of you have requested, but she's not going to accept. She's very selective, and I am proud to say I've been selected and approved to follow her, and so I can see her puppy pics.
Yeah, I more recently been accepted into the Madison inner circle, and it feels good.
How long did your request sit there for?
I can't reveal said information. I don't think long, because I think we were like on a sim together, and it was after we had me and Miller had time together in person. So I think it was like, okay, like that dude's in. Not gonna make him wait. But as quick as I'm in, she can easily boot me out, just like everybody else.
So let's see what the Panthers feel like doing here.
We're in the mood for?
We're tied at 21. We're tied at 21. There's under 2 minutes to play. You scored too quickly. You leave Houston a bunch of time on the board to answer back. You don't score quick enough. Maybe you don't score at all.
That's it. Come on.
Think about it.
Yeah. And it's so funny. We're looking at this Texans roster. You see big 99 there. J.J. Watt no longer there. It's going to be so weird. I don't think Deshaun Watson's going anywhere, but just imagine trading like basically your best franchise player, all three of your best players in the span of a year. It should be crazy.
It'd be rough. And here's the thing: they're saying we're not going to trade him. We're not going to move him. I don't know. I don't see anything repairing that relationship. I don't want to sit here and beat a dead horse because, I mean, we're going to a long time talk about Deshaun Watson, and we have for a while now. But
I'm talk about
I heard
peppers.
that he was like, it's like $50,000 a day. He'd be fine.
Yeah.
If he
exactly
starts
right.
missing training camp. Can you imagine that?
Here's the deal.
Imagine. Wow.
Yeah, but he's got so much. I know it sounds dumb, but that's like you being fined $10 a day in his reality.
I don't know. I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, because
Say he misses like 3 weeks. What is 50,000 times 12?
Well, let's do the simple math. 5 times.
No,
10,
don't
5.
even try it. Hold on, I got a calculator.
What do you mean?
right here,
Don't try
coward.
it. I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you how to do math.
There you go. Hey, Kurt the Squirt's here. I don't need to hear from you. 21
One thing I'm good at.
times 50,000 equals. That's north of $1 million. That's a lot of money, even to someone with a lot of money.
No, I'm not denying it. I'm just saying that it will be very fascinating to see how it all plays out. I think it's gonna be very hard to trade him because it's just you just destroy a franchise. But we'll see. My guy Joey Sly, is he right? We're right about in field goal range, aren't we here?
Wait a minute. I said, did I do the math right? People are putting down
No, you're not.
$600K now.
Yeah, you're not. Okay, let me do
No,
this. Right?
I did 20.
10
I did 21. I did 21 times $50,000.
Oh, 'cause you
Argue
did
with
weekends.
My calculator. Yeah, I did weekends because sometimes you go out there with the pros on the weekends.
Yeah,
Sometimes you work out on the weekends.
The way I always do things is I thought it was like 2 weeks would be 10 days. So I always think, or like if you said 12, whatever. There's an easy way to do math, but I'm not going to have that conversation with you now. Until your heart is open to the math.
Yeah.
SAT's got a 600 on him. Just ace the math.
I think I got around like a 1,300 on my SATs.
Whatever. What's the half score? I don't even know what you get. Is it 1,500 the perfect
Well,
score?
first off, do they still give you like 400 points just for filling out your name and address
200.
and stuff?
It was 200.
Well, Florida's different.
Oh, Florida, they probably you got a 1,300. In Massachusetts, that's like a 10. Like just a legit 10. Florida, they're just like, oh, this dude knows how to write. Good to go.
You're not wrong, dude. You are so not wrong. It's like my wife gives me crap for that all the time. Like we have a debate, and like every time I win a debate, it's like, damn, my husband was right about something again. But also, it's like, well, you're Florida educated.
Yeah.
I said, hey, whoa, easy. That's a low blow, lady.
Could be accurate too. That's the hard part about low blows. They can be spot on. And yes, Madison, it's a shot at you too. Shooting at everybody. Rubber bullets.
I know.
1,600 is a perfect score. So I got like an 800, and it was just all math.
Hey, here we
It's not
go.
true. Come on, baby. Stack
This
them up.
is a
Come on.
ginormous kick. So about 47, 48 yards.
Got it. No, he missed that. No, he got it.
I can't tell. I can't because again, like I'm waiting on the.
It's in.
It's in.
It's
How
in.
much time is left? Someone tell me.
There's 40 seconds, give or
There's
take.
40 seconds left. Okay. Well, there's an offense that can march downfield and put up.
Yeah, hold on. I got to give this shout out. Reed Steve says, Florida man seeking help from chiropractor for mysterious wrist injury.
Woo!
All right. That's a bad way to start a 2-minute drill. A 2-yard out.
The only thing he could have done like worse than that is gone to a vet. He's like, I broke my wrist, so I'm going to like my neighbor's cat's doctor.
By the way, that was a missed field goal.
That was a missed field goal.
I'm too wound up about this wrist injury and the chiropractor. My head's in a different place.
Dude,
I need to get my head in the game.
You're screwing things up right now. This is bad. This is not a good night for you.
Well, listen, I'm doing my best. I'm bringing it together. I don't want to point the finger at you, Emerson, because 3 would point back at me.
Yeah. Come on, Deshaun, make that magic. That is not going to do it.
Emerson's still learning how to do math right now. He's putting his little equation in his calculator. Look at this thing. Where are you going, Deshaun? Everyone, Smash Land is like OT, OT, OT. When people want
Could
overtime,
this be?
but do you want like a certain player? Like, I don't think you really just want overtime for overtime's sake.
I think people want more overtime, hoping that their players have a little more time to scoop some points.
Oh,
He's
look
going to
at
take
this.
another
one.
sack.
The ball's on the ground. It's picked up by
recovered.
Carolina.
It's recovered.
Goal!
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Holy smokes, picked up, scooped for the score. Just like Emerson does with his Winnie LaPooch's poop, scoops it up, takes it to the end zone. Hopefully you put it in the trash or one of those baggies and throw it behind your neighbor that you don't like's house. But that one, look,
Way!
walk-off.
No way! The walk-off fumble. Scoop and score. Meow. I'm a panther. Meow.
Hold on, meows over here. You woke up my cat. Hey, Desmond, listen. That was insane, all right? It was insane.
I love Lamp.
Wow. That
is the craziest.
It's right up there.
Craziest ending ever, dude. Craziest ending ever. So I had like a double overtime game. OBJ, Baker Mayfield, 3,000 yards combined in the 4
Shut it
o'clock
down.
sim.
Shut
And
it
then just now, a scoop, a score for the win.
It's unbelievable. On a sack of Deshaun Watson, who's like aces in this game. Emerson, I'm lost for words. I got my good buddy broke his wrist. He's going to a chiropractor. Deshaun Watson's peeing down his leg at the end of a game. Coughs up the game at the end.
Wait a minute. I got to see where. Okay, go ahead.
I didn't know the damn score the whole time. I'm calling field goals are in when they were missed. What a game.
Yeah.
What
That
a
was
life.
just.
It's on you. It's really on you. Play by play, but what do I know? I took the bullets. I'll take the hit for you, dude.
I need you to so who's your Krusty Kaufman player of the game?
I don't care what anybody says. Stick it up your butt if you don't like this. It is the Panthers defense. You held that offense. Yes, I know they scored, but you scoop and score at the end. That's clutch. They were sacking Deshaun Watson all damn day. Nobody else, no bonus for him. So in the receiving category. So it's going to be the Carolina Panthers defense. They are going to get the Krusty Koff mini trophy. We're going to send the entire staff of the Carolina Panthers. It's the little trophy. My head.
What? Not my kid. I'm still single. I have a broken wrist, and I met the chiropractor and / the vet player of the game.
Boy, it's Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson, Christian McCaffrey. No, I guess Deshaun Watson had 26 points. All right. I'm going to go Randall Cobb. Cobb at 2.5. People were asking for him all day. Put like corn on the cob, put a little butter on it, do the spin technique, go to town, have a good night. Yeah, he's going to be your babysitter, Billy. Broke my wrist, went to a chiropractor. What's wrong with us? So,
dude,
I don't know. I got to talk to that dude. We have literally less than 50 minutes. I'm supposed to connect with that guy, and I don't know what's going on.
Fat Sack Bros contest. How'd your lineup end up?
Absolute trash, dude.
Looks like for Scotty, Jay, Tigers.
97th, which is not good. Not good at all. Not proud of myself. I'm not going to tell my wife about this one. Usually we print out my lineups and put on the fridge. Not tonight.
DK Sim Fam, we had a hell of a run today. Double overtime in the 4. A walk-off win in the 6. Coming up, 2 more sims. It's going to be Glash and Tom. Chiefs at America's team. The Jacksonville Jaguars at 8, 10 o'clock. Bucks at the Giants. Producer Madison. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Zach on the ops team. Thanks for helping us out and being there for us. And now we all need to get to Billy. Billy's going through a rough patch right now. But you know who's not?
I'm going to be with him, so.
Yeah, good luck with that, dude. You're gonna have to carry that podcast like I had to carry this sim.
Just like the sim I had to carry and actually call
No,
and put my neck on the line. No, just put my neck on the line.
I had to save you so many times. But I love
swore
you.
during this podcast.
I'll see you later. So we're gonna bring in Jesse now. Remember all the swearing that she had to start off the late slate, Rossi. We had the audio cut out. We had to cut her.
Yep.
Strike 2 for Jesse. So Jesse, please watch your language. It's good to see you. Thanks for coming back. And I'm going to let you have the floor now.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everything that you said is a complete lie, but that wouldn't surprise anybody on here. Thank you so much, Emerson.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you so much. You're a filthy liar. Our next Madden Sim comes at 8 p.m. between the Chiefs and the Jags. That is part of the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry, $150 top prize, free contest for that showdown. Also has a $250 prize pool, $25 going to first. So you got some Madden lineups to enter. Don't forget about that. But you also got NHL and NBA tonight. So let's get you some advice on those slates coming up. We're going to start with hockey, where the main slate is already underway, but there's still plenty of contests available to enter. And for that, we send it over to Adam Kaufman and Jeff Ulrich for a breakdown.
They get shut out 1-0 by the Golden Knights. And that in mind, are you inclined to want to pay up for any top Avs players, high-priced guys, or are you going to look to spend your money elsewhere?
Yeah, no, I think this is a good opportunity to take a shot with, Nathan McKinnon, Mikko Rantanen here and pay up for both, get a little stacking combo up. Obviously, Avalanche coming off a bad night, but, there's a big rest factor involved. We've seen other teams coming off long rest, like the Sabres, just not get it going in the first game back. I think that's fine. But, you have a Vegas team who, without Shea Theodore, they've been riding hot goaltending. At some point, the switch is going to flip there to the other side. And, they're going to get involved in a couple shootouts. And realistically, I'm just not sure how long you can hold Colorado's offense down here. They might be getting Cale Maker back, which is going to help their power play. So I am inclined to spend my money more on the Colorado side tonight. Again, this is a Colorado team that's kind of dominated the series with Vegas over the last couple seasons. And if you're going to give me like a little bit of a lower owned Nathan McKinnon, I know he's only got 2 goals on the year, and Mikko Rantanen. Is everyone probably going to be piling on Vegas in this 2-game slate? Yeah, I think so. They've got great fantasy players, but for one night anyway, I think they'll bounce back here. They have enough depth.
Where's your value coming from?
I'm just not that excited for the LA-Minnesota game. We can get to that later, but I think Andre Burakovsky, been a really consistent player in terms of special teams usage for Colorado this year. He's probably going to see a little bit more run. Gabriel Landeskog likely to miss another game. You could look to Brendan Saad, who's getting some time on the first line as well for Colorado, playing alongside McKinnon. He's only 3,300. Burakovsky's been more consistent, though. I just like his usage on the power play as well. I think that's a better situation to take advantage of. If that Colorado power play gets going a little bit, could definitely put up like a multi-point night or get you maybe even a multi-goal game. So Burakovsky at 3,800, probably my favorite value. But you can definitely look at Brendan Saad too, especially if you're going to kind of makes for an easy kind of trip.
We look ahead with a couple of games that we have remaining tonight. You've got the puck line at -1.5. Both these teams, both these favorites. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super into the favorites in this spot, to be honest. Again, you've got Minnesota coming back from a layoff, so not really looking to them on the puck line. They've also played, really close games with the Kings, so I'm not going to -1.5 goal spread. And then in the other game, again, I do like Colorado to bounce back here. I know Vegas played well in that first game, but it really was mostly Marc-Andre Fleury just stopping, everything that came his way, 30 shots on goal. So I think if I was going to go on the puck line here, I would go to the alternate puck line. I would dive deep, take Colorado at -1.5. You can do that on the DK Sportsbook, get +235 down there. If you look into the game lines, go into the alternate puck line section. Colorado's there at -1.5. And again, you're getting good inflated odds here. I think Colorado bounces back here. They got a good record against Vegas. So give me them on the puck line. You don't have to invest as much either because you're getting really nice odds.
The goals total is 5.5 for both of these games that we've got ahead of us. Do you like the over in either one of them?
Yeah, I mean the total in Colorado Vegas has been switching. It's gone between 5.5 and 6. At 5.5, I would definitely consider the over here. Again, I know we didn't see any offense here. We do have pretty good special teams here in terms of just penalty kill as well, but I'm just not sure how much longer we can go without like an outbreak here from Nathan McKinnon, an offensive outbreak and on the power play. So I'd be more inclined to take the over there. I think the bet I like more in that game is to take the over on the Colorado team total. Again, you can go into the alternate line section. You can get Colorado over 3 goals at -103 right now. I like the Avalanche here in this spot. Again, there's only so many pucks that a guy like Marc-Andre Fleury can stop, you give Nathan McKinnon too many chances, he's going to bury some. So I like Colorado for a little bit of an outbreak, and I think I'd rather play their team total there than the game total.
So what's your favorite bet for these couple of games still remaining?
Yeah, as you can probably understand from my speaking, I'm not overly optimistic on the offense for these late games, mainly in the Minnesota LA game, and I like the under on that total, 5.5. It's not a big total, but again, you've got Minnesota coming off the break, Colorado, the Sabres, both coming off a similar style of 2-week break. Colorado scored 0 goals and Buffalo scored 1 goal, and they both played to slow kind of offensive sluggish games. I think you're going to see the same thing here. LA is not going to do you any favors if you're on the over either. They're last in expected goal rate, so they don't create a ton of offensive chances on their own. These teams have played tight games in the first few meetings that they've had. I think the under here is a really good play. So give me the under for Minnesota and the Kings tonight.
Reminder, if you are building lineups, the Preds and Stars, they are not playing tonight. So if you've already built something, get those guys the heck out of there. We're going to get out of here too. Moose, thanks, bud.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot.
All right, guys, we have covered the NHL. Check. So now let's take a look at the late slate in the NBA with DraftKings contributor Matt LaMarca. Matt, thank you for being here. Let's focus on this 4-game late slate coming up at 8 p.m. here. Some big names on this slate, including Giannis, Harden, LeBron, Lillard, Irving. Who's the one guy that you got to have in your lineup tonight?
Yeah, so I think James Harden is sort of going to be the default for most people, but I have some concerns with that matchup against Phoenix. I think it's going to be a little bit more of a slog than the typical Brooklyn game. So I'm going with Giannis. This has been a nice little stretch here for Giannis. At least 65 DK points in 3 straight games. He hasn't been as dominant this year on a per minute basis, but his playing time is up recently. He's averaging 3 more minutes per game this year than he did compared to last season. So that's kind of made up the difference a little bit. Milwaukee, highest implied team total on the slate. So I'm paying up for Giannis. I think he's in the best spot.
All right. So if you're paying up for Giannis, you're going to have to find some value. Where are you looking for that?
I think Portland is a nice team to target tonight. They're going to be pretty shorthanded. They played only 9 guys in their last game, and now one of those 9 is out. So theoretically, they could play 8 guys in this one. I think Derek Jones Jr. is going to see a ton of minutes at the forward spots. He's only 3,700 against Oklahoma City, not a great defensive team. So I think you can look at Portland in a couple of different ways. I mean, Lillard paying up for him is fine. Covington, Carmelo Anthony, also fine. But Derek Jones, 3,700, I think he's the best pure value.
All right, let's go to the sports book right now for these games. Like, which team do you feel like has the best chance of covering the spread tonight?
So I'm going to go with the Minnesota Timberwolves, getting 6.5 points currently on DraftKings Sportsbook. Taking on the Lakers. No Anthony Davis, obviously, is the big storyline here for the Lakers. And I do ultimately think this team is going to be fine without Davis. They're still outscoring opponents by roughly 6 points per 100 possessions with LeBron on the floor without Davis. So they're going to be fine in the long run. My big thing is just that the Timberwolves are a bit undervalued at the moment. They've kind of been trash all year, but they haven't had Karl Anthony Towns in the lineup for most of the season. And when he's played, they've actually been pretty competitive. They've outscored their opposition with Towns on the floor this season. So I think as he starts to play more minutes and gets fully acclimated back into the rotation, I think Minnesota is going to be a lot more competitive than we saw from them early in the year. So I will grab the 6.5 with them as home underdogs.
Okay, well, we got some high game totals tonight with these late games. How about an over or, an under that you may like?
I'm going to go under in that Brooklyn-Phoenix game, kind of like I mentioned earlier. The total already has dropped quite a bit. It was 232, I think, earlier in the day. Now it's down to 226.5, but I think there's plenty of reasons to support the under here. Phoenix is the second slowest team in the league in terms of pace, and the Nets have played significantly slower with Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant off the court this season. We know James Harden kind of likes to, just dribble the ball until it starts to run out of air. So expect to see a lot of that tonight. The Nets offense obviously also more or less efficient without their two superstar players on the court. So I think this game's going to be slow, and I think it's going to be of the lower scoring variety. Phoenix is also one of the better defensive teams in the league. So I think this game is more in like the 110 to 105 range than the typical 130 to 120 scores that we've become accustomed to with Brooklyn.
All right, well, let's talk about some recent news in the NBA, like some recent drama this league. There's a couple of big men who won't be playing for their respective teams until their future is resolved. That's Andre Drummond in Cleveland, Blake Griffin in Detroit. Both appear to be on their way out. So we're going to ask you to make some predictions here. Look into your crystal ball, Matt. All right, we're going to start with Drummond. Where do you think is the best fit for him?
So I think the easy answer is to sort of say Brooklyn. They desperately need a center. DeAndre Jordan has actually played okay for them recently, but he's still an aging guy. You don't want to play him more than, 20, 25 minutes a night. So I think Drummond would be a very nice compliment there. Toronto, the season at starting center, or Alex Len, and those guys are just not good. So I think either of those two teams would be nice additions. The Raptors are supposedly interested in him, and they're talking to Cleveland for a trade. So that could happen. I don't know if Brooklyn has the cap space to really make it work. They would kind of need it to be more in the buyout market. But if for some reason they can get him, I still think that's the most optimal fit for him.
All right, how about Blake Griffin? Where do you think he ends up?
Yeah, this is a tough one. I don't think anybody's going to be interested in trading for him. He has a player option next year for about $38 million. So it is just not a very palatable contract to take on. If a team like the Knicks maybe, or, the Thunder, who have cap space, want to just take on that asset in exchange for some draft capital, maybe that's a solution. Other than that, if Detroit ends up just buying him out, which I think is the most likely solution, I don't really see Griffin contending, anywhere. as weird as that sounds for a guy who was one of the better players in the league in his prime, he's just not the same player. Career low in points per game this season. He is nowhere near the same athlete. He's more of a perimeter shooter at this point, and he's not that great of a shooter. So I can't really see him making a difference on a contending team. I think his best bet is to kind of just go somewhere where they're not really looking to win, and maybe he can get some playing time and rebuild his career a little bit.
Well, he's done some talented acting cameos, so maybe he has a second calling that we'll find out about. All right. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. As always, we're going to see you again soon in Simland. Time to tell you guys, though, about our play of the day here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Right now on DraftKings, when you play in an NBA contest for multiple days, you can score big rewards. The more days you play between now and February 26th, the larger your prize will be. So, for example, play in a paid NBA for 5 days and get a $5 contest ticket. Play 8 days, get a $10 ticket. It's that easy. Play more, win bigger prizes right now with DraftKings Shoot and Score rewards. All right, guys, there's your NHL and NBA advice for tonight. But right around the corner is the start of the baseball season. And leading up to opening day, we're going to be previewing each division in depth with DFS and betting advice on each team. We start today with one of the most exciting divisions in baseball, the NL West. So here to kick off our MLB division previews is Adam Kaufman with Steve Buchanan and Gary Thorne.
So I know there's a lot going on. Obviously, football's done. Basketball, hockey's still underway. But you know what? Baseball is right around the corner. We have so much to talk about here, and we're going to do it weekly. Division previews from both a DFS and betting perspective, and you're going to see a lot from these guys. DK contributors Steve Buchanan and Gary Thorne. I am Adam Kaufman. And guys, we're going to start today with the National League West. Certainly one of the most compelling, most interesting divisions in all of baseball. And I think you have to begin with the defending champs. That's the Los Angeles Dodgers, who not only were just a wagon during that pandemic shortened season, they go out and they make a ton of noise, adding Trevor Bauer to that rotation. Exciting, naturally, Bukes. We know that. But as he joins, Clayton Kershaw and Walker Buehler and David Price, provided he's back, just an onslaught of arms coming at you. Yeah. Who really stands out in that rotation for you?
Honestly, I would love to say David Price, but opting out last year, we don't really know what we're going to get out of him in this upcoming season. So I'm just going to stick with Walker Buehler. I mean, look, he struggled out of the gate last year in that odd season that we had. But if there's one thing that you can point to that's encouraging, he's continuing to miss bats, and that number keeps continuing to go up. Last season, he had a 12.3 swing and miss rate, and like I mentioned, that number goes up each and every season he pitches. When he first started out at 10.2%. So if he's going to continue to miss bats, his command is excellent. Obviously, that was a struggle for him for a little bit last year, but if he can continue down that path, he's going to be a real problem for opposing teams every 5 days when they have to play him. So Walker Buehler is my guy for this one.
But of course, Gary, and as we know, it's not just about real life performance, it's best fantasy performers. So of this group of guys that we mentioned, is it Buehler for you or somebody else?
It is Buehler, though I will back up Steve and say I think Price has the potential to be the best fantasy value in redraft formats. I mean, right now in NFBC drafts, he's going around pick 175, pick 200. He has the potential, especially with just the amount of wins he could possibly rack up on a team that dominant. So something to keep an eye on, obviously. But if you're just going with best pitcher of the bunch, I think it has to be Buehler over someone like Trevor Bauer, who a lot of the projection systems don't love. I don't know if I'm as far down on Bauer as maybe some of the underlying sabermetrics are, but if you go by Steamer, if you go by the bat, whatever projection system you want to use, they all like Buehler more. And it's for a lot of the reasons Steve talked about. It's the swing and miss potential. It's the fact that his expected WOBA has been lower than Bauer's if you go back to the 2019 season. Really, the only way you can get Bauer ahead of Buehler, in my mind, is if you start looking at durability. And, that 2020 season is really going to mess with a lot of these, like, he's thrown 175 innings since stats, but Bauer's basically thrown the equivalent of 175 innings, wink 2020 season, for 6 straight years. So you kind of just know what you're getting from Bauer. You're getting 30 starts. Buehler had some weird injury stuff last season. He's still pretty young. We know Dave Roberts has a weird thing with like limiting the young guys in their innings. So that's maybe the one area where I give the edge to Bauer, but otherwise it's Buehler.
So from 60 games to 162, the regular baseball season, you do have the Dodgers even still, obviously the favorites in the DK Sportsbook at plus 350 to repeat as champions. Gary, and staying with you, do you see any value in that?
I mean, it's hard to ever say you see value in taking the favorite. Do I think they probably win the World Series? Sure. They have the best team. I mean, Pacoda just put out their projection system for the 2021 season. And not only are the Dodgers the only team projected to have more than 100 wins, they have 6 more wins than anyone else. However, the team with the third most projected wins is in their division, the Padres. So there's only so many things that have to go right for San Diego and wrong for Los Angeles, I think, where maybe the Dodgers, as crazy as it sounds, find themselves in that one-game NL wildcard playoff situation, which is not what you want if you bet them plus 350 to win the World Series. So I think if you're looking for actual value with World Series bets and you want to use that same Pacoda projection system, they love the Twins to win the AL Central, and they are 20-1 right now to win the World Series. And then even someone like the Brewers or the Reds, like that NL Central is wide open. It seems like the Cubs don't want to play this year. So, I mean, the Brewers are like 44-1, and Pacoda has them winning about 90 games this season. So I think there's other bets and other places to go. You don't have to pick on the NL West, where 2 of the best teams in baseball, probably the 2 best teams in the National League, happen to reside.
So same for you, Bukes, thinking value in mind. You'd rather put your money elsewhere?
Well, real quick, I just got to take a quick check. Oh, yep, there it is. The Pacoda standings. They're in the trash barrel next to my desk here because they're absolutely horrific. The Twins aren't going anywhere this season, okay? I love the Twins. They have no pitching. They're not going to get that far, okay? And believe me, I'm a big Twins fan, so don't get me wrong. But kind of going off what Garion was saying, like, you want to get value here. Like, look at some of the teams that are way down the board, okay? Like, Garion's team here, the Blue Jays, 28-1. That whole cast of misfits that they have in the rotation, if they can actually start to align, that lineup is going to do a lot of damage. 28-1, that's value right there. Talk about the Nationals, another team that has some value here. Obviously, their pitching is immense, but can that lineup actually hit? 33-1. That's some value right there. I think about the Yankees last year, how they were the big favorites in the American League. As we were entering the month of, mid-September, we didn't even know if they were going to win the division. You're just not going to get the best bang for your buck there with the Dodgers. Will they go far? Absolutely. But is that really going to, cash in the money for you? Not necessarily.
Guys, we've talked about the Padres. Let's do it some more here with more of a focus on San Diego and Bukes. Obviously the Padres have gone out. They've upgraded their rotation. Blake Snell, Yu Darvish, Joe Musgrove. But the conversation, it feels like it starts and ends with this team, with the offense, because of just what a force of nature Fernando Tatis Jr. Manny Machado was great as well. But Tatis is faces of Major League Baseball. But in terms,
I think he's in the top 3. Like, how can you not put him in the top 3 there? Defensively, offensively, like, he is the whole package. And we haven't even seen him play a full season of games yet. He's played 143 games, 39 home runs, 98 RBIs, 27 stolen bases. Like, he is the total package. Now, again, you can also say that is a very short sample that we have on Fernando Tatis Jr., but we have a short sample on everybody from last year. So you really can't use that argument. But from what we've seen, this is somebody who flew through the minors, has done it at every level in the minors, and now it's coming over to the major leagues as well. If he can tone down some of the strikeouts that he has and the swings and misses that he has, like, he legitimately could be the top player in Major League Baseball. His wins above replacement 2.9 was the first amongst all shortstops, 3rd in the league last year in that small sample. But truly, from what we've seen so far through the minors in the major leagues, he's the player.
top 3 for you as well, Gary?
I mean, I think if we're talking fantasy baseball, going to have to debate are Tatis and Acuna. And right now they're going 1-2, Acuna being the number 1 pick in NFBC formats. It's early, obviously. We're still a ways away here from this being like concrete ADP data, but I think all the negatives you can possibly come up with for Tatis are still just as prevalent with Acuna. So I'm thinking he's my number 1 guy. I mean, we talk about these projection systems. Steamer only has 2 players in 2021 projected to score 100 runs, drive in 100, and steal 20 bases. And it's those 2 guys. But when you're talking about real 5 category players, 2020, weird season, understandably. Maybe you don't want to take all the stats we have from that year, with complete confidence, just blind faith. But Acuna had some real batting average issues. His expected batting average was just 254, where Tatis's was up at 298. That is a massive difference between those 2 numbers. And a big reason for that is, even with the strikeouts that Tatis brings to the table, he led all of baseball in barrels per plate appearance. When he puts the bat on the ball, he squares it up almost every time. So I really think he's the first player off the board for me this year.
Knowing all the potential for this team too, Gary, and do you have a favorite futures bet for San Diego in the DK Sportsbook?
Yeah, I think Bukes and I are probably going to line up on this one. I think right now Tatis for NL MVP plus 850. Look, I just said he's probably going to have the best statistical season of anyone in baseball. Steve mentioned that he's a great defensive shortstop as well. You put those 2 things together on a winning team, that probably is going to lead to MVP more often than not. But if you want longer odds, he's 25-1 to lead baseball in hits. And as I mentioned, strikeouts are an issue. That's obviously a bit of a wary thing you have to go when you're projecting this forward. But Steamer has him finishing 9th this year in hits anyway. And it's with a pretty, I wouldn't say a low estimate of plate appearances. We're talking about 677 plate appearances. But he's someone who's batting atop an order that should just be turning over constantly. Like, he could be averaging 4.7, 4.8 plate appearances per game, might get up to like 730, 740 plate appearances if he stays healthy. That's just going to be volume across the board. So I think 25-1 to lead the league in hits is a pretty good one if you want slightly longer odds.
You have anything different, Bukes?
No, I mean, I'm pretty much on par with Gary in here. I love the MVP bet at plus 850. As the season goes along, I think those odds are just going to fall here. So you're probably not going to see anything better than plus 850 at the moment, at least get heading into the season. So I like the MVP bet. I'm a big Tatis backer, so I think plus 850 for MVP would be the way I'm looking.
All right, guys, our 8 p.m. Madden Sim is on the way, but first, here's what else is going on DraftKings right now. We have plenty of NBA and NHL contests still available tonight, including our NBA 150K fadeaway, which pays out $50K to first place lineup slot for that contest in just a few minutes, so get on that. On the ice, we have a 2-game late slate. Our NHL 8K Twine contest pays $2K to first for just a $10 entry. Lineup slot for that one at 10 p.m. Eastern time. Sportsbook on the NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, PGA, and more. Make sure you check that out. We're going to have more great Dream Stream content for you after our Madden Sim, but right now it's time for football. Brandon Glashy and Tom Carroll, Chiefs, Jags, let's go.
Jesse, let's go. Good to see you again. Here we go, Freeze Pops. Jags, Chiefs. Look, folks, don't be fooled by this matchup. I know the free roll is titled, if Trevor Lawrence was the quarterback, this would be pretty cool in real life. Like, this is a must-see game, I think. You know, the future against the younger future. But Gardner Minshew is actually not bad in these simulations. You could argue he was better in Madden 20 than he is in Madden 21. So I think we're getting a competitive game. The Jags have actually beat the Chiefs a few times in Simland.
I agree with you. With that said, I went Chiefs heavy. I always go Chiefs heavy. Obviously, my lineup isn't official yet here, but when I have the Chiefs on the docket, I can't ignore the big hosses up top. I mean, you look at those points per sim numbers, and it's staggering. And you look at the overalls, you want those guys in your lineup. And I know, differentiation, blah, 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 but no. Like, give me those guys. I'll go down with the studs.
That's like your new thing now, huh?
You gotta have a new lineup.
Gotta have O.J. Howard. Oh, don't play the kickers in the wind.
And it's just like my general condescending voice. No, don't do it. No, no.
All right.
Yeah.
So what's the rest of your lineup look like? Lineups have locked.
Okay, so I went with Travis Kelce in the captain spot. 13,200. I just feel like that's really good value for the player that you're getting there. Then I went Mahomes. I went Hill. I went CEH. And then didn't have a lot of money left, so I had to get some Jags in there. Chris Conley, the wide receiver 3. And James O'Shaughnessy. Had to have my man JOS in my lineup here. And if he scores a touchdown, I will break out some traditional Irish folk.
Attaboy. That's a Jeff Ulrich tradition here on the Dream Stream. He was the tight end 1 previously, and then Eifert ruined everything by going to the Jaguars on a 1-year deal. That was like the only move the Jags made in terms of the beginning of this past year. They're just dropping players left and right. You know,
sell.
Ngakwe,
They're
Fournette.
like,
yeah,
Trevor Lawrence, sell.
For sure. Hey, Sarah, thank you. Got my Mocha Joes.
Mocha Joe.
Hey, Mocha Joe. All right.
Such a good show. I'm so happy you're a Curb fan as well. You have a little Larry David in you.
I've never been more honored. As Sarah
You
just
do.
did.
You're little Larry David in you. Got some weird, like, little things, you know? Like your hatred for Valentine's Day. Birthday's not a big deal. Like, those are very Larry David-esque things.
Don't sing the happy birthday song. Just don't do it. All right. We're good. Here's my lineup. Kelce and the captain. Mahomes, Hill.
Copycat.
Westbrook. Conley.
Copycat.
And Butker.
Yes.
And that took every dime out of my account for this.
Yeah, I think I was near 0 as well. Let me actually look. I think I left that in the screenshot. Tweeted out my lineup from @yaboy TC Fresh if you want to take a look at tonight's winning lineup. I had $1,400 left.
Wow, this guy loves to save.
Gotta keep it in the bank, you know.
Yeah. You want to say hi to Obi-Wan?
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from land to Simland. I didn't see his comment, so I didn't read it verbatim that time.
So I got to be completely honest with our team here. And it's one of those things, if I try to type it out and explain what I mean, I feel like I could cause a problem. Can you see the scoreboard on your Zoom feed?
I can't.
I can't either. Is that something that we should have known already?
Yeah, I've had Sims where I haven't had the ability to see it, and I just sort of roll with it.
Okay. No problem. All set. Technical director Andrew has informed me of what is happening. All good. We got the YouTube feed up right here to the left side. That's fine. Just making sure I'm not nuts. Minshew picking up a first down. Gardner Minshew is the QB1. Haven't done a Jag sim in a long time. 70 overall player. Completing it to D.D. Westbrook.
D.D. Westbrook was such a beast at OU.
He's a good get. I hope they retain him.
Yeah, him and Lawrence would be good together. I'm sure Trevor Lawrence would enjoy having D.D. Westbrook around. The guy's got talent. Fast.
From the 47, Minshew dumps it to Westbrook again. Nice, easy throw. High accuracy. Short accuracy for Gardner Minshew is very good. 86 in Madden 21. We've got producer Madison with us. How about Madison working the midweek night streams?
Yeah, strange. I usually only cross paths with Madison during like a weekend day shift. So, what's up, Mads?
Yeah, Madison, good to see you. Anything new? I didn't think so. Except her puppy is getting so big.
Yeah, puppy life. That's like being a parent, man. I was saying it to her before the sim. I've never had one. I just hear. It's like being a parent.
In terms of what we'll see out of the backfield, Armstead just took a carry for the Jags. He is the power back, but the RB3. This is Chris Thompson, RB1, third down back. Good for a first down. Want to say hello to the chat. Dennis Logan needs a DD touchdown. Only player he took, perhaps from the Jags. Carl and his bets. What's up, Carl? Hey,
Carl.
Noah's here. Say hi to Carl.
Good to see you.
Noah in here to show his rage, his anger management, taking it out on the Sims. Bill Hamilton. What's up, man? Enjoy the wings. Enjoy your drink.
Jealous.
Cannot confirm if it's a Diet Coke or not.
Everyone loves throwing down some ice cold Diet Cokes on a Fat Tuesday down in Nolans. You ever been to Mardi Gras, Glash?
Today's Mardi Gras?
Today is Fat Tuesday, the official beginning of Mardi Gras.
Wow.
Yeah.
I miss Mardi. I went to a Catholic middle school. Okay, so that was a big deal, you know.
Yeah.
Clearly, it's not. It wasn't a big enough deal for me to remember what today. It's
yeah.
today.
Come on, Glash. What are you doing? I went to Mardi Gras in college, and it was insane. It completely lived up to the hype. Was down there for 4 days. Probably should have only been down there for 2 days. Incredible. And I'm not saying I should have only been down there for less time because it wasn't as fun. I was saying that, for my health purposes. Just fantastic time. And then in St. Louis, fun fact, has the second largest Mardi Gras celebration in the country. In the neighborhood I live in, Soulard, that's where they have the celebration. So the first 2 Mardi Gras that I lived here, massive street parties, so fun. But this year, obviously, things are a little different. Regardless, everyone have a nice Mardi Gras. Stay safe.
All right, the Lambo is going to come out here and kick a 46-yarder. The Lamborghini. And the kick is good. It's running good. Running good at 16.8% in the flex.
Lambo's a beast.
Allegedly, he sent Emerson a DM on Insta. They were going back and forth about how impressed Lambeau was about our field goal kicking in Boston.
How much do you believe of that?
Well, he is a Jags fan.
Okay.
I'm also connected in some ways to the Jags organization.
Okay.
Because I have some friends that work in the PR department.
All right. Well, I just know of
confirm
Emerson's propensity to just make stuff up.
You know what I could do? Maybe I'll go through my contact and see if he can ask Josh Lambeau if indeed he talked to Emerson.
Yeah, I think you should.
And hopefully next time, if we do get to kick field goals this summer, round 2, Latzia can get Lambeau on the old FaceTime. We can talk to
that him. Would be sick.
Just for some feedback, you know? Always trying to get better. Master the craft.
1% better every day. That's what it's about.
Mike Bizzle, 222 Berkeley. That's right. If you want to send some mail to the DK commentators, that's in Boston. First down for the Chiefs. DeMarcus Robinson on the catch. Top 5 highest owned in the free showdown. No surprises. The big 3 for KC. Mahomes, 80%. Hill, 70%. Travis Kelce, 64%. Then there's Chris Thompson, 42.8%. And CEH, 36.7% in the flex.
Jokic has 40 points in the first half against the Celtics.
Dumb. And they cut it to 5, I see. Celts and Nuggets. That kind of threw me for a loop, seeing it was a 7 o'clock start. Typically it's 7:30, if it's not like a Friday night or a Saturday night game.
A little early.
Snuck up.
You know what
on
I'm
my
not
grandpa.
happy with is my TNT broadcast here. Maybe this is what it is for everyone nationally. They're switching off the Celtics-Nuggets game for the start of this Grizzlies-Pelicans game for John Morant versus Zion Williamson. I, for one, would like to continue watching the Celtics play against Jokic, but I guess the powers that be have determined that more people care about this game.
For sure.
Cool.
Must Buy says, love your ears, Glash. Did you hear me? Yep, my Dumbo ears could hear you.
Yeah, I think
loud
he's
and
saying
clear.
Think he's saying you have big ears, dude.
Yeah. Sam Cone, New Jersey. What's up, Sam? Sam sent a very nice message about a month ago, just checking in and saying hi, and he was very complimentary of our entire team, that we put a smile on his face.
There you go.
Meager 66, I had to take a work call. Did anyone like the power idea? What's he talking about?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Sim host power hour for a 1-year anniversary. 1 Diet Coke per minute for an hour or till the end of the sim.
Be a lot of burping through that one.
Yeah. We might not make it.
Steve Davis, I appreciate the recommendation, but I save all of my Wi-Fi power for the Sims. Hence why I am tied to the cable option here.
By the way, speaking of basketball, to the Twitch fam, there's 40 of you watching.
Twitch.
Put a link in Twitch if you guys want to meet my NBA expert grandpa. He's on my latest TikTok.
I will say, getting Woj on yesterday's talk, that's a big get for you, man.
Yeah, Woj was great with his time. There's Tyreek Hill inside the 30 for a first down. Mahomes heating up. It's a nice ball, a little fake. Ducks down. And it's a pickup of 17. Mahomes 5 for 5, 49 yards. Yeah, Woj was very quick, to the point, delivered the news, and all the guys hanging out were just blown away.
Even used his ESPN mic and everything. That was good stuff by him.
He had everyone's attention. Rightfully so. He's earned that right. So, yeah, guys, I had Adrian Wojnarowski on one of my TikToks. It's on my Twitter, @Brendan Glasheen. Also, @Brendan Glasheen on TikTok, Would appreciate you. Trying to build a TikTok presence. So, yeah. Chris Thompson, 3 for 10. CEH, 2 for 5. Armstead carried the ball for 2 yards. Mahomes is 5 for 5. 49 yards. And on the receiving end, Kelsey, 3 for 27. Eifert, 2 for 10. Westbrook, 2 for 22. Hill, 1 for 17. And Demarcus Robinson, 1 for 5.
A solid first quarter for Kelsey owners, but generally speaking, quiet first quarter for the Chiefs, not getting any points on the board here. They're trending in the direction of points here now, though. Let's see what they do.
That ball reeled in inside the 15. Mahomes, another completion. Now 6 of 6, 63 yards. And that time, he found, looking to figure out who caught that. That was CEH in the passing game. 14 yards. Josh Lambo kicked the field goal. Oh, Kelsey on the jet sweep. Not much doing.
Nice idea, though.
Jimmy B, just in time to hang out with the hashtag DKSimFan. What's up, Jimmy B? Daquan Williams needs more Tyreek Hill. Noah Moon says, chill out, Kelsey. Here's Mahomes, fires, got a first. Robinson.
Ernest, happy belated 40th birthday, my friend. Thanks for joining us.
Ernest, good to have you here, pal. I'm sure at this point you're feeling much better.
So 40th would be considered a milestone birthday, thus allowed to celebrate in a big way. Correct, Clash?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, celebrate that hit.
Yeah, that was monstrous. I thought that was 6 right there. Not today.
Yeah, I'd let it slide. 40.
4-0's big one.
Yeah. All good. I can live with it.
Get in.
Oh, and a spin move, touchdown. CEH.
With the LeBron celly. There you go. That's the Chiefs we all know, putting points on the board. Getting in the end zone, something they were unable to do in the Super Bowl, which I'm still dumbfounded by. It's crazy. And I know they were super injured, but man, you got to take your hats off to that Tampa defense, man. Unreal job.
Jags are definitely taking Lawrence, right? Like, there's no way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They're doing something else. Okay.
No, they're taking Trevor Lawrence. I know he had surgery today, or it was announced he's going to undergo surgery on his non-throwing shoulder. So, nothing to worry about there. Not even on the throwing arm. So, yeah, Trevor Lawrence is going number 1. There's no universe where they don't do that.
So here's what I want to know. What will the Jaguars do to put pieces around him? Because didn't we find out, while he did improve drastically on his own game, Josh Allen gets Steph Diggs, and oh my God, we have something here. Now, they might be different guys in the sense that Allen is just built bigger. Then you have a guy like Lamar Jackson, who wins MVP, and folks this week are like, give him a legit wideout one. Hollywood Brown's just kind of a home run guy. We learned with the Bills, if you take Cole Beasley and John Brown and take them down a notch, it's a really deep wide receiver core.
Mm-hmm.
What you could get the same thing in Baltimore. If you put Hollywood Brown at the 2, Willie Snead at the 3. Go get him a receiver. So I hope the Jags, like they do with most young quarterbacks, with the rookie contracts, what are they going to put around him? And there's 5 big names in free agency at wide receiver. Godwin's one of them. Kenny Galladay's another one. Just 2 that come to mind. Like, I'm curious how aggressive the Jaguars will be right out of the gate, because free agency actually comes before the draft.
Well, the Jags have a lot of flexibility, right? They have $77 million in cap space. to do something. And there's quite a few receivers out there looking to get paid.
Yeah.
You know, Galladay, Marvin Jones, AJ Green. You mentioned a few other ones. I mean,
Galladay,
I know
Chris
people.
Godwin. Yep.
Yeah, I know people have said Godwin willing to take less to stay in Tampa. Mike Evans willing to restructure to help Godwin stay. Blah blah blah. But like, I think that's the guy. He's the receiver that has shown me that he's ready to be a true number one. I think that's the guy the Jaguars should target. You could probably get him a little bit cheaper than maybe the high-end dudes like AJ Green, who I think is going to get overpaid by somebody. I could see AJ Green landing in Baltimore if we're going to just play the who's landing where game, you know. AFC North familiarity. Baltimore likes to bring in these veteran guys. We've seen him do it over the years, you know, Steve Smith.
Yep.
So I could see Godwin landing in Jacksonville. That feels right to me.
And that's true, everybody. They do have DJ Chark. It's a good point. Jordan
He's not a true number one, though.
You don't think so? Dude, he had a pretty good year. Like he started off really hot.
We're talking Godwin versus Chark.
Yeah.
I think Godwin is a much more superior talent. And look, if you add Godwin to that mix, that's a really good team.
Yeah.
With Chark, with Westbrook, you know, if they're able to figure that out. Like, that's a good core.
Corey says, if I was Jacksonville, I want Jamison Crowder to go.
Yeah, Jamison Crowder's a baller, man. Like, that guy, I hate playing against Jamison Crowder in the AFC East. Get him out of there.
How about, let's see, Marvin Jones Jr., you mentioned him. Allen Robinson, says Jake S., back to Jacksonville.
See, I don't see that happening. Yeah, I don't see that happening because, you know, he has seen greener pastures, you know. Well, not that Chicago was better, but maybe as far as, like, living outside of Jacksonville, he clearly, you know, it wasn't like we heard a lot of quotes coming from Allen Robinson saying, like, hey, you know, I really miss Jacksonville type of thing, right? Like, I feel like Allen Robinson has been on enough mediocre football teams where he's going to prioritize winning at this point in his career. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
When you've gone from Jacksonville to what the Bears have been over the last few years, I think you're ready to, like, go to Green Bay and win some games or something like that.
Well, because he's made his money, right? He got an extension in Chicago.
I'd love to see him in New England. I don't think it's going to happen because I think.
Well, based on what you just said, he ain't coming to New England.
That's what exactly. He wants to win now, I think.
Chris Thompson inside the 15-yard line. We've got a 7-3 sim. Thompson up to 34 yards. Ball's at the 14. Under 3 to play first half. Freeze pop. Splash. Producer Madison. Andrew, our technical director. Zach is updating scores. We're just about at 300 likes. Smash that like button. Appreciate you guys being here. Oh, Money says, if the Ravens don't sign at least 2 receivers, it's a criminal act. Oh, I'm with you on that one. I was just using that as an example. Like, you see what we consider after Kansas City, we consider Baltimore and Buffalo to be the next teams in the AFC, right?
Right.
Based on what we saw this past year. Well, clearly, when you take care of the quarterback, he of course has to get a lot better as Conley catches for a first. Okay, you got something here. Oh, give him Steph Diggs, and it makes it even like more prolific. Lamar Jackson. I don't like to knock the guy. I think he needs help. Like he needs some help. I know Andrews is a good tight end. They need help, and they had some COVID issues throughout the season. He needs a legit wideout one. Hollywood Brown was not good this year.
I just want to clarify something. I don't think I ever said DJ Chark sucks or stinks or is bad in any way. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
You just said he wasn't
I just said Chris Godwin's better. You know?
Yeah, you said Chark wasn't a 1, and you might be right.
All right. Just want to make sure for the chat saying that I was trashing Chark. Like, yeah, he's extremely good, but if you can get a guy like Godwin in the mix too, it goes to the point that we were talking about. You're just elevating your roster like the Bills did this past year, bringing in a true number one and, you know, reducing touches for other talented guys.
Conley, touchdown. You have
in
him?
my lineup. What's up?
There you go. Beautiful. Tony A is asking, where is MVP Mitch going, Glash? Oh boy, we've talked about this. We think it might be New England. Him and Cam Newton competing. I could see it. Trubisky versus Cam in training camp.
God, that makes me want to throw up.
No, Moon, that's not true. Lamar can throw. He can throw. He's got to tighten it up with the mechanics.
Jordan L saying Godwin may be better performance-wise, but as far as athletic ability goes, Chark ahead. That isn't even an opinion. It is a fact. For my money, the guys that perform better are better than the guys that are better athletes. Like that, you're kind of proving my point here.
Corey shouting out his lineup. Captain Dede has Mahomes, Hill, Thompson, Demarcus Robinson, and Conley in his lineup. Good stuff. Must Buy says, stop being ridiculous. Godwin gave Brady number 12. He's not going anywhere. Dude, Must Buy, you realize like they have a lot of free agents, and if they want to take care of that defense that carried Tom this year, they're gonna have to sign some guys and pay some people. Like Fournette, he ain't coming back unless he's willing to take a cheap contract.
Yeah, Fournette will be interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking about my gears are turning here with Fournette. I feel like he's not going to go out and get paid. Like he's not going to go cash in anywhere, right? Like people still are going to have their reservations about Fournette, right?
Someone will be stupid and pay him.
You think so? I just think. You might be right. People riding high, looking at that performance. Looking at the run he had, he was great. But the running back market, outside of those top tier guys, it's really hard to go make money as a running back in the NFL. So I don't know, man. I think they might be able to bring him on a team-friendly deal. What a huge play.
That was nasty. Holy cow. What a play!
That was huge.
What a play. Now they're at the 14. From their own 38 all the way to the 14-yard line. The bazooka X-Factor is lit. I think, was that Watkins? Who caught that? Here's Mahomes. And Hill will scramble back towards the middle. Nice play. It was a nasty catch. He like ripped it away. Yeah, it was Watkins. Thanks to Quan. Akeem, what's up, buddy? How are you? He needs Hill to score. Yeah, we'll talk NFL offseason. I just find the Jaguars to be fascinating because, like you said, we've got money to spend.
So much cap space.
Yep. CEH touchdown. And
that's huge.
And as we've seen in so many places, look at the Rams, right? If you get the quarterback right, spend the money the correct way, right? Like they've got to invest in the right guys. Like I think the Bears have done that. They just didn't get the quarterback right. You know what I'm saying? Like Allen Robinson, Khalil Mack. Like I think they got some good pieces there. The Rams. Say what you want about Jared Goff. I'm not a big Jared Goff guy, but they've got Robert Woods, Aaron Donald, Cooper Kupp, free agency, draft, whatever it may be, trade. Jacksonville's got an opportunity to take care of that division. If Watson's out, The Colts, if they get a decent quarterback, they're still in contention, sure. What if they don't, though? In Tennessee, while I like the Titans, I don't love the Titans. Like, it wouldn't surprise me.
Their
if the
defense
Titans-
regressed big time this past year.
Yeah, like, it wouldn't surprise me if the Titans are, like, back to earth. Like, they're just a consistent 9-7. I don't know. Like, Ryan Tannehill doesn't jump off the page. Trevor Lawrence has the ceiling to jump off the page and blow us away.
Yeah, Tannehill had a good season. Am I going to buy in on him being really good for all 4 years of that contract? Not just yet. I'd like to see it for another year here. And maybe that's unfair to Tannehill, but I don't know. He just doesn't strike me as the guy that's going to lead Tennessee to a Super Bowl, right? Like, he's not going to be a Tom Brady, Mahomes, Rodgers type where he's so good that it's going to take care of weaknesses in other areas. And Tennessee clearly has a deficiency on defense that needs to be addressed.
Right. Tony A. wondering where J.J. Watt is going. I heard a report. There's Chark for a first nearing the 40. Saw a report from Mary Kay. Is it Mary Kay? Mary Kay Cabot at Cleveland.com that the Browns are in serious talks to get J.J. Watt, which I love that. I love that for the Browns.
Yeah, I think it's a great spot for them. They're close, right? Like they're right there to taking that next step to being a real Super Bowl contender. They have money to spend too, so he can go there, make some money, and compete and play his brother twice a year. Maybe that's motivation for him. I think if you're going to go to an AFC North team, that's the team to go to, not Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh feels like they're trending in the wrong direction. As good as that defense is, there just feels like a lot of question marks on the other side of the ball. I think it's you that has said that maybe it's time for a change in the locker room as far as coaching staff goes. So could be a little bit of a tumultuous situation there in Pittsburgh. I like Cleveland for him. I really do.
I
think that'd be really cool to have him and Myles Garrett on the same defensive line.
Doesn't J.J. Watt feel AFC North? Like, he would fit that, that kind of football, you know?
Yeah. Yep. When healthy, of course.
Sure, yeah. AFC South, it feels like he's just wasted down there, you know?
Yeah. No, totally. Especially on the Texans. God, I hate the Texans. Trash franchise.
Nice pass. Conley, first down inside the 40 of Kansas City. Look at the leaderboard. Haven't done that yet. I'm in 53rd. Where are you at, brother?
You know what? That's a good question, Glash. Check that out right now.
In the public free showdown, 14-way tie for first place. Scores being updated manually by Zach.
I'm in 18th.
That boy.
CEH tutties help. Conley touchdown helps. Feeling good.
The captain in the leading lineup right now is CEH. He's got 2 touchdowns, 1 rushing, 1 receiving, 25 points in the captain spot.
Yeah,
you know what? A solo leader in the late free classic.
I almost had CEH as my captain. And as I was building up my lineup, I said, oh, no, Kelsey's so cheap. And I went and I deleted everything I had and rebuilt with Kelsey as my captain. And I'm really regretting that now. I mean, there's a lot of really good value having CEH in your captain spot for Chief Sims. He's a big part of the offense.
Delivering.
You put the wrong kicker in there, Glash.
I did, huh? Yeah, I think he's a little bit more expensive than than Butker, who's made 2 extra points. Actually, now that you say it, Butker might have, looking at ratings, Lambeau, 85 overall player, Butker, 82, yeah. So, Madden-wise, Lambeau is the better player.
Butker's only an 82, huh?
Yep.
He's really good in real life. I'm surprised.
Guys, this is not Zach Thompson updating the scores. Different Zach. Zach writes for DK Nation and is also a commentator. you have to keep in mind as we hit halftime, our ops team, it's a one member of ops working on these sims now per game. So please be patient. We understand. They're going to get all caught up. Watkins catch, yada, yada. So that's all coming your way right now. And we'll go through some of the stats. Corey
Check
says
out
this
the
is a fun
numbers
so far. Yeah, the numbers. It's a game of numbers. All right, so Patrick Mahomes, 12 of 12, 147 and a touchdown. Minshew, 11 of 15, 124 and a tud. Thompson, 8 for 34 rushing. CEH, 4 carries, 7 yards, but has 2 touchdowns, 1 rushing, 1 receiving. Mahomes, -1. Kelsey on the jet sweep, 1 for 0. Armstead, 2 yards. Conley, 3 catches, 38 yards and a touchdown. Hill, 3 for 30. Robinson, 3 for 22. Kelsey, 3 for 27. Westbrook, 3 for 47. Westbrook and Conley have been pretty good. Chark, 2 for 26. Watkins, there it is. Watkins, 1 for 48. That was Sammy Watkins on the deep play. So,
whole lot of 3 catch halves for these guys.
Yeah, nothing, nothing crazy.
Nothing eye-popping.
Right.
Generally a low-scoring game.
Yeah, I mean, 14-13, we've had worse, right? Sometimes.
Yeah, we've definitely had worse.
One team just does not show up sometimes. So, want to thank Fooligan helping out the people over on Twitch, sharing with Pizza Boy 1627, the Madden Streams info page. I'm gonna have to Venmo Fooligan one of these days. Get him a pizza or something. He holds down the fort there. He's so helpful. He's even in the chat on Twitch, giving people NBA news and updates from DK Nation. He'll like copy and paste from Twitter, throw it in there. He's helping others even when he's competing with others.
Robin Hood, baby. Stealing from the rich, giving to the poor.
Can admire that. Sure can.
Admirable.
Technical director Andrew. Can really feel for him, what's been going on with him. But we'll keep that between all of us and what transpired. Actually, what didn't transpire today, this evening. Unbelievable.
Gosh, I feel like this is the first time I've done a sim where I'm really letting the YouTube chat get to me here on this DJ Chark, Chris Godwin thing. I'm like in my head about it. Look, DJ Chark, great player. Maybe I undervalued him, and I'm sorry if you feel as though I did that. DJ Chark's great. Jaguars would be great if they were able to add Godwin too. That's it. I apologize. I'm just like you guys, just a football fan.
Please, elaborate, go back and forth, do what you got to do.
That's all it is.
Call me.
Leave it at that.
Call me says, "What's up, fellas?"
Stop.
Scott Glash, been watching you guys for almost a year. Thank you for understanding, Scott, and appreciate you joining us. Herb Dog says Zach Thompson would be yelling back at the chat. If indeed it was Zach Thompson updating the scores, but it's not. Jimmy B at Tom Carroll. Talk about the sim.
Talk about the sim. Talk about the sim. Mahomes in the gun. Finds his man in the slot. 5 yards short of the first.
Got about
yes, I know it was
500.
10 minutes ago, guys. I just needed to address it. It was on my mind. I'm sorry.
Jordan L says, "Don't apologize for your opinion. You're entitled to it, Freeze Pops, even when it's wrong." Hey, that was a good apology. I'd give it like an 8.5 out of 10.
Hey, that's a B. I'm fine with that. Pretty easy going. It just needed to be a time. Jags game. Chark's a good player.
You know something though, it's nice that you can just take us through why you might think that way. Some other commentators will just stick to their guns and not give any inkling as to what is going on in their brain.
Look, I tried to explain why I felt the way I did. I don't think it was fully understood, so I'm just gonna say, DJ Chark did DJ Chark did DJ Chark did DJ Chark. Daryl says, "How do you move comments? Y'all talk too much." Wait, that's an what a catch!
What a catch! I think what Daryl's asking is, how can I move the ones I can look at? Like, can you move? It's like taking the chat with your mouse and just.
It would be nice if they just had a little X next to it. Get it?
I do. Makes sense. Touchdown.
It seems as though at least the YouTube that and as soon as I say that, it freezes. Oh, okay, now we're back. I am not going to give play.
There's no sense. Our audio is just going to keep cutting out. All right, so. The game, working on things behind the scenes, so I'm just in the chat as well trying to inform everybody what the heck's going on. So having a tech issue, just a little lag, so we paused the game. Demarcus Robinson with the touchdown. Demarcus Robinson touchdown. Windy out. So tech producer Andrew is working on things, so is producer Madison. Jacksonville has not started its drive, or if it has, it's been like a play. But the game has been paused with 3.5 minutes left. Third quarter. So
we'll be back.
Yeah, we're still here. We're on camera. Celts are up 7.
Oh, nice. I still have the Grizzlies and the Pelicans, so that's my night for you.
So, guys, again, appreciate the patience. Apologies, these things happen. Even our DraftKings account on Twitch has let people know. So, Demarcus Robinson scored the touchdown. Koff, you really don't want to chat when things are going wrong. I don't know. I don't really get it why that's the thing right now. But Right now, I mean, really, in our free roll, Dealt Fish is in first place, 86.1, tied with Gemini, 86.1. Robinson in the captain spot. Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey, CEH, and Lambo, excuse me.
Lambo, baby. One of the best kickers in the NFL in Madden 21. Better than Butker rating-wise. Surprised me.
I know. I really went with the wrong kicker.
So what's up, man?
Hold on a second. And then in the public free showdown, 14-way tie for first place. Yes, similar build. CEH captain, Mahomes, Hill, Westbrook, Robinson, and Conley.
All right, I think we're good to go, Glash. Let's get back into this, baby.
All right. Producer Andrew says, ready if you want to pitch, Glash. All right. Let's pitch. Here we go. To the set and the pitch. Okay. We're back. Thank you all. Technical director, Andrew, getting situated. If you missed it, DeMarcus Robinson scored the touchdown. Ball is just about at midfield. Jags with the ball. And we got a first down. There's Chark.
The
wideout,
best
too.
receiver in the NFL.
$21-13 is our score. It's great to have you all here. We're together for the next sim as well from Madden After Dark. Tom Brady and the Bucks taking on the Giants, the G-Men. Yeah, Brady stinks against the Giants, though. So, Giants.
Yeah. It is weird how he's not great against the Giants, though.
I mean, even this year in the regular season, it was
right, I was going to say.
Iffy.
Yeah.
Almost didn't pull that one off. Herb Dog, is Club Madden going to happen? I mean, I think I've set a tone the last two nights. For any Madden After Dark, the lights go off and we go to the disco ball.
I love it. All in.
So, all right. Everything's back up and running. That's good.
We're good.
We're good.
We're good. We're good. We're good.
Back it up. Back it up. All right. Right there. That's good.
You're good.
Here's Minshew. He'll fire and complete it. Is that your buddy? No, it's
O'Shaughnessy.
No, it's Eifert.
Oh. Looks like him, though.
The first part of this, flyers.com. Damn, I just realized it was simulated. I thought there were two players all the time. LOL. Nah, man, this is simulation.
Welcome to Simland. Yeah, there you go.
Computer against computer.
All AI, baby.
Oh,
wide open.
Touchdown. Bam! Eifert.
All right, well.
Not your buddy O'Shaughnessy.
It's called the punt play for a reason, I guess. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Yeah. What are you going to do?
I mean, you're handling it so well. I give you a lot of credit.
I'm trying.
Proud of you. Eifert, 36% in the flex.
Too bad Eifert dealt with so many injuries during his career. Early on, before the injury bug bit him, was looking like he could be one of the best tight ends in the league.
Like I said, I mean, he was like the only offseason pickup for the Jaguars. Everyone else was just a dump. They were getting rid of everybody. It just didn't make that much sense. I mean, it made a lot of sense. They wanted Trevor Lawrence, but it
makes sense. It makes sense now, yeah.
But at the time, you're like, are they going to have enough players? Like, they just keep trading everybody or dumping contracts.
There's Doug Marone, like, oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not going anywhere.
It's one of those things where people rip the team as they're doing it, but then when they end up with the number 1 pick and it's Trevor Lawrence, everyone's like, oh, Jags, shrewd business decisions. $77 million in cap space, bringing in Urban Meyer. You got to respect the way that they've rebuilt. But all last summer, it was like, what are they doing?
Burt Macklin says, oh, good. Eifert said nobody ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Jobo, Eifert, let's go. Kareem says I'm starting Eli next sim. Got a 2-way tie in the free classic and a 14-way tie in the free public showdown. Our free roll, Pug Dog, Pug_dog in first place.
Pug Dog. I like that name.
Good old Pug Dog.
What's up, Pug Dog?
Pug Dog, Pug Diggity Dog. Patrick Mahomes has not, until then, thrown an incomplete pass.
The dude's locked in.
That was technically incomplete. Oh, and that one's batted down. 2 in a row. Yeah, they didn't get Watkins that last one, so. Gosh darn it.
Donna North 78 saying, hey, Dad.
Dad? Hey, Dad. Dad.
Dad.
Dad. Where's the Irish guy?
Oh, he fumbled. Oh.
Thank goodness for his O-line. The O-line that could not protect him in the Super Bowl.
Producer Madison does not like that voice. Or maybe she does. She's just saying, wow. First time she's heard it. It's freaky how good he is at it. It's a very, very scary voice.
No, I think I'm going to say I don't like it.
Yeah, she's confirming she doesn't like it. It's probably the right decision.
But Madison, come on.
No.
Rick Lewis, there are Sims tomorrow. I love the question. You always ask the question. Little Minshew, little fake. Love to see it. Incomplete. Wow. Bill Hamilton said, I just finished my hot wings, decided to have dessert. I had some waffle cones, but no ice cream. I took Koff's advice and ate the cone only. What a disappointing experience.
Yeah, I feel like that's never a smart decision. Hey, today's National Pancake Day.
Well, hold on.
What's your stance on pancakes?
I'm not a big pancake person.
So okay, power rank for me. Pancake, waffle, French toast.
French toast, waffle, pancake.
Wow, see, I would go waffle, pancake, French toast. Neither one of us have pancake in our top spot.
Yes.
See, my thing with the pancake is when you get a really good one, it's awesome, but I feel like you find more bad pancakes than good pancakes, if that makes sense. Like everyone thinks they make a great pancake. Like, oh, I'll make you my pancakes. They're great.
You know something? That might be why I don't like them. Because too many people I know, like, oh, I make the best pancakes ever. I'm like, okay, I'll take some bacon and home fries and call it a day. All right?
Yeah, I'm definitely more of a savory guy in the morning. There's no doubt. I just think waffles are more versatile. Maybe I'm crazy in saying that, but like you can get the chicken and waffles deal. You know, you got they have the little, indents in them, making it a waffle. So all the stuff kind of gets stuck in it, It's more my speed. And then French toast, not a huge fan.
Daniel M says, Glash, just looking out for you. The little kid voice is very played out and creepy. You should probably quit or cut back. Stranger danger.
Played out.
I mean, they only do it like, you add up all the words, it's like 20 words a night.
So producer Madison is giving us her rankings. She says we're both wrong. Pancakes number 1, French toast 2, waffles 3rd. Andrew gives the same. Oh no, he has French toast 1, pancakes 2, waffles 3. Madison says pancakes are her favorite food, so she's biased. So there you go. So she has to recuse herself from this poll, is what that means in my eyes. French toast number 1, though, from Andrew. Interesting. He's only ever had frozen waffles. So again, I think that means he should recuse himself from this conversation. He's only ever had frozen waffles.
Kareem says, pancakes are temporarily good. Waffles are similar, not good when cooled off. French toast is more like a snack.
I feel like for the buzzword, as of now, this would be a good poll. You give your vote for one of those 3 in honor of National Pancake Day.
I'm in.
Something might come up before then, but I think that's a good early, choice.
Pug Dog is still holding on for first, and this is a fun matchup in real life with Trevor and Patrick. Free roll. And Gardner Minshew's keeping it competitive. Down 2, but the Chiefs with the ball. CEH coming up short of the first down.
I need to address something that was just said by Jordan K in the chat. He said, Tom, I went to Bojangles like you recommended, and I was not too impressed. I respect that it is your favorite restaurant, but it was just okay in my opinion. I've never been to Bojangles and have never said it was my favorite restaurant, so maybe that was someone else on here. What I did tell you was that a friend of Glash and I have a friend who had a sandwich named after him that is now served at Bojangles on their secret menu. So that's what I said. I never said Bojangles is my favorite restaurant. I've actually literally never been to a Bojangles.
I was in South Carolina when I met Mike, our mutual friend, a few years ago. Of course, his discovery was not intact yet.
Yes.
Rick Lewis says, Glash, the only reason I ask about Sims tomorrow is so I can hear you say Marv Albert, yes! Knocks it down! This is Watkins to the 50.
Oh, man. We're going to do this now?
Hey, man, if you want me to stop, I can stop. I listen. I weigh the room. Sometimes I don't listen, though, like buzzwords. That will not change.
No, it's just when you do the Marv thing, it's great. It makes me laugh. But I just don't, I can't do the impressions of the guys he's in the booth with. So I feel like I become, like I'm going to just throw you off your game if I try and even interrupt,
No, you're fine.
Like I can't do Reggie. I can't do Chris Webber.
I think you do a pretty good Shaq.
You all stink.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire able to run it up the sideline.
I like him. He went to LSU, but he hasn't won a Super Bowl. So he's not that good.
5 minutes to go, fourth quarter in Jacksonville. CEH is the front runner for a player of the game, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah, he's killing it.
Justin says I hit the over on Glash, Marv. I kind of read that differently. All right, Patrick. You going to put the game away or what, buddy? Team's up 2. You're in field goal range. I could use the Butker field goal.
Oh, nice catch.
Daniel M. brought this up before, and now he's readdressing it, and I think we just didn't get to it. This was a few sims ago, because I remember it now. Hey, Glash, how can I get Bob Greasy on for a half? He will do it. Bob, not Brian.
Like his dad.
Yeah.
I mean, send one of us a DM and see if we can make it happen.
I'll copy and paste it or take a screenshot and then send it. I mean,
you touch the right people. Touchdown.
Oh! Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. Bam! Robinson has a score. Hill's got a score. And CEH with 2 for the Chiefs.
Bob Greasy, quarterback of those undefeated Miami Dolphins. The only team to have a true undefeated season in the Super Bowl era.
They trust.
Whoa. He's about that life.
Sure is.
Mark Ingram's podcast partner coming up next week on Great Dane Nation, Cam Jordan. Check it out. This week, Troy Aikman drops tomorrow. My good buddy Troy.
You really should have done the impression for him the more I think about it.
Oh, I know. I chickened out.
Daniel M., yeah, shoot us a message at Brendan Glasheen on Twitter, at your boy TC Fresh. We'd love to talk to you.
Yeah,
Daniel says they take care of his house in Florida.
Nice. He must have a sick house.
All right, so we've got a 9-point game. Of course, this game feels out of reach, like KC's going to win it. Credit to the Jags for keeping it close, but the contest forever lives as long as the clock does not hit zeros. Michael Porter Jr. did not do well for me tonight.
Same. Thought I got good value with him in my lineup, but really it was just him living up to his value.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Porter Jr. lived up to exactly why he is priced the way he is on DraftKings.
Jero is asking, can you do Barkley? Kenny, I like the Portland Trailblazers to come out of the West.
Shut up, Chuck.
Ernie, they have the best backcourt in basketball. See, the more I try to do it, it just doesn't work.
You never won, Chuck.
Yes! Gardner Minshew! Madison. Freeze Pops doing Shaq is pretty good. Smash that like button, guys. Hit subscribe as well on the YouTube feed. Appreciate you guys on the Twitch feed as well.
Just liked it.
Night Pause. Heavy. Smash Lanta. Appreciate you. All right, 47-yard line. They're moving the ball. There you go. First down. Chark to about the 25. Michael Rogers says, Dick Vitale. Go crazy, baby!
Hey, baby!
Yeah, I can't do him.
A diaper dandy, baby!
Not gonna happen. I mean, I just tried to make it happen. It didn't. Didn't go well.
I love Dickie V.
Yeah.
Is there anyone that enjoys life more than Dickie V? No one.
Have you seen Oh, no, I have not seen. I may have. As Chuck and Shaq on SNL. How long ago was that?
He's done it a bunch of times. That comment from Madison reminds me. Over the weekend, I was talking to Morgan about Keenan and Kel on Nickelodeon back in the day. Great show. I think people forget, or it's not talked about enough, that Coolio performed their like intro song. It's a music video of Keenan and Kel and Coolio, and it's amazing. It's like a minute long. I think it's the best intro music to a TV show ever. Keenan and Kel theme song by Coolio. Like, you just don't see that anymore. They don't make them like that anymore. It's like a full-on music video, dance party, like Tupac-style music video. And it's Coolio and Keenan and Kel in a convertible just going nuts. It's amazing. Incredible bass line. If you guys don't remember it or just want to go down memory lane real quick, take a listen to that after the sim. It's on YouTube.
$28-19. Oh my God, that was bad. Yeesh. Wasn't sure what he was looking for there.
Do you remember when Chuck was the host on SNL? He was so bad. He was so bad.
I'll be honest. Like I have gotten way more into it like the last couple of years, but I probably should spend a day and go back and just watch old episodes. I haven't done that. Yeah.
I mean, you can find clips online.
Easily.
That's the way I would do it. Just find the funny clips. But Chuck was funny just because it was funny to see Charles Barkley doing SNL. But you could tell he's like clearly reading off cards, and it was funny, man. If you can go back and find some Charles Barkley SNL sketches, do that.
Minshew, come on, buddy. Oh! So now we've got the Chiefs coming back out. Oh, no, they'll try it with Lambeau? What are they going to do? 4th and 4, they'll probably go for it. I hope they go for it. Oh.
The Lambeau.
All right, 3 field goals for Lambeau. They still have 3 timeouts. Nick Thomas says, Glash, once again, I am 1 player away from the winning lineup. I took Butker in the winning lineup. I had Conley. I'm so fed up with this, bro. Hey, man, just got to get back on the high horse. Get the next one. You know? And just keep playing. Stay here.
Forever.
6 sims a day, 7 days a week.
Hey, there's people that do it, man. Those are our favorites.
Onside kick attempt. No dice. No dice. Night pause on Twitch.
Dad?
It's very tempting.
You just enjoy doing the voice.
Yeah. I don't know.
What do you enjoy doing more, that or Marv?
Oh, Marv. It's like way more welcoming and like, I don't know. It's not as
less creepy.
Yeah. David says Peyton Manning was the best SNL for athletes.
He was good. Obviously, Pat's fan, not a huge Peyton Manning fan. Respect his game, obviously. But yes, I think he was the best SNL host by far. I thought LeBron was good too back in the day.
LeBron James. LeBron hosted?
Yeah, right after he lost to the Spurs in the finals.
Oh, after a loss.
Yeah. I don't know if it was like, the week after or whatever, but it was that summer.
Okay. All right. Come on, Chiefs.
All right.
We will have the next sim. Brady and the Bucks at Brady's worst nightmare, the Giants. Is CEH just going to troll the Jags defense and score again?
Possibly. I wonder who the next athlete's going to be to host SNL.
It's been a while, right?
Madison would be the one to know. I could see Brady doing it again. It's been such a long time now that he's out of the chains of the Patriot way. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Tom Brady pop up on the SNL again.
My dad.
I feel like Mahomes would do it too. You know, he's hot, obviously.
Yeah. I think that's a good one, Mahomes. My dad feels the latest skit from last weekend about Brady, like Brady's going to take it the wrong way. I'm like, Dad, no chance. Like,
Brady doesn't care.
The whole kissing kids thing, I'm like, it didn't, but my dad told me how it came off, and it's not how it came off. They were like, the way it was delivered was, people won't stop talking about how I kiss my kids.
Right,
it wasn't them like focusing on that for a half, for 3 minutes, So
Corey Oman with a good recommendation here. Serena Williams. I could see her doing SNL. I'm actually kind of surprised that the Williams sisters haven't done it before together.
Truly.
Big match. Australian Open. Serena Williams versus Osaka.
Those are good ones.
Semifinals.
All right, so Jared, Zach is going to make his final calculations here with the stats and get your lineups all caught up. We'll give you the stats now. Mahomes, 25 of 27, 291, 3 touchdowns. Minshew, 20 of 27, 222, 2 touchdowns. The running back, CEH, was fantastic. At just 28% owned in our free roll, he was only 37% in the free showdown for the public. He had 40 yards rushing and a score. Thompson had 45 yards. Minshew scrambled once for 19. Pebble Beach, we'll get you caught up there, pal. Tyreek, 7 for 90 and a touchdown. Chark had 4 for 58. Robinson, 4 for 28 and a touchdown. CEH, 4 for 47 and a score. Watkins, 2 for 61. Ricky Seals-Jones, 2 for 14. Conley, 3 for 38. Westbrook, 4 for 62. The Shaminator, 1 for 4. Lambeau made 3 kicks. All right, what do you like? Player of the game and the Not My Kid Award.
I guess we have to go CEH just because of how much of a factor he was in the passing game with those tuds. But hat tip to Mahomes, almost 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. Great game from him. But we're going to give it to CEH just because of a value perspective. He gets the wooden nickel, free ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis, Missouri. Not My Kid Award, Tyreek Hill.
All right. What? Why?
Because I said so.
Wait, maybe you think Kelsey.
Yeah, it is Kelsey. Yep.
Hill had 7 for 90 and a touchdown.
I was looking at my lineup. I looked at the wrong person.
Okay. Just I was like, whoa, wait a second. See?
Thank you.
I am listening to you.
Hey, and you know what? This is me acknowledging I was wrong, accepting that, correcting myself.
Chris Godwin, better than Chark and Hill.
Sometimes you look at a screen, you look quickly, and you associate the wrong number with the wrong name. Yeah, Kelsey, especially, probably in a lot of people's captain spots like myself.
Same, yeah.
Not great.
For as much as we talk about the both of them in relation to Mahomes and the Chiefs, it's actually kind of easy to mix them up if you think about it in that sense. All right, we're coming back for another sim. Thank you all for hanging with us and staying strapped on in, even during some tech issues. We appreciate you.
Figured it out quick.
We did. We have Bucks and Giants coming up at 10 Eastern. Good stuff from Zach. He is updating scores, as we've told you. Producer Madison. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. So for now, we'll step aside, and we now send it over to Jesse Cofield.
Here I am. Yeah, guys, that's right. Still one more Madden Sim on the books with Madden After Dark coming up at 10 p.m. Eastern. Glash and Tom, like Glash just mentioned, will be back for the call of the Bucks Giants. That showdown is featured in our Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry, getting you a shot at $1,000 top prize. Free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going to first. So earlier tonight, we began our MLB division previews for the upcoming season. Gary and Thorne and Steve Buchanan took a look at the Dodgers and Padres from both a DFS and sportsbook perspective. Now we bring you the second half of their preview where they discuss the bottom 3 teams in the division and what fantasy or betting value there is for them this season.
All right, so from a couple of contenders in the Dodgers and the Padres, we go to the Giants, who probably at best look like a wild card team. Obviously not going to go out and win that division, barring something really remarkable and unforeseen. They've made some pitching upgrades in the offseason, but who stands out to you guys from a fantasy perspective? Bukes, you go first.
Yeah, so, not a ton of fantasy love here for the Giants, but I'm kind of intrigued by Logan Webb. I think he's someone that at the back end of the rotation actually might be a bit of a dark horse here. I mean, he keeps the ball down, doesn't give up a lot of home runs, has some really good command. And I'd like to see what he can do with a full season of Buster Posey behind the dish. I think we kind of forget that Posey opted out last season, but he's very good working with pitchers, especially some of the younger pitchers. So I'd like to really see what those two can do combined during the 2021 season. So it's not a flashy name by any means, not somebody you probably even thought of when thinking of this question, but I think Logan Webb is someone to be intrigued by because once he hit A-ball back in, I think, 2019, he just absolutely flew through, hit every level of minor league baseball, and then ended up pitching in the majors that season. So they obviously see something in him. He's not a big strikeout guy, but he's going to induce a lot of ground balls. So when you can get that with a fairly decent defensive team with the Giants, you'll find some success.
Thank you for giving me credit, Bukes, for thinking up that question. What do you think there, Darian?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. When you're talking about breakout players in the Giants, it's like the worst possible team to use that term, breakout. They're old. They're really old for how average and uninspiring they are. If you go through their projected starting lineup, which doesn't even include Evan Longoria, who's going to be like a platoon type player this season, 7 of their 8 positional players, projected, mind you, are over the age of 30. It is an old team. So I had like 3 names written down as guys who could even fit the criteria of breakout candidates. Logan Webb, I will say, was probably the most, he's the one who checked the most boxes because Mauricio Dubon, I know the bar for middle infielders is pretty low, but like 12th percentile exit velocity last season. Joey Bart is probably like the name that people think about most when they think about Giants breakout candidates, but it's already been announced that he's going to start the season in AAA. So yeah, there's just not a lot to like get excited about when we're talking about, oh, who could just be that shocking Giants player who takes us all by storm. It's probably not going to happen. So I'll say Logan Webb, though, is like when he's pitching at home against the Rockies or the Diamondbacks, he's someone we're going to talk about a lot in DFS.
Perfect transition. You mentioned the Rockies. That's where we go next, and it's where we go last, and it's probably for good reason. Nolan Arenado, he's gone off to St. Louis. The Rockies obviously made offseason news for all the wrong reasons and trading away a not only future but current superstar who had a massive contract as well. So that leaves behind the likes of Trevor Story, Charlie Blackmon to try and, clean up or make up for whatever is missing from a fantasy perspective. Any faith, Garion, that these guys are going to be able to do so?
Yeah, I mean, it's still Colorado. It's still Coors Field for 81 games. I mean, Story, I know it just seems like he's now just alone in this dark, dark place. And I get it. It's a sad lineup and it's a sad situation in Colorado. But you go back to the start of 2018, he's top 20 in baseball in home runs, RBI, stolen bases. Like he checks every box. So he's still going to be a very valuable piece, even though there isn't any of that quote unquote lineup protection in Colorado. But it's slim pickings when we're talking about good players on the Rockies. If you go through the NFBC ADP right now, they only have 3 players inside the top 200 picks. They only have 4 players inside the top 250 picks. So Story's about the only Rocky we're going to be talking about with any regularity this season.
That's a bad story. That's not one that we're going to be telling all that often. So Bukes, who's the fantasy MVP for Colorado? What do you think?
Leave it to you to just, decimate a good segment with one of your stupid punts. I'll give you somebody we should.
We were doing so well.
Quiet. Well, they're here for me and Garion. I'll give you somebody that we should be talking about. And that's Sam Hilliard. He's played 63 games in the majors so far. He has 13 home runs, 23 RBI, 5 stolen bases with isolated power of 337 and 229. This kid should be getting more of a chance than he's being projected for right now. Because at this point, what do you have to lose? And, we talk about how bad that trade was for Nolan Arenado. The Rockies were so strapped for cash. That was a trade that needed to happen financially for them to recover. They were, it was not right to give him that contract because of how financially strapped they are with guys like him and Blackman, but whatnot. But that's a whole different story. Sam Hilliard, I think, is a guy to kind of keep an eye on this year if they do give him a chance to play. David Dahl, no longer part of the team either, so that's something to watch. And even someone like CJ Cron on the minor league contract, but playing in Coors Field. I mean, that's an easy 30 home runs if he's active in that lineup there. Obviously, had the shortened season last year with the injury, but those are two guys that we're not even thinking about right now, but could be more of an impact player as the season goes on.
Well, speaking of home runs then, Bukes, going back to Trevor Story, he is plus 2,200 on the DK Sportsbook to lead the National League in long balls. Do you have any confidence that's going to happen?
I mean, I don't hate it, but with Arenado gone, he's lost some of that protection in the lineup because there's not really many guys that you fear. Charlie Blackman probably leading off. I mean, that's not somebody who's going to be protecting Story in the heart of the lineup. So I don't hate it because, of course, playing in Coors Field, like Gary said, half the season, the long ball is going to go out. But Story is in that realm where he's usually around 30 home runs. I don't think that's going to get it done as the home run leader. So I get the odds are rather enticing, but you have somebody like Giancarlo Stanton who's in the same realm as the odds. Would you rather bank on Story or Giancarlo Stanton? Stanton obviously injury prone, but just from what he does when he's healthy, the ball's going to go out of the park with Stanton consistently, and he's going to have massive amount of protection in that Yankees lineup. So I don't hate the odds, but not somebody I'd be looking to take.
Any more inclined on your end of things, Gary?
They're not terrible odds. I mean, again, it's Colorado. And also, Story, it should be said, is one of the guys who really does take advantage of his surroundings, getting to play the 81 games in Coors Field. If you're going to do that, you want to hit fly balls, and in general, you just want to make contact. And Story, to his credit, has lessened that strikeout rate each of the past couple seasons. It seems like he's becoming a better all-around hitter. He was also one of 4 qualified players last season to have a ground ball rate below 30%. He hits fly balls when he puts the ball in play, and that's exactly how you want to attack Coors Field. But, it's only 81 games. He was pretty pedestrian against right-handed pitching last season, which, again, short slate, but that's pretty daunting when you're already dividing up his season as we do with Rockies players. And then he's also got to have 38 games this season against the Padres and the Dodgers. So that's 38 bad matchups. I'll tell you that right now.
I think I had said that we were saving the Rockies for last. That's because far and away the most forgettable team in this division, the Arizona Diamondbacks. And so here we are. We wrap up with them, Gary, and let's go right back to you. It's not even really worth exploring any of the DK Sportsbook side of things with Arizona, but how about for just fantasy wise, is there any potential standout on this club?
Yeah. I mean, Cole Calhoun's a fun name. I think he's someone who you go last season and he was decimated by some bad luck. His expected batting average was like 40 points lower, or 40 points higher, than his actual batting average, which kind of tanked his fantasy season. But he's kind of selling out for power the last 2 years. I think he's got 49 home runs in that span of time. Last season was 87th percentile in expected slugging and expected WOBA. Probably going to hit either leadoff or cleanup for this sad Arizona lineup. So with where he's going in drafts right now, I think he's a perfectly viable third outfielder. And yeah, I just think the value matches up with the player here.
This is clearly not the same conversation as the Padres or Dodgers. That goes without saying. How about you, Bukes? Any other fun names?
I was actually shocked that Garion wasn't on the same boat as me, but I'm going with Zach Gallen. I mean, his K percentage over the last 2 seasons of at least 28%. And then what we saw last year, only 12 starts. Let's not get all excited just yet, but he really tightened up his command, had a walk percentage of just 8.6%. So he's not going to be somebody that's going to be in the win column often because I don't think the Diamondbacks are going to be winning often. There's a bet for you under whatever their win total is. There's one that you can consider. That's probably the only one. But Gallen is going to keep them in the game. He's going to give them a solid 5 to 6 innings. And from a fantasy perspective, That's all you can ask for somebody like Gallen. But I think he's going to rack up some strikeouts in this, and he's not going to walk a lot of guys. So on a team that's very uninteresting and very unexciting, at least Gallen's going to bring something every 5 days.
Okay, so that's a look at the NL West, the first division of the many that we will be looking at over the next month and a half, leading you into the start of the Major League Baseball season. Join us again next week. We will continue to explore. In the meantime, Bukes, love your shirt, buddy. Thanks for being with us, Gary and Steve. We will talk to you again soon.
The NFL season may be over, but the action does not stop over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. We got odds already up for next season, including division winners, MVP, and next year's Super Bowl. Plus, the NFL draft is right around the corner, and you can get odds on who will go number one. You can keep checking the Sportsbook for more markets on the draft as it gets closer. In the meantime, we can check in with our good friend Ross Tucker, who does a weekly podcast on college football and took a look at some of the QB prospects entering the draft on April 29th.
Let's dive into the quarterbacks then and talk about it. Emery, I'm thinking you guys might have the same guy here, but you don't know because there's a lot of chatter about Zach Wilson from BYU. So I'll start with this, Emery. Who is your top quarterback?
For me, it's Trevor Lawrence. And going into the season, it was Trevor Lawrence, and you wanted to see who can close that gap and perhaps overtake him. But you really can't ignore the amount of games he played at the level he played them at. And I think people don't consider how hard it is to play that position as a freshman, true freshman, to come in when he did, took over for Kelly Bryant and help that team go deep into the playoffs and then win the national championship against the Alabama. So you like how he's able to overcome adversity that first year. Second year had to overcome adversity, and this year just played consistently well football all throughout the season. So we've seen 3 years of Trevor Lawrence's playing really good game, really high level football. So to me, he was the top quarterback.
Fran, who do you have as your top guy?
Yeah, to me, it's got to be Trevor Lawrence. And it's funny because, we've seen him now. We've got a 3-year sample of what he can do. And he checks so many boxes when you talk about, obviously, all the physical tools, but, everything that he brings away from the game as well, how well respected he is in that locker room. I've been talking to his teammates as they've been coming out of the draft the last couple of years. I talked to a bunch of Clemson offensive linemen in 2020. I talked to a bunch of skill players in 2019, just trying to get a sense of who he is as a person. And even talking to people that were down at the Manning Passing Academy after his freshman year when he goes and he beats Alabama in the national title game. So many people were like, man, he gets recognized in the airport and people come up to him. But he is as cool as a cucumber and doesn't, overplay into any of that. And so you love the humbleness of a guy like that. But just really, you check all the boxes. There's not a lot to say about Trevor Lawrence. His record speaks for itself. All the tools are there. Really, really impressive prospect.
So a couple of things here. Number one does either one of you guys understand why he threw on Friday? He has this torn labrum in his left shoulder. They say it's 4 to 5 months recovery. I guess I'm not understanding why he didn't have that surgery the day after the Ohio State loss. I'll start with you, Emery. Does it make any sense to you that he waited over a month so he could throw before having this surgery?
I didn't really know there was a pro day. That's how concerned I get about pro days. I'm surprised. Normally you see guys play their last game and then almost immediately go hit the surgery room and get the surgery done, get cleaned up and start working their way back for a pro day maybe in late April. But I just don't understand why he felt the need to throw. We saw 3 years of him like Fran talked about, and there's nothing really he could have done that we hadn't seen already. And there's not really questions about him throwing the football more so than anything. So I just don't understand the whole need for a pro day, especially if not all your receivers were going to be out there working with you. It just didn't seem like a need to do.
Fran?
The way I look at it, and I don't know all the details as to when the injury was kind of discovered and when they, found out the severity of it. But, you like the guy going out and saying, look, I want to throw. I want to show what I can do. Let me check this box. I've already done everything else. There was an interview that Urban Meyer did with the NFL Network, and he said, I had the conversation with Trevor last week. And when he presented that the injury was coming, he said, rather than wait for the pro day, why don't you just go out and throw? That was Urban Meyer speaking to Trevor, and he's like, all right, let's do it. And they set up the pro day in a matter of days, and allowed for NFL teams to come and watch him throw. So, look, if he had come out and not looked good, I think everybody would be up in arms. We're like, oh, what was the guy thinking? But by all accounts, it sounds like everybody was impressed with how he threw the ball. Not that we would expect anything less, but impressive showing nonetheless on Friday.
Yeah, so not that we don't love talking top quarterback and Trevor Lawrence, but one of the things I love about Emory is Emory brings out guys, Fran, I've never heard of. That's like Emory's specialty. And sometimes I don't even check. He might be making these guys' names up sometimes. I don't know. But his biggest scouting surprise, you know what, Fran, I'll start with you on this one. Who's your biggest scouting surprise at the quarterback position?
Sure. So to me, I'm taking a little bit of a different spin with this because this year, and Emory, I know you can speak to this too, it's such a unique year for draft prospects, especially for seniors, because so many of these guys that we would be, kind of buzzing about as, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round guys, a lot of them went back to school for the extra year. You talk about, Crum from Kent State and obviously the kid from Cincinnati, but there were so many players that said, you know what, I'm going to take the extra year. And especially at quarterback, I'm good with that. I'd rather see these guys go and get an extra year of reps being the guy for their team. So this one was a little bit tough for me to kind of come up with. But I'll tell you, the guy that kind of just blew me away, and this is going back to early parts of the fall. I did not study Zach Wilson over the summer, right? I mean, it was a mediocre year. He was hurt, but, he was dealing with the surgery to his throwing hand. But back when I first studied Zach Wilson, I was kind of blown away and was like, why are we not talking about this guy as one of the top quarterbacks? And, obviously he's on the smaller side, but just consistent ease of accuracy. I mean, the guy is pinpoint from all 3 levels of the field, on the move or from the pocket. That's what really kind of stood out to me. It was just how naturally he was just so efficient and so accurate with the football. I was really, really impressed. That to me was like my whoa at the quarterback position. We're working with something here. And obviously now everybody's been talking about him as a top 5 prospect and potentially the number 2 quarterback off the board. But to me, I would say my biggest surprise from evaluating quarterbacks from this class, and my 18-month-old son would agree, as he had the same reaction as well. I would say it would be Zach Wilson.
All right, guys, you can go check out the full episode of the College Draft Podcast over on Ross Tucker's YouTube page. Time to tell you, though, about our play of the day here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Right now on DraftKings, when you play in an NBA contest for multiple days, you can score big rewards. So the more days you play between now and February 26th, the larger your prize will be. So, for example, play in a paid NBA for 5 days and get a $5 contest ticket. Play 8 days, get a $10 ticket. It's that easy. Play more, win bigger prizes right now with DraftKings Shoot and Score rewards. But if NBA isn't your thing, maybe you're looking for that longer sweat, then now is a great time to get in on our PGA contest this week. So the field for the Genesis Invitational is stacked with the world's top golfers. Definitely one of the best fields of the year. We got plenty of contests and sportsbook action for this week's tournament. So to help you guys make your bets and fill out your lineups, we're going to check in with some of our golf gurus. First up, the Tour Junkies break down their favorite plays. Then Adam Kaufman is going to catch up with the Action Network's Jason Sobel for their weekly chat. Please enjoy.
Who are some shorter names that are catching your eye here at the top?
Well, I think my favorite guy short is going to be Tony Finau. He's at 22-1. I think that's a good number for him. We've seen him in great recent form. He's almost won the last couple weeks. Went over to Saudi.
He's been almost winning for years now. Is he going to get the second one though?
Maybe it's this week. I don't know. But you know what? If I can get him at 22-1, I like that number. He also went over to Saudi Arabia a couple weeks ago and almost won there as well. So. He's just like Tony almost Finau, but maybe this week it will
always
be
a bridesmaid, never a bride is really what
Tony get it done Finau, and I like him at 22-1, so I think that's a good number. And then also Victor Hovland at 35-1. Now, we talked about experience being key here, and I do think course history experience matters. But for a guy like Victor Hovland, who just and we've seen this with a lot of these guys that are like Matthew Wolff, Colin Morikawa, Victor Hovland, they've all been able to really go to these venues for the first time ever and just, and still win. And there's some win equity there. So I like Hovland also at 35-1. So anything less than, in that shorter range there, those were my 2 favorites.
Yeah, I while you're on Hovland, I love Victor Hovland at 35-1. I'm with you. I get, we're talking out of both sides of our mouth here. History matters. It does. Experience around Riviera is going to matter. I just think Hovland's one of those class players that it matters a little less. The ball striking is so good. Getting onto these greens in regulation is really important. It's tough to do. But his iron play is so solid. Finished runner-up at Torrey Pines, which is a very similar course. Torrey Pines, very similar POA greens from what we hear from a lot of people, and they're also Torrey and Riviera, the only two courses on the PGA Tour rotation that have Kikuyu fairways and rough. Now, if you're watching this going, what in the world did he just say? Kikuyu is a type of grass, and it does matter. Kikuyu matters, okay? How the ball performs out of that rough does matter, okay? And he just finished runner-up at Torrey Pines just a few weeks ago at the American Express. I do think Victor Hovland gives you a good value and true win equity despite being a first-timer. The 35-1 number is just too good. His iron play is too solid. The around the green play is improving. He just won in December at the OHL Classic, which you touted here on this very show at 28-1, I think it was 28 or 26-1. So I think Hovland is for sure in play. If I'm going to go a little shorter, I think Cantlay is the guy in the really short numbers. He's 16.5-1 right now as of Monday night. He could have won last week. He could have won at the Amex the last time we saw him. So, I mean, T3 last week at Pebble Beach, T2 at the Amex. He's playing so good. He's a California guy. He's very comfortable in California on these type of courses. He's played here 3 years in a row. This is his fourth. He's got a T17, a T15, and a T4. So obviously Riviera sets up well for him. He's a tremendous ball striker. But I just think from a value standpoint, as I look at the odds on DraftKings, I like him better and the number better than Justin Thomas ahead of him at 14-1, Rory McIlroy ahead of him at 12.5-1. I honestly would put it DJ, Rahm, Cantlay if it were me making the odds. I think that's a good number. So you're getting a good value at 16.5-1. That's as short as I'm going to go.
Let's get into a little bit of golf here with our friend Jason Sobel from the Action Network. I'm Adam Kaufman. Jason, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing well, Adam, coming off a big win for Daniel Berger at Pebble Beach last week. And by the way, he was in the field at the Genesis Invitational this week, and then he withdrew. So it was in, then out Berger.
I can't. I wouldn't. Now I'm just hungry, and that's not fair. We have at least 10 minutes ahead of us, and I'm going to have to be thinking about food the entire time. So, all right, Daniel Berger, and obviously transitioning from Pebble Beach to now the Genesis Invitational. And let's go with a stud, the world's number one. That is Dustin Johnson. Now, he is plus 550 odds on the DK Sportsbook to win this thing. But is there any reason with such a stacked field that you would bet against him?
Really only the price. That's the only reason. And so I am most likely with, crossed fingers and clenched teeth, fading Dustin Johnson this week only because of that starting price, plus 550. Boy, I'm just not sure I can get it on Dustin at that price at a tournament of this magnitude where we've got 8 of the top 10 in the world, 12 of the top 15 in the world. This is a really strong field this week. It's not that I don't like Dustin Johnson. You can go down the list of things that Dustin Johnson has done at this tournament over the past 10 years. He's got, I believe, 8 top 10 finishes and leads in scoring average, leads in bogey avoidance. He basically leads every major category at the Genesis Invitational. That said, I just can't do the price, Adam. So you want to price him up? If you personally want to give him to me at 10-1, 12-1, I'll jump on DJ this week.
So below DJ, you have very similar odds for this crew. It's Rory McIlroy, it's Justin Thomas, John Rahm is in that mix as well. Who stands out to you among that trio?
You know what? I really can't separate them. That's probably why the books have them about the same number as well, because quite frankly, they've all had some success at Riviera. They've all played pretty well at times. None of the three have won at any point, but strong finishes, solid play. And so any one of those three could be very good this week. In fact, all three of them could be very good this week and find themselves on the leaderboard. I'm not fading any of them, but there's not one to me that stands out as more than the others. Rahm has gone through some equipment stuff this year, and he's had a hot putter, maybe not the greatest ball striking. Justin Thomas has had some other issues that he's had to deal with, but he looks like he's coming back. Rory McIlroy was my pick in Phoenix a few weeks ago. That didn't pan out, but he finished really strong. So maybe of the three, Rory just a little bit more than Rahm and JT as I'm kind of talking my way through it. But again, they're all very close this week.
A lot of the top talent took part in the Phoenix Open, although Bryson DeChambeau was among those who did not. Now, he is obviously back for this. He's got very good odds, top 6. He's sitting at plus 1,700. How do you feel about him, though, as, you know, obviously he comes off of not participating?
Yeah, another one that certainly I could see him playing well this week, but I'm just not on Bryson right now. There's something wrong with Bryson. Over the last couple of months, he's gone from, you know, okay, I'm bulking up, I'm drinking protein shakes, I'm doing all this stuff. Then the Masters this past year in November, he said, you know, I felt weird. I had stomach things. I was lightheaded. And since then, he said he's trying to get leaner. He's trying to cut down on the protein shakes. He's ditching the idea of going with a longer driver. And so it still feels like he's tinkering. He's forever a tinkerer, but it feels like he hasn't quite found the right formula that is going to work for him moving forward. I don't doubt that he's going to find it at some point over the next few months, but I don't think this is the week that he finds it.
You know, I have a strict policy. It's don't fade guys named Bubba. And Bubba Watson, he has won here 3 times. This guy is plus 5,000 to win, plus 900 to finish top 5. How do you feel about him?
Yeah, Bubba Watson is probably the greatest course horse that we've seen over the last decade or so, in that he's got 3 or 4 places. Really, it's Augusta National for the Masters, which he's won twice, and TPC River Highlands for the Travelers Championship 3 times. And then here at Riviera, 3 wins as well. And so he gets to places where he feels comfortable, and he just tends to play his best golf. And so I wouldn't fade Bubba this week either, but I'm not jumping on him right now either. I think he's a solid play. He's got a chance to win. The win equity is there at least. So if you want to jump on him for an outright play, I think that's fine. But as high as the ceiling is, I think the floor is also pretty low. So I think there's a big dichotomy in how he can finish this week.
How about some long shots you like?
So 2 guys that have played well on this golf course, but not in this tournament. 2017 U.S. Amateur was held right there at Riviera. Doc Redman, who's one of my favorite young golfers, won that U.S. Amateur Championship against Doug Gim. Doug Gim's actually been playing very well over the last month or so. If I had to just take one, I'd probably take Gim over Redman, but I think both of those guys are players that could finish in the top 20, top 25 this week. I think you can find some decent prop bets and some decent value on those guys a little bit lower down the board.
What the people need to know, though, Jason, who's going to win?
I am less confident in my winner's pick this week, Adam, than usual, which maybe that means good things because usually I'm pretty confident it doesn't work out. So Victor Hovland is a guy who in his last 5 worldwide starts, he's been top 6 in 4 of those 5 events, and his ball striking's been fantastic. He's top 20 on the PGA Tour in strokes gained tee to green, and coming off a 2nd place at Torrey Pines in his last PGA Tour start, then a 6th place finish at the Saudi International the week after that. Coming off a week off now, I think Victor Hovland is ready to pop. He's my guy this week. I like the number as well.
Jason Silva, thank you so much, bud.
Thanks, Adam.
All right, guys, Madden After Dark is coming up, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. There's still time to get in on some NBA and NHL contests still tonight, including a showdown between the Nets and Suns at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Our featured contest for that one is our 300K fadeaway, which pays out 100K to first for just an $18 entry on the ice. We have a 2-game late slate locking in just a few minutes. Our NHL 8K Twine contest pays 2K to first for just a $10 entry. Lineups locked for that one at 10 p.m. Eastern. And don't forget to check out all the action over on the DK Sportsbook on the NBA, NHL, college basketball, UFC, PGA, and more. All right, guys, that's going to do it for me tonight, but we still have one more Madden game to go. Brendan Gosheen, Tom Carroll, Bucks, Giants, and Glash is ready.
Yeah, we are. Woo! Disco lights are on, baby. Good night, Jesse. Thank you. Tampa and the G-Men.
The New York Football Giants.
Yep.
Not to be confused with the New York Baseball Giants.
Correct. So, who do you like to captain?
I put Lombardi Lenny in there, a guy we were talking about in the previous sim. Does he get a big payday because of the playoff run he just had? Very interesting to see what happens with Fournette this offseason. But I'm going to have him in my captain spot. Seems to have a factor on these sims, 9.7 points per sim, but he could pop off for more. Big time factor in that red zone offense for Tampa Bay. $9,300 in the captain spot gives me flexibility to get some of the big boys in on the back end. And of course, as much fun as I had with the OJ Howard thing last time we did the Bucks together, I don't think I'm going to have him in my lineup here.
Okay.
I was just going to say, as much as I mocked everyone for telling me to do that, and then he had a big game, it's not going to happen.
You know who's been doing well for Tampa lately? Gronk. I like Gronk. He's had some pretty decent volume in Simland. Last time out against the Chargers, 5 for 35, which you'd think is not great, but $7,400 in the flex. Captain spot, $11,100. I don't mind it, and then it allows for some flexibility. So when lineups lock in the next minute, we can reveal our full strategy. What about Saquon Barkley? I feel like you got to have this guy in there. He's pretty much the do-it-all player for the Giants.
Yeah. I'm going to have Saquon in my lineup, and that's part of the reason why I put Fournette in my captain spot. I wanted to have enough flexibility to get him in there along with some of the big guys for Tampa. Saquon obviously didn't have a season this year because of the injury, right?
Yeah.
But we know how talented the guy is. I really hope he's able to come back fully healthy because, God, that guy is so fun to watch when he's right. Incredible. And it's funny, we talk about the big name running backs in the NFL. I think I was on a sim recently talking about, who's the best running back in the NFL. And Saquon, now that I'm looking back on it, didn't even come up in conversation. And that's too bad because he clearly is in there when he's healthy, man. Him and McCaffrey, those are the two dudes coming into this year that everyone was hyped on, probably went high in your fantasy drafts, and then just, unfortunately, things happen the way they do sometimes.
Yeah, and you also get the sense that he feels so left out. They were in it last year, even though Joe Judge was super upset that they went 6-10 and felt they were better than 6-10, but they weren't better than 6-10. Saquon feels like he's missing out, and he's just caught some really bad breaks. That's what it feels like. So,
well, I've been watching the Giants on social media here and there posting about Saquon's rehab. It looks like he's doing really well. So I'm hoping that he has a big year. And part of the reason why the NFC East was so bad this year, Dak goes down, Saquon goes down. I mean, those are two of the 10 best players on the offensive side of the ball in that division, maybe top 5. I'm just saying 10, so I'm not leaving anyone out. Saquon maybe number 1, if we're really thinking about all 4 of those teams in there.
Yep.
So you lose 2 stars like that, it's going to hurt your division, especially when Washington's in there and they're sort of, in the building towards being a competitive team stage. Cowboys were bad as it was.
Sure.
Cowboys were in that in-between spot, and the Eagles just had a massive regression. And we've seen that happening over the last few years. So Troy Aikman on the podcast that will be coming out tomorrow, he told Morton that he thinks the NFC East will have a winning record as the champion next year. Hot take, I know. But he believes that division takes a big step forward.
Wow.
And my grandma just tried to FaceTime me. I assume that's her trying to click the link to get back into the sim.
Huh. I mean, I talked to my grandpa earlier, so I mean, it must be a grandparent night. Anyway.
Sorry for that, guys. That's clearly her just trying to click on the link I sent her earlier. She's a big sim fan.
Fantasy Hawk, captaining Tom Brady. Mike Ament says, Captain Daniel Jones, Lord help me. Sean Preston has Godwin in the captain spot. Barry says, we back. What's up, Barry? Daquan Williams loves The Sims. He's addicted. Love it. And there are way worse, as Fantasy Hawk points out. All right, here we go. Tom Brady and the Bucs with the football first. And there's Fournette ripped down to the grass.
Rest of my lineup, Saquon Barkley, Tom Brady, Evan Ingram, Chris Godwin, LaShawn McCoy, 8.1 points in the flex, $2,800.
Yeah, that's a good play. Good call.
I always forget to put McCoy in my lineup because I'm always so focused on O.J. Howard. But today I was like, you know what? LaShawn McCoy. Every time I do a Buck sim, I'm like, oh, man, I wish I had him in there. So I did it.
There's Gronkowski on the catch. Dennis Logan has Barkley in the captain spot. Lane captained Tate. Noah Moon has Ingram in the captain spot. A lot of different captains from the chat. Just reading through. Corey has Tom Brady as a captain. He will fire and throw incomplete. This game is in New York. These two faced off in real life back in November at Giants MetLife Stadium.
That was a Monday night game, I believe.
It was. The Bucs barely won that game. That was a play. Remember there was a flag on a 2-point conversion attempt or something the end? Very controversial. One of those kind of plays that the national media said, oh, the Giants that was not cool. Bucs got lucky. Stupid Brady needs the refs to help him. One of those games.
Classic one of those games.
Yeah. Yeah, but that wasn't really a win for Tampa.
Oh, what's wrong with Tampa Bay? Oh, no. That was right in that stretch, though, when they were losing games. And people were starting to say, oh, maybe Brady is human. I don't want to turn this into a Brady love fest early, but it's hard not to. It's hard not to.
Yeah, but guys, Brady still stinks against the Giants. Blah. That's the name of the free roll. Hope you guys got involved.
He does stink against the Giants, though. It's fair.
And he wasn't great in that game. Terrace says, what would have happened if the Giants would have been in a better mood? I think.
Yeah, I mean, they would have lost in the playoffs to Brady. Does Brady lose to the Giants in the first round?
Oh, that was the first thing I thought of. Thank God we get to avoid Brady Giants build-up for a week.
That actually would have been a lot of fun because I think the Tampa Bay would have still taken care of business.
Yeah, but come on, it would have been a little nerve.
It would have been a fun little narrative to lead up to the week because I mean those Giants teams that beat Brady. But
yeah.
Very, very good front sevens.
Got producer Madison. Producer Zach with us as well. Top 5 in ownership for the showdown. Saquon, 72.5%. Brady, 67.5%. Godwin, 48% owned. Evans, 44.4% owned. Freeze Pop, Splash. You didn't do a head-to-head tonight with Koff?
I did an NBA head-to-head. I did not partake in the sent to me by accident. And he destroyed me. You know, I had 0 points. He had in the high 200s.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Daniel Jones. There is a flag on the play. And they don't give him the catch, but it is against the defense. Unnecessary roughness.
Damn, Daniel.
So that'll put the ball at the 9-yard line. Wow.
All right. Saquon.
Working. Yeah, we see you guys in the chat. It's on our radar. Hoping for the best. Don't want to jinx it. Lane says Saquon was the safe move for captain, but what's a safe nowadays? Yeah, that's true. Levine Toilolo, are you kidding me? The tight end too. Toilolo. Can you go with Levine Toilolo?
Meager 66. That's right. You could probably put that on my tombstone. I feel like anytime we are about to go that road.
With San Francisco in Madden 20. Must buy. Hello to your wife.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us, Yvette. You guys missed it. Toilolo touchdown. Tight end number 2 for the Giants behind Evan Engram. Zach is with us, updating scores. We are aware of the stream. I don't think it's my lights. I'm pretty impressed. Come on between quarters.
It's truly impressive. Because that was the big worry, remember?
Right.
It looks good.
Turn the ring light off. Makes me chopping up so folks think I said toilet and not Toy Lolo. Mike Evans with the catch for in the sim. Bad boys have popped. Was that a toilet touchdown? The last time I saw one of those.
That is disgusting.
Brady to Gronk. And he's blasted just shy of midfield. Congo Cab needs Mike Evans to come up big tonight. We have reached the offseason. I think it might have been you. Was it you who said, like, last week, you get through that hangover of Super Bowl weekend, just the week of reacting, and now this week is the true
Oh, this is where it
off-season.
hits you. Yeah.
And
This is where it's
admittedly,
like, oh,
I know we have all this quarterback movement going on as Gronk makes another catch to the. I know we got the draft coming up too. We did some pretty good Jaguars talk, I thought, in that last sim. Trying to figure out like what their plans might be. But it's like, oh wow, like you can't even. Usually on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you're just reacting to the weekend and getting ready for next week. It's
Right.
different. It's a different feel.
and now here we are waiting for football to start.
Again, yeah.
It's just like, I hate it. Just fast forward me to late August. Start talking about how the squads are shaping up.
So on that unnecessary roughness call, there was a flag. They did not change the yard marker on the score bug that the folks are watching in YouTube and Twitch. So like we always do, guys, when we hit the end of the quarter, we'll check out the stats. And if it was indeed Engram who caught that ball, it will be reflected. That's what happens sometimes. They throw the flag and they don't account for the yards right away, and they don't show it. So Jared, or rather Zach from Ops, cannot see it. So we'll catch up. Brady's looking, completing to Godwin, and he's inside the 40. Now, we talked Godwin a little bit last Sunday. Isn't he the odd man out? He could be the odd man out. Or do you think he's going back to Tampa?
Ask me that one more time, Clash.
Do you think Godwin is going back to Tampa? Or is he the odd man out?
Oh, it's interesting. I think that he
and before we keep going, I think they want to keep him. There's a
Totally.
difference between wanting to keep him and will they be able to keep him.
Yeah, I think he's going to have some very lucrative contract offers, given the skill set that he has and the production that he's had the last few years, even with Jameis. I mean, Godwin was very good. Looked great with Brady. There's guys in Tampa that are willing to take pay cuts to keep him there. Okay. It's weird to put yourself in that athlete's shoes, right? Because you have such a finite window to cash in professional sports, but you also have such a, I don't even know if finite's the word. It's such a rare window, a rare position to be in where you can go and be a part of a team that can win a championship. So I personally think I would take the money over winning championships. Just granted, I'm not in that position, but nothing's guaranteed in this life, right? And we see athletes get hurt and it changes their career immediately all the time. If you can go make as much guaranteed money as possible, I think you have to just, set your family up for success for years and years and years to come. And I know if you win a bunch of championships somewhere, that provides a different revenue stream for you as an athlete after you retire and all that stuff. But I just think he's got the ring, so he can be a Super Bowl champion forever. He'll always be remembered for this amazing historic season in Tampa. He's done that. Check. Now go get paid. That's what I would do.
He's only 24 years old, too. Here are the stats. Daniel Jones, 4 for 4, 52 yards and a touchdown. Tom Brady, 5 of 6, 37 yards. No scores here at the moment for Brady. Barkley, 4 for 19 on the ground. Fournette, 2 for 2. McCoy, 1 for 3. Daniel Jones had a scramble just a moment ago for 17 yards. This is what everyone's wondering. Okay, so there we go. Engram's got 2 for 41. So those yards will be accounted for in the game center. So just like to remind you guys, hang tight. They are manually updated. Okay, so sometimes
Hey, your boy Gronk with a nice first quarter.
3 for 20. Yep, Gronk and the captain. And we bring that up because, look, we have new folks joining the DK Sim fam all the time. So it's just a friendly reminder.
We had someone last sim.
Mocha Joe's. That's what we got.
Mocha Joe's, shout out Curb Your Enthusiasm. We had someone last sim who just said, hey, it's the first time I've ever realized that it wasn't two people actually playing each other.
Yeah, I mean, we get those kind of things all the time.
So it's always good to remind people.
It can be very, especially when someone joins for the first time and they hear a buzzword at 10:59. That can be a really interesting, also disturbing welcome. But those are the kinds of things that I hope folks get used to.
Yeah, we have such a loyal DK fam that's here every day, every sim, that it's hard to remember like that we have new viewers and new listeners and new users all the time.
Right. Or folks that just truly pop in on and off, you know?
Chickadee, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Am I right?
Yee. Sean says, let's go. OJ Howard. Gotta have OJ Howard.
Gotta have OJ Howard.
Executive sessions. Tom is sitting there looking like he wishes Glash never stole his hat look.
No, disagree. Glash goes with the backwards hat dad look. I got the plain black. Different. Also, encouraged Glash to buy a black hat so we could match of these.
I still have that black hat. It's hanging up on the important rack.
Maybe you break it out at halftime.
All right. Cool.
Juan Flores, what up? What's up?
Frank White, how are you? Good to see you. Juan Flores says, what's up, man? Nice disco lights. Thank you. Put them in myself. Son, I would go now and check each bulb. Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. It's Toy Lolo again.
What is this? I have Ingram.
Levine Toy Lolo has 2 receptions in this first half.
This is ridiculous.
First time playing Fortnite on Twitch. Is this the Brendan Glasheen I have seen in all these crazy TikToks? Yeah, Woj.
Heck yeah, it is, baby.
Woj has stopped by. Grandpa. Both of my real grandfathers are dead, but this is my 3rd grandpa.
Rip to both of Glash's grandpies.
Yeah, a long time ago. Not really hard news to process.
Still sad.
Oh, hold on a second. Toy Lolo just caught another pass.
What is going on? What is with these 2 tight end sets?
Levine Toy Lolo has 3 receptions. 3!
I'm getting angry.
I'm going to double check on the YouTube feed. I think that was him. Yeah, he's 85, right?
Yeah, and they just ran a running play with Ingram in to block. What is happening here?
Yeah, I just double checked. It's Toy Lolo. Holy cow. Each time I say it, I'm like, no way.
Throw it to Evan Ingram.
See, and this is when the chat starts whining. What are you guys doing with everything? Oh, Toy Lolo! Oh, you big babies. Toy Lolo, it can't happen!
This is rigged!
Come on. We're shocked too!
He's hurting our lineups.
Come on, Daniel Jones. Stop throwing to 85. Oh, man.
I don't think he's in. So here we go.
You say that now, he just shows up out of nowhere. Yeah, Lucci Rivera, you got a good point. Free lineups. Yep, we're part of the free roll. We do the free roll to try and, feel the passion of the Sim fan.
I like it. It gets me into it.
Captain Blood. Captain Blood must have Toy Lolo in his captain spot because he's got 12.3 points on his roster. Good on you if you captain Toy Lolo. Hey, if you captain the punt play in those bigger showdowns, the public ones, not a bad strategy.
That wasn't a gimme field goal there. Not a gimme.
That's your guy, Gano.
Graham.
First, you take the Graham. Then, you take the Mallow.
and you kick them all up through the uprights. Aaron says he is owned in 0.99% in the 1K showdown. And
Because if you're going to have a
ball.
Giants tight end, you're going to have Evan Ingram. And if you're going to have a punt play tight end, you're going to do O.J. Howard.
Fantasy, yeah, that's true. If you have O.J. Howard and Levine Toilolo, I mean, Howard has not
Good
done
on
anything
ya.
yet. Fantasy Hawk says, do you ever wish you had a serious job?
Like me? No.
It definitely, when you put it that way, adds perspective.
There's definitely times where I'm like, man, I wish I had a 9 to 5 when I'm like working on a holiday or having to do stuff on a weekend. But generally speaking, no.
Yeah, I leave the room when the sim's over. Sarah says, hey, how was work today? Oh, Toilolo had to catch 3 balls in the first half to piss off 430 people. No big deal.
Right.
But yeah, other than that, my day was sick.
We could be complaining about spreadsheets and Excel and what are other things my friends complain about? Salesforce. Cold calling. No thanks.
Come on, Tom. Hey, the tight end 1 for Tampa is at least doing something.
Canvassing.
Go fund these on YouTube. Where do I get the stats on the Sims? You want to go to Madden Stream's info page to get all of the depth charts, superstar traits, X factors, third down back, power back, slot receiver. Click on the player cards in the game center as well, and you will see stats from previous Sims. Do not go off the depth charts in the actual contest. You want to get the depth charts from Madden Stream's info page. Fantasy Hawk, I appreciate that. X Factor lit for Brady. Pro reads.
It's lit, fam.
It's lit.
Sorry, stop that voice, Brendan. Brady, upstairs. Oh, dangerous. Damon says, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. This is back to the conversation about what our other job would be if it wasn't for this.
Or I have a lot of teacher friends always complaining about innocuous school stuff. Oh, I have to grade. I have to lesson plan.
Yeah, I have to add up Toilolo's stats.
I have to fight with strangers on YouTube about Chris Godwin versus DJ Chark.
Dude, how'd that go? Oh, not bad. I had 6 dislikes on that comment, but 3 likes. It's a good ratio.
Oh, what a life we lead. Giants, 10-0 here. 2 minutes to go in the first half.
If you stack the Bucks, not an ideal start. Brady's in the gun, though. Evans at the top of the screen. Tom's looking. Tom. Oh,
Ooh.
boy. That looked like it hurt. Poor man.
Ow.
Lisa Robinson says, I'm curious how many times a day Sarah says shush. Oh, quite a bit.
Oh, my God. You wouldn't imagine what Morgan, the texts and the looks and the scolding I get in between Sims, after Sims. Why are you so loud?
It's always at the same time.
It's kind of what we do here. Can't do a whisper sim, although we should try that one time. Do a quiet place type sim.
We'll do golf announcer voice.
That actually would be pretty funny.
Let's see. Is that a first down? They give him the yards? Sure did, to the 27. So, Brady and the Bucks deep in Giants territory.
White 20, White 20 set. Ready, set, go.
Godwin inside the 10. Yes! Count it. Retease, did you know? On Twitch. Glash, do you think you and Emerson can be multi-personalities on TikTok? I think he's jealous of you growing your fame.
Ooh, why did Emerson make a TikTok?
Nah, he's kind of hating on it. Just
Oh,
the
so,
idea.
he's jealous then. He's totally jealous.
But, I mean, oh, Godwin, way to come back for the ball. I am messaging with him right now. I think we're going to be on a sim together next week.
Nice.
That's the breaking news.
Breaking news into DraftKings as Emerson Latzia will be joining Brendan Glasheen for a Madden sim next week. That's pending approval from the league.
Glashy.
Both sides pass a physical.
Glashy and Latzia. I don't know if we can handle it.
Oh, Brady, did he overthrow him? Yeah.
He did. I would have reviewed that. That looked close. No, they gave it to him, dude.
Oh, okay,
Touchdown.
nice. Dud.
Evans touchdown.
We just fell victim to the weird screen.
Spenny Mac says, Glash, I will predict this touchdown. Spenny Mac, I think, hangs out on Twitch, watches the touchdown, and then gets in YouTube and tells everyone what's going to happen. It's a very bold strategy, Cotton.
I respect it. Someone's got to do it. Oh, it's under review.
It's close.
Glash, did you guys do a moment of silence for Vincent Jackson last night?
No, but that is a great idea because he did play for the Bucs.
I think that's the move tonight. I was reminded of that in between Sims, just kind of poking around on Twitter.
Spenny Mac is in our Zoom chat. Is that you, Zach? Who is Spenny Mac? Not all of you at once.
Speak up.
It's me.
Is it Zach?
I didn't even know that. So I'm a bad coworker. Oh, you little winky face.
So who is it?
Yeah. Actually, that doesn't reveal anything. You're right.
Yeah, it literally means nothing.
Fantasy Hawk says Emerson said some pretty nasty things about you behind your back.
Ooh.
I won't repeat it in fear of getting banned. Well,
no, now you have to repeat it now. Use the PG version, repeat it verbatim outside of the mean words.
What a shocker. Latzia start in trouble.
Jordan L. No, actually, Morgan is not here. I think did I talk about this? I forget if I did. She is at her parents' house for a few days. There was a snow situation. I had to come back to the apartment to work a sim. She had the day off on Monday, wanted to be snowed in with the family dog. So she is still at her parents' house out in the county. I am at the apartment in the city. And I got to tell you, pretty lonely. Pretty lonely out here in the snowed-in apartment here in downtown St. Louis during a pandemic.
Finally, 86, not 85. That's Darius Slayton. Wide receiver 3. Emerson called me a doozy, says first time playing Fortnite. Interesting.
That's not very nice.
Wow. Poor Kenny. And yes, I just checked. He unfollowed me on Twitter. Latzia. Wow.
What?
His loss.
Emerson's just always playing mind games. He's just in his own universe.
Yeah, poor guy.
What did you do to him?
I don't know.
You think you were just pumping the TikTok content too hard?
Yeah, it must have really bugged him. Maybe Winnie was crying over it or something.
Dad, can you stop the TikTok, please?
Now, Winnie. Now. Winnie, I'm trying to pedal, Winnie. I'm trying to pedal.
But Dad, the TikToks won't stop.
It is actually funny to imagine like a kid telling their parent to stop TikToking. And the sad thing is, like, that is definitely a conversation that has probably been had in the last 6 months in this country.
I want to watch TikTok.
Please stop TikToking, Mom.
Dad.
I'm hungry.
Dad. But why? Dad.
Brady, 12 of 15, 128, and a touchdown.
He's Dad.
Daniel Jones, 10 for 10, 121 and a touchdown.
Not bad halves for either quarterback, but, you know, could be better.
2 Levine Toilolo.
Oh, God.
Zach, this might be Spenny Mac from the chat. We don't know for sure.
I kind of like the ambiguity.
I hope I give you all nightmares. If you all stop whining about Levine Toilolo, I'm going to keep doing this voice.
Saquon really, really not bringing it in that first half here. Only 26 yards on 7 attempts. Definitely wanted more out of Barkley there. And only has 2 catches for 16 yards. So Godwin with a nice first half, 4 catches, 48. LaShawn McCoy, someone you and I both were giving props to pregame, not really a factor either, just 1 catch. You know, Graham Gano with the field goal. Sort of a weird half here.
Off chimes in. Is Elmo calling this sim? Because I'm here for it.
If you did a whole sim in that voice, I might have to bow out.
Take a bow.
Might need to. Goodbye.
Toilolo's ownership, 0% captain, 0.8% in the flex for the larger free showdown, $1,400 to roster.
La 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 la. Toilolo's world. He gets open and catches passes. He hates the chat. La 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 la. La 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 la, Toilolo's world.
Oh my God.
La 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 la, la 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 la, Toilolo's world. He just gets open and bugs all of you. He's the truth.
Madison bringing up a great point. Why are you so good at this voice?
I don't know.
Has this voice been used earlier in your life for some reason, and you've just brought it to life here on the DK Sim Fam, or is this something you've discovered recently that you're very good
at? What are you trying to say, man?
I don't know. I don't know. You tell me what I'm trying to say, bro.
Hey, man, I don't know what you're talking about. I just had my HBO remote connect to Sesame Street briefly, I guess.
Oh, that's what. Okay, all right, got it. Yeah. Yep.
Jay-Z is in the chat. I hate these commentators every time. Yo, Jay-Z. We have the Jay-Z of DraftKings, Adam Kaufman, in the chat. Say hi. You guys should collab.
Hove.
H to the
Izzo.
Fantasy Hawk, I already have lost it. That is a fact. We're almost a year into these things. Hey, there's Saquon for a first down.
Yeah, coming up on 1 year of doing fake football. It's pretty awesome.
Pretty good. Got a 2-way tie. First place in the public showdown contest. In our free roll. Yeah, but guys, Brady still stinks against the Giants. Blood.
Yeah.
Captain Blood has Toilolo in the flex. First place. There are the 12.3 points.
Sup, Blood?
Bill Hamilton says it's Clash's other personality he has hidden away to protect him.
Spenny Mac 84 saying, "Cough, let's jump on and finish the stream." Okay, conspiracy theory. Is Spenny Mac 84 a Emerson burner account?
Nah, he's too lazy to do something like that. Hi, Sarah.
Yeah, Priv wants you to stop. I don't blame her.
She'll be all right. I'm still hoping I'm just milking that rose I got her 2 days ago.
Yeah, how much life does that give you?
I mean, the little skit I performed, like it was The Bachelor, I thought gave it a little bit of life. Plus the iced coffee and the gum. Giants have the ball with the lead. Under 6 to go, third quarter. Ball is at the 41. Saquon right up the gut, big hole, and the spin for a first.
Off, you do owe me $5. That's right.
Oh, that Venmo from a few weeks ago?
We'll see.
What happened, dude? Did you lose $5? You won $5?
No, I lost 5 because Koff sending me the Celtics Nugs head-to-head. Tried to withdraw.
That whole thing.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Oh, and he's paying you.
It might be handled though.
Huh. Interesting.
You know, if I'm refunded.
Nice guy. Giants have controlled this sim. Mike Evans has a touchdown. Levine Toilolo has the one for the Giants. The G-Men. Do you think we'll have a different winner of the NFC East this coming season? I'm saying this coming season, February 16th.
It's so far away.
God.
Oh, God, it's so far. There's so many months without football. So ask me your question again, Glass.
Let me just read this quick. Steve Davis says, have you ever Christmas shopped after hours on Christmas Eve and just found whatever was open and just grabbed stuff? That was Glash on Valentine's Day. Yes, and I have no shame in that whatsoever. None. Do you think we will have a new winner in the NFC East this year? Meaning it won't be the Washington football team.
I want to say yes, and I want to say it's going to be Dallas. With a healthy Dak and a healthy Zeke, year 2 of McCarthy, hopefully a more traditional offseason for everyone. I don't think that defense plays as poorly again. I just think Dallas has too much talent to not have a much better season. Now, if Washington won it, I wouldn't be shocked because that front 7 is legit. Got a touchdown here from Saquon. Giants looked good towards the end of the season. So I'm going to say yes. I'll pick Dallas, but my reasoning for saying yes is that I think Dallas gets better, and I think New York has a real chance to win the division over Washington. Like, there's going to be enough good teams in the mix where yes is my answer.
You said yes.
Definitely not Philly.
No, you don't believe in Jalen Hurts?
I saw an interesting thing on Twitter. I think WIP tweeted it out. Chris Long was on one of their shows today, and one of their hosts asked him if J.J. Watt was going to go to the Eagles, and he said, why would J.J. Watt go from one burning building to the next? It just feels like a bad situation in Philadelphia right now. I do like Hurts, but it takes a full team, as we've learned in Houston this year. And they're going to have a new head coach. There's clearly going to be some trust issues between the team and the front office there. Dudes are unhappy. I think they had their window. They got a Super Bowl. Congratulations. But you might see them rebuilding over the next few years.
Jimmy B, the real question is, will a team from the NFC East have a winning record in 2021? Well, see, that is so doubtful that it's not even worth asking the question. I mean, at this point, nothing would surprise me.
Yeah, I teased this earlier with Troy Aikman in the podcast that comes out tomorrow, Great Dane Nation, told us that he thinks the NFC East will have a winning record as their champion this year. I find it hard to believe that 2 years in a row you'll see a losing record for a division champ. I mean, unless that's happened and I'm not aware of it, it doesn't feel like something that happens all that often, if ever. Two consecutive years.
Death knows this in the chat.
Clash. Savior of the Simniverse. You've saved our lives. We are eternally grateful.
17-7. It's a run play for a first down. Was that Big Lenny?
There he is.
McCoy. That was McCoy.
Oh, there he is.
You played both of them. That was smart. Problem is they're down 10.
Yeah, it was smart until it wasn't.
There's Shady again. Back-to-back handoffs to Shady McCoy. Shady. Got 42 people watching on Twitch.
Sup, Twitch fam?
Piercy, Winter Bold. Mamba Vision says we're going to have a Twitch barbecue at my house next Tuesday.
Oh, hey-oh. Throw on the brats. Oh, Gronk, get off me, child's play.
I thought he was going to take off right there.
Got a couple extra.
Smash that like button. Hit subscribe as well. Over on YouTube. About 500 of you watching. Brady, 5-step drop. It's McCoy. No, it's Fournette. Whoops.
Nice juke move.
Leonard.
Omar says, let's go Fournette. All right, man. He's let's going.
I'll take it. I'll take it. He's in my captain spot.
You ever think about that phrase, let's go?
Let's go.
Like, let's go. Like,
oh, let's go.
Yeah, but, you know, the more I think about it, when you say let's go, there's just a missing part, you know? Let's go! Take a shower. Or like, let's go!
It's definitely a good beginning of a sentence. Yeah, I see what you mean.
No, it's like kind of an incomplete thought. You know, the fact that
I think of that.
Yeah.
I think of that song from Little John. Let's go! Ba-na, ba-na, ba-na. Let's go! Ba-na, ba-na, ba-na. Always a good locker room song. Let's go!
Fernando, I'm with you, pal. I've got Scotty Miller in the flex. But then again, now I'm like, why didn't I play Shady McCoy?
Yeah, why'd you put Scotty in there?
Yeah, because I don't know, dude. Scotty's got that chemistry with Tom.
Scotty Miller. He loves those underneath the defense guys. Scotty. I haven't even checked where my lineup is here.
Steve Davis, Clash, you really are like that birthmark on your face that you hated. I know, it looks like peanut butter, but it's a mole.
Where's he going?
It's not a
with this?
birthmark. And cried about it, but as time went on, you learned to embrace it and love it. Yeah, I love my birthmark so much.
But Dad, what's this mark?
Son, I'll tell you one day.
I want to know now, though.
Hey, Toy Lolo. I really hope Captain Blood holds on. I want to read off Toy Lolo's name in the winning lineup. Just to spite all of you.
Yeah, there's no way I'm going to win at this point, so might as well.
Slayton 3 for 31. Engram 3 for 59. McCoy 1 for 14. Evans touchdown. Toilolo touchdown. Eric Court, I will not puke on the screen. Thank you, though, for your help and suggestion. Looking out for me.
Has anyone done that?
People have licked the screen, but not puke on it.
Interesting.
This chat has a great memory. Fantasy Hawk bringing up the time. I told the story to the Twitch fam, the whole chat, excuse me, the DK Sim fam. A long time ago, my grandmother was supposed to be watching me. I've got this scar under my nose. I go like that. And then a line. I ran right through her screen door in Florida. She was supposed to be watching me.
You pulled a Michael Scott?
Yeah.
Ran through the glass door.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, glass door. It's a better way of putting it. It was not a screen. It was a glass door.
Oof.
So, I was only 3. You know, I don't remember it. But.
Well, especially after you got a concussion from running through the glass door. Yeah, I wouldn't remember it either.
So I think maybe 2 things come to mind. That's what has messed me up for the rest of my life. but I am proud of the man I've become today.
Hey, some people have defining moments. That might be yours.
Yeah.
First down, Gronk.
Yeah, man. It's gonna go in the what's the beginning of the book called again? The prologue?
Yeah. Prologue.
Yeah, the prologue.
Chapter 1. Chapter 0 sometimes.
My pizzle. Do you remember drinking vanilla Coke? Vanilla Coke, when that came out, I was like, this is awesome.
Yeah, same.
We chugged like 3 of those. Oh, vanilla Coke.
Yeah, and then you're just, wired the rest of the night.
Play double headers in baseball and you're 11, 12 years old. You mow 3 hot dogs. And chug a Coke with a bag of Lay's chips.
Yeah, and then you're just ready to go.
You're over at third base, your stomach's grumbling as you go down to field the ground ball.
You're just farting out there. Get in! Yes!
Lenny! Lombardi Lenny!
Let's go. Yes, Bernieing with Brady. Love it.
Also, Bonzo, great call. A Coke float, like a root beer float, but it's Coca-Cola instead, like life-changing.
Tasty.
Choker, let's not go there, okay? Vanilla orange Coke, yeah, that's a R.I.P.
What was that idea?
I'll tell you off the air. Good. I'll put it to you this way: it's good to have you here, Tom Carroll.
Glass, random question, but seeing Brady celebrate in the end zone there and just thinking about, what he just did this year. Is there a chance we get Brady on the cover of Madden for next season?
Wasn't he just on a couple years ago?
Yeah, but new uniform. I know he's been on before, but who do you think is the Madden cover athlete?
Josh Allen.
Do you think he's buzzy enough, though?
Yes.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So Brady was on the cover of Madden 18.
Yeah,
it's quite a few years ago at this point.
Yeah, it's not going to be him.
You're confident in Josh Allen.
Well, I'm trying to think of someone outside of Mahomes, not Brady.
It's not going to be Lamar.
Why won't it be Josh Allen?
I mean, I just don't know that he has that star power yet, right? I mean, you have to be a big star to be on the cover of Madden. Has Rodgers been on the cover? Let's see. No. So maybe Aaron Rodgers?
Ooh, that's a good one. MVP, yeah. Aaron Donald, says Jason. Has Donald been on it yet?
No, I don't think so. That's a good one, though.
All right, mine was bad.
Yeah, Josh Allen just doesn't feel like a big enough star yet. Had a great season, but just not yet.
The chat is petitioning for Marv Albert
on the cover of Madden. Yes!
Yes! It counts from 3. Saquon Barkley.
They have this big cover reveal, and it's just randomly Marv Albert.
Don't tempt Sarah with a good time. She'll FaceTime. Oh, she'll Photoshop my face into Marv's face. Put it on the cover.
Madison is great call. Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry, I feel like, could be in the mix. 2 straight 2,000-yard seasons. That's rarefied air. Or 2 straight rushing titles, I should say. Yes. 2,000 yards this year.
Able to hit from 3. Yes. This is Barkley. Down he goes.
If McCaffrey had a big year, I feel like he would have been in the driver's seat to have a Madden cover.
Oh, we have a Marv Albert in the chat now.
Oh, of course.
Yes, and the foul.
Travis Kelce's a good call by Rich One Beats.
Barkley able to stumble to the 35.
Has Russell Wilson been on a Madden cover?
Yes, I think. Check it.
No.
Wow, there's a lot. Why do they say Josh Allen? Maybe it's because I thought Rodgers and Wilson were on it already.
Yeah, I think Russell Wilson could probably be in the mix because, he won Walter Payton Man of the Year, promoting, community service type stuff. There's a lot of dudes in the mix.
Yes.
Captain Blood saying Gronk should be on a cover. Wasn't Gronk on a cover? Am I crazy?
No.
Was that just a bunch of? Was that just a bunch of New Englander photoshops that I've seen?
Probably
Madden
photoshops.
17.
Was he? No.
Yeah.
In 17, Gronk was on the cover.
Madden 17.
Get out.
Rob Gronkowski spiking a football on the cover.
Wow, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
See, this just shows you how long it's been since I bought Madden games that I have to keep looking this up. I actually almost bought the Brady version just because I felt like I was like, oh, I gotta support my guy. I didn't even have a system that it would work on at that point. So Gronk's out of the mix, I guess.
I just keep reading the chat and I see the Marv Albert photo with the headset.
Yes,
Gronk was on Madden.
Paul Butler saying Dalvin Cook. It's probably unlikely, but I think Dalvin Cook probably has a better shot than Josh Allen. Not to take a shot at Glass here, but taking a shot.
Paul Butler, you're right. I don't know Madden covers. My fault. I knew Brady in 18, Lamar last year. Who was on 20? We just did
Mahomes.
20. Mahomes, right. Who was on 19?
Madden 19 was funny. Antonio Brown.
Oh.
That didn't age well.
Unable to hit.
Brother
In
Phil,
fact,
my God.
I'm just going to pull up a Madden cover list because now I'm interested.
Yeah, I am too. Great topic.
So from the year 2000 was the first year they started putting athletes on the cover. I'll let you, don't look it up. Guess who it was? Madden 21, first Madden cover athlete.
Lamar Jackson.
So, no, Madden 2001, I should say.
Oh, 01.
So it was the year 2000, Madden 2001.
God. Marshall Faulk.
It's seemingly kind of random, but if you think about the times... No, Eddie George.
Okay.
Made sense if you think about it back then. Here, I got to scroll all the way back. They have this list in reverse order for some reason. Okay. I'll just list them off because I don't want to have you guess every year.
Yeah,
you'll get a lot of them wrong. Okay, Madden 2002 was Dante Culpepper on the Vikings. Wow. Madden 2003, Marshall Faulk on the Rams. Madden 04 was Michael Vick. That's a classic. Madden 05 was Ray Lewis. Madden 06, Donovan McNabb. Madden 07, Sean Alexander. Madden 08, this one didn't age well, Vince Young. Madden 09, Brett Favre. Madden 10, they had Palomalu and Fitzgerald. That was a cool cover.
Yes.
Madden 11, Drew Brees. Madden 12, this is one of my all-time favorites. Peyton Hillis
is good.
The Peyton Hillis cover, which is because the internet voted on it and all the trolls on the internet decided to band together and put Peyton Hillis on the cover.
This
That
is
was funny.
Gano for free.
Madden 13, Calvin Johnson. Madden 25, which was the 25th anniversary cover in 2014. They put Barry Sanders on the cover. Back-to-back Lions on the cover. Madden 15, Richard Sherman. Madden 16, Odell Beckham. Madden 17 was Gronk. Madden 18, the GOAT edition, Tom Brady. That was Madden's title, not mine. Madden 19, Antonio Brown. Madden 20, Mahomes. 21, Lamar.
Wow. I would have gotten a lot
Trip
of those
down
wrong.
memory lane.
So you know something though? I remember names. So I remembered Peyton Hillis. I wouldn't have been able to remember what year, but like Alexander. I remembered Vince Young. That was when I was.
Yeah.
That was our wheelhouse playing video games.
Exactly. The years I would have gotten wrong were the like college forward years.
Yeah.
In fact, you're right. I would have gotten the names of guys that were on the cover right, but the years I would have gotten wrong. There's no question.
Hey, before you forget, we're going to do a moment of silence buzzword tonight, everybody, to honor the late Vincent Jackson. Just real quick, did we figure out what the cause of death was?
I don't believe so.
And by figure out, I mean, was it reported yet? Because I didn't see it, or I haven't seen anything in developing story.
I have not seen an update on that, just that he was found dead in his hotel room by authorities.
All right, there's Gronk on the catch, first down. So we're going to do a moment of silence for the buzzword tonight. Oh, Fantasy Hawk says overdose. That's too bad. That's too bad. So the Bucs can actually win the game here. They're inside the 30 with the ball, down 1. All right, let's pause for 1 minute. For Vincent Jackson, RIP. All right, thank you. So, I jumped to conclusions and read Fantasy Hawk's comment. I just looked it up. They have not figured out the cause of death.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing the last minute or so, trying to verify that, because I didn't see that, and I don't feel comfortable running with that. So, yeah, no, that not official.
So nothing confirmed on Vincent Jackson. Trips to the left here for Brady. It's a 6-point game. Bucks win it with the extra point, too. That's intercepted! Oh! Tom, just how it looked like it was going to go down in real life in the regular season.
Wow. Unreal. Brady stinks against the Giants. But he kind of actually does.
Wow.
We say it like it's sarcastic, but it's actually kind of true.
So, our apologies. Thank you for partaking in the moment of silence. And that's going to end the ball game. I got to send this over to you and our Slack team. Well, actually, I'll just pop it up on the stream.
Just a picture of Marv. So the chat, let Tom hear it. Let Brady hear it. Not great.
He stinks.
Spenny Mac says, be sure to follow Mr. Thompson tomorrow on stream. Try to figure out who Spenny Mac is.
I don't think it's anyone we work with. I think they're just messing with us.
Yeah, it's very good. Well done. All right, one more should do it. So, looking at the leading lineup in the public free showdown, two-way tie first place. Barkley captained. Jones, Evans, Gronk, Engram, and Toilolo in the winning lineup.
Oh my God. Toilolo.
Captain Blood pacing the contest. The free roll we created. Yeah, but Brady still stinks against the Giants. Blah. And that played out. It played out. He stunk. He threw a pick at the end of the game.
Crucial pick at the end. Giants are just in Brady's head. I don't know what it is. 19-25 for 227, but the crucial pick at the end of the game blows it for the Bucks. Only one touchdown for the GOAT. Daniel Jones, 17 of 17 for 200.
Yeah, good for him. Perfect 17 of 17, but his squad holds on. I'm kind of surprised looking at our free roll as a SimFam, 186 entries in this SimFam Friends contest. Brady was in there as a quarterback, but not Daniel Jones. So
I finished 70th. Actually, no, I finished 68th.
I finished 51st. Not awful, but not as much Daniel Jones love.
I've definitely been worse. There's no question.
Joker, thank you, buddy. Looking at the running backs. Barkley, 89 yards and a touchdown. Fournette, 19 yards, touchdown. Shady McCoy, 21 on the ground.
Yeah, Bucks running backs, underwhelming. Barkley didn't get the bonus, but was a factor in the rushing game, obviously, with almost 80 yards and a touchdown. Mike Evans with the tud for Tampa. Toilolo, 3 catches, 33 yards and a tud. Barkley had 2 catches for 16. Am I crazy to say that Toilolo with 3 catches and a touchdown is the MVP?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, he was only 2% owned in our contest. He was 0.8% in the flex. But I mean, look, man, he was actually captained in 2 lineups in the public free showdown. Those lineups finished in 3rd.
I think he's the MVP, as weird as that is, because no one hit the bonus, unless I'm missing something. Barkley, he had a touchdown, but he only rushed for 89, and he only had 2 catches. So, like, I feel like I want to give it to Barkley just because he almost got the bonus and he had the tud, but Toilolo, man, the fact that basically no one had him and he was so cheap and he helped turn someone's lineup into an almost winner, that's value. You know what? I'm going with it. Toilolo. Oh, I dropped the nickel. He gets it. He gets the small ice cream cone at Lions Choice Roast Beef St. Louis.
And how about the Not My Kid Award?
Brady.
Wow. That way to be fair. We're all about fairness here. Good on you. All right. Well, I think everything's updated because Zach has left our Zoom call, which means I think he's good, which is a good sign. So
Thanks,
check out
Zach.
the lobby. Captain Blood, good stuff. I'll leave you all with this before we give you the schedule for tomorrow. Oh, boy.
Can't see that.
Yeah. Well, can't see that either.
No.
Give me 2 seconds.
What is going
Party's
on?
over.
Oh my God.
Let's go. Wrap it up. It's over. It's over.
Yeah. What is this guy doing? Oh, yeah, I see it. Yes. Oh, my God. That's scary.
This is James for 3. Yes, it counts.
So what is that, like a face mesh, or what are those called?
It's called Sarah's Art of Photoshop.
It's freaky. That is absolutely freaky. That is so scary. I'm looking at it on YouTube now. It's even scarier. Oh my God. Insanity.
All right, maybe we should wrap up the broadcast like this.
You got to do it in the Marv voice now.
Of
I mean,
course.
you have to.
All right, here we go. I'm losing my mind. All right. Time for tomorrow's schedule on the NBA, or rather, Madden NFL DraftKings Dream Stream. Noon Eastern on Wednesday. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right?
Correct.
Oh, we need weather. Madison, what's the weather? Ah! Stand by.
Checking in with our weather center.
Please hold, says Madison. Want to thank all of you for watching Knicks basketball over the years. And a terrific sim here tonight in virtual New York. All right, here we go. We've got the schedule for tomorrow. Starting at noon Eastern on the Dream Stream. Ravens at Bills with Jason Rossi and Kenny Ducey. That one is in the snow. At 2 Eastern, Bengals at Bears. Kenny Ducey and Zach Thompson. That one in the snow. And at 4, we will able to see the stream through the rain. Vikings at Steelers with Marv, myself, and Zach Thompson. After the 4 o'clock, it's my sport, NBA. We're going to do NBA pre-lock, and it will not be on TNT. It'll be on the Dream Stream. And then at 6, Titans at Broncos, Adam Kaufman and Christian DeAndrea. At 8, Patriots at Washington football team, Kaufman and Jeff the Moose Ulrich. And then Madden After Dark, Falcons at Seahawks, Glasheen and Jeff in the rain. One more time on the weather for tomorrow. Snow, rain, NBA on the Dream Stream, not TNT. And then snow, wind, and rain. Thank you, Marv.
All right.
And you will have 3 games, 3 in the early part of the day for the early classic, and then 3 more in the afternoon.
Yes!
Or the night, whatever. Yes! For producer Madison, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, Tom Carroll, Marv Albert saying so long from virtual East Rutherford. Thanks for joining the Dream Stream. We will see you tomorrow night. Yes!